It was late at night, yet several taverns on the street were still lit. Inside one small tavern, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Cheers rang out without end. A toast to the Frenzy Dragon Subjugation Party. I can't believe they really defeated it. They've practically wiped out all the monsters, haven't they? It's been 6 years since the last time it returned, right? Did you hear the story about the Subjugation Party? The 4 heroes rendered a tremendous service. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, there was also someone silently swirling a glass of wine. That person's hand was bare. He sat quietly in a chair, gazing out the window. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. How gloomy. What are you doing? Why are you drinking alone in a pitch-black room? No matter how terrible your mood is, you are still a hero. You cannot act like this. The man sitting there was named Callus. He curled his lips in a sneer. Our grudge. How could alcohol ever make me forget it? How did the magical search go? At that question, the one who had just entered, Romeo, was slightly startled and hesitated before answering. I still have not completely absorbed the frenzied dragon's power. Give me a little more time. Callus stood up and looked down through the glass. His voice rose slightly. A little more time? Of course. After all, there are no clues left anyway. We have already searched for years. Romeo's outer coat fluttered in the wind. He stood silently, looking at Callus's back, the one who killed him. No emotion could be read from his face. Suddenly, Romeo noticed the space beside him. There was a suitcase there. Inside were several sets of clothes and a small stuffed rabbit. Romeo raised a hand to his chest, his expression changing slightly. I must take revenge. By then, it was already the middle of the night. There were still a few lit places along the road. As Callus was tying a silk band over his eyes, someone called out to him, "Callus, no matter what happens, even if nothing happens at all, you must contact me. I am ready to help you with anything." Callus smiled faintly and replied, "Huberian, thank you." Huberian looked at him with sincere admiration. "You are the true hero who saved the world. Being able to join the subjugation party with you, I feel greatly honored. If you did not already have a fiancé, I would even have tried to introduce my niece to you." Faced with his teasing, Callus trembled slightly and answered awkwardly, "No need. It is all right." Huberian stood beside the carriage, opening the door in advance to invite him in. "In any case, take care." After that, the carriage began to roll away. Huberian remained standing there, watching for a while. Sitting in the carriage, Callus muttered to himself, "What use is saving the whole world? I cannot save that person." Meanwhile, in the room from earlier, only Romeo remained, standing there in a daze. His face was half hidden between shadow and light. His lips moved as he spoke to himself. "I truly want to see you, Leo." All this time, Romeo had been looking at the stuffed rabbit he had seen earlier inside Callus's suitcase. He carefully picked it up. Romeo knelt on the ground, stroking the rabbit as he told himself, "Very soon, I will definitely find the human who killed you. I definitely will. With my own hands." This story was never supposed to be like this. Before long, morning had come. The sky was clear and peaceful. Many people were gathered around a bookstall. The owner of the stall was enthusiastically promoting his wares. "Come on, everyone, hurry and buy one. This is the book recording the achievements of the Frenzied Dragon Subjugation Party. It includes an exclusive reporter's interview. There are even illustrations and portraits inside." Quite a few people bought that type of book. 1 gold coin per copy. "Sell me one. Here's your book, sir." After obtaining the book, the person who had just bought it immediately opened it and read it right there on the street. While reading, that person wondered, "What is this?" It is not like them at all. Even the introduction is full of fabricated nonsense. Still, everyone worked hard. I truly want to see everyone the way we were before. Now that it has been written into a story, I am someone who desperately struggles to avoid my destined fate, while my childhood friends hate me. A flash of memory surfaced in that strange person's mind. Beneath the cloak, her identity was Lelia. "Was it you who killed my friend? After killing the crown prince and becoming the sole queen, did you think about living a life of luxury and pleasure?" At that time, Romeo had coldly condemned her. "You killed Leo." Rifit looked at her with eyes filled with bitter hatred. Callus had his brows tightly furrowed. Though his eyes were covered by a strip of cloth, his fury could still be seen. Oscar was no different from the others. He cruelly said, "We will never forgive you, Lelio Ilaria." Lelia was extremely panicked. She wanted to open her mouth and explain, but she could not say a word. No, it is not what all of you think." Suddenly, a mark appeared on her neck. It was like a kind of magical curse binding her, preventing her from saying anything. "I cannot speak any truth at all. The person you know is Leo, and the one with whom you shared precious memories is Leo. Now he no longer exists in this world. Even so, why must I die at the hands of my childhood friends? The holy neutral zone, the sacred land of Cruz." Time turned back several years. Back then, The nuns had led the children on a tour of the sanctuary. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Someone fell into the lake. It is Crown Prince Leo." Without the slightest hesitation, Romeo rushed forward. "I will save him." Callus and Oscar could only stand there watching him. A while later, Romeo had rescued the person and brought them to shore. A nun hurriedly dropped to her knees and cried out anxiously, "His Highness Crown Prince Leo?" Romeo looked extremely worried. He supported Lilia and shouted at the nun, "He swallowed a lot of water. Hurry and do something." She immediately opened a magic circle. The nun placed her hand on Lilia's stomach. Lilia began vomiting up the lake water she had swallowed. After emergency treatment, that nun looked back and said to the other nun, "I have used divine power, but His Highness's body temperature is still very low." They began panicking and calling to one another in fear. "Hurry and move His Highness to the infirmary. Prepare warm water." At that moment, Lilia suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking completely awake. She shouted loudly, "I am fine." She slowly sat up, her clothes clinging wetly to her body as she trembled, and said, thank you. I'm all right now. Leave me alone for a while." After returning to her palace, Lilia immediately took off her soaked clothes. Sitting in a hot bath, she muttered to herself, "It is fine. Everything is fine now. Nothing will happen." She thought to herself, "No one saw me. I will not die. So cold, so tired. But why? Why does it feel as though in the past I also endured pain like this all alone?" That's right. Back then, I always had to lie in a hospital bed. I could hardly do anything at all. I could only read romance novels or play games. In her previous life, Lilia had originally been a person from the modern world. Lying in a hospital bed, she tapped at her phone. Add this ingredient and this one too. The recovery potion is complete. Now I can heal the little girl in the village. In the game, anything can be done, as long as I work hard to gather ingredients. Whether it is money or life itself, I can control everything as I wish. Lilia tilted her head and looked out the window. Her voice was tinged with sadness. It is the complete opposite of reality. I can only wait for my life to come to an end. At that moment, she had cleared the level on her phone. Lilia muttered to herself again, "If I can be reborn, I want to live in the world of this game." That was what I prayed for. But if my wish was going to be granted, why could it not be done properly? What the hell is this? Although being reborn alone is already something wonderful, why did I not enter the game? Why did I fall into a world outside the game instead? This is the world of a romance novel I read in my previous life. And I am now. She picked up a mirror and gritted her teeth as she asked herself, why did I become this character? Lilia Oleria. Suddenly, voices called from outside. "Your Highness." Lilia, Your Highness the Prince. "About your health. Are you feeling any better?" Lilia turned her face toward the door and gave a small nod. She called outside, "I truly am fine. I just want to be alone for a while." The servants also did not want to disturb her further and prepare to leave. "Yes, we understand. If your Highness needs anything, please call us." Only then did Lilia let out a relieved breath. She laid back on the bed, placed an arm over her forehead, and thought. The crown prince of the Oleria Empire nearly lost his life. If their superiors find out about this, they will hardly escape death. It is understandable for them to worry. Fortunately, thanks to the holy power of the clergy, I managed to survive. Lilia pressed her lips together slightly, seeming rather uncomfortable inside. She looked at the curse mark on her palm. But because this is an unimportant supporting character, the novel did not write anything detailed about the crown prince. Will this life also be silent and obscure? The current emperor of the Oleria Empire was Lidio's Oleria. His younger sister, Princess Iris, had already passed away, but while she was alive, she had fallen in love with a bodyguard knight born as a commoner. That person was the father of the owner of this body, Lilia Oleria. Her father was a commoner, and her mother was Princess Iris. Not long after giving birth to Lilia, Iris died amid the internal chaos caused by the struggle for the throne. With all of those factors piled together, Lilia became a forgotten member of the imperial family, living in a small tower at the edge of the imperial palace, wearing clothes that did not fit because she was so frail and thin. A few palace maids prepared simple meals for her. Her life was very poor, but also peaceful. Then that person, Emperor Lidios, appeared. Lilia was summoned to the imperial palace. The old Emperor Lidios sat on the throne. When he saw her, he shouted furiously, "Iris, that fool, actually dared to give birth to a girl." He suddenly curved his mouth into a smile, one full of calculation and devoid of goodwill. He He looked down at Lilia as if looking at a toy. Excellent. Who else knows of this child's existence? A servant answered. Aside from the maids who served her, such as ourselves, no one knows the truth. After hearing that, Lidios slowly rose from his seat. Is that so? He stepped down and grabbed Lilia tightly by the wrist. Looking at the mark on her hand, he seemed more certain and reassured. That is right. It truly is the mark of the blood pact. You truly carry the royal bloodline of the Olaria family. You're even the same age as my prince Leo. Good. Kill all those maids. Kill every single person who knows about this. On the Dracania continent, a dragon had awakened. At that time, the one who defeated the dragon and saved the world was the Holy Emperor of the Dracania Church, together with the 5 heroes. After becoming heroes, the 5 heroes each established their own empires. The Holy Emperor shared the dragon's magical power with them, and, at the same time, recognized the authority of each imperial family. However, there was one condition. If one day the dragon was reborn, the heroes had to answer the summons of the Dracania Church and enter into the blood pact. Time passed just like that. Several years ago, at the far end of the continent, a frenzied dragon egg appeared. No matter what method was used, it could not be destroyed. Dark magical power radiated from around the egg. Because of the influence of the dragon egg, ferocious monsters gradually revived. The entire world once again fell into chaos and unease. The Dracania Church was forced to summon the descendants of the 5 heroes, the emperors of the 5 empires. To prepare for the day the dragon egg hatched, they would order the royal descendants to gather at the sanctuary, which would be responsible for raising and training them. In this way, the descendants of the heroes, the 5 children bearing the marks of the pact, received a summons from the sanctuary. After having dealt with the maids from before, Lidios drew his sword and sliced off Lilia's long hair. Those people of the Dracania Church, they finally got rid of the thorn in their side and climbed onto the imperial throne. Though the sanctuary is a neutral zone, the possibility of assassins cannot be ruled out. How could I allow my only son to go to such a dangerous place? Do you understand now? From this moment onward, you are the crown prince of the Olaria Empire, Leo Olaria. Now, thinking back to that time, Lilia gritted her teeth and felt indignant. This whole matter, that detestable emperor, what have you done to a pitiful girl like me? No matter how you put it, he actually forced me to enter the sanctuary in the crown prince's place. And I really am something too. Just because he fed me a pile of delicious food, I obediently listened to the emperor. There was no helping it. At the time, I was truly so hungry my stomach was burning. If I look at it positively, according to the original plot, I would live a life full of suffering. Before long, because I carelessly slipped, I would fall into the lake in the imperial palace and drown. In contrast, the time I spend in the sanctuary can be considered relatively safe. Even if I find someone to help me, I cannot reveal that my true identity is Lilia. If I accidentally say it, the silencing spell the Emperor placed on me will immediately activate. I will cough up blood and die in agony. Lilia seemed to have reached an impasse. She said to herself, there really is nothing to be happy about at all. Is this not just the same as my previous life? Am I supposed to tremble beneath the shadow of death again, helplessly sitting and waiting for the day I surrender to fate? In a story written by someone else, am I supposed to sit still and wait for lightning to strike again? I cannot do that. Right now, the body she had entered was only Lilia at the age of 7. There was still some time left. Thinking that, Lilia suddenly regained her willpower. She confidently reassured herself, I know the plot of the story in advance. In that case, avoiding death by drowning should not be difficult. I just need to not go near the lake. Her eyes flashed with determination. So for the time being, I will do my best to survive here for the next 3 years. I absolutely must not let anyone discover that I am an imposter. The next day, the weather was beautiful. Lilia had woken up early, tidied herself, and gone out to tour the sanctuary. Her face showed tension and looked somewhat unnatural. A small matter like this should not have been anything at all. She had no idea that someone was watching her from behind. That person was Romeo. He leaned against the trunk of a tree, looking at her while thinking about something. In Crew's sanctuary, aside from the children from the 4 great families who bore the marks of the pact, noble children from other countries also lived together. Lilia passed through the crowds. She looked as though she was trying to keep her distance from everyone. Sooner or later, they would all have to go together to defeat the frenzied dragon, so everyone took the opportunity to build connections early. Here, any class division based on status was absolutely forbidden. They even occasionally had to take part in activities such as sport competitions. Aside from the time spent in daily prayer, life here was quite relaxed. Compared to my circumstances before, this place is truly heaven. The most important thing is, Lilia clenched her hands tightly, her whole body trembling with eager anticipation. As long as I go to the dining hall, I can always eat delicious food. Ahead of her, two girls like her were walking close together, leaning in and whispering. I'm actually not very used to the food here. That is true. Every morning, it takes so much effort just to fix my hair. When I came here, it was the first time I had to wash my own hair. Why are we not allowed to bring attendants? Having to wear the exact same uniform every day is boring me to death. Exactly. I miss those gorgeous formal dresses so much. After hearing their conversation, Lilia looked down at her own clothes and sighed in admiration. I think this is fine. It is very comfortable to wear. Could it be because the clothes I used to wear were far too ragged? To prepare for the war against the frenzied dragon, princes and nobles all stayed within this sanctuary. However, in the novel, there's almost nothing written about their life here because the sanctuary was not the main setting of the story. It was only mentioned briefly a few times. During these 3 years, neither the male lead nor the female lead appeared, and there was no mention at all of how Lilia lived after entering the sanctuary in Crown Prince Leo's place. Lilia did not stand there anymore. She slowly walked inside while thinking. In the story, Lilia drowned in the lake at the Imperial Palace. In that case, the 3 years here should be all right. For now, I should just live properly. But no matter what, to die by slipping, falling into a lake, and drowning. Does Lilia have something wrong with her brain? I should still feel lucky I was not assassinated. Suddenly, a voice rang out, jolting her back to her senses. Hey you, are you all right now? Lilia was slightly bewildered and turned to look at the person who had spoken. It was Romeo. He propped his chin on his hand and looked at her with eyes full of interest. He smiled and said to her, "You seem to be in very good condition." Lilia's cheeks unconsciously flushed red. This kid is Romeo. He placed a hand on his chest, curved his mouth into a smile, and continued. Yesterday, when you fell into the lake and nearly drowned, I was the one who saved you. Did you know that? Lilia could only force a smile and answer vaguely. Of course. I remember. Thank you. Suddenly, she froze for a moment. Her eyes widened as she stared at the person before her. That handsome blonde boy was. That boy was Romeo Roseberry, Prince of the Roseberry Empire. He was one of the main members of the Frenzied Dragon Subjugation Squad. From the very beginning, Romeo had been one of the male leads. In other words, he was an important character in the original story. If I remember correctly, he was a very gentle person with an elegant air. Seeing Lilia staring at him without blinking, Romeo spoke up. Hey, don't stare at me. And you're not saying anything, either. Are you mute? Lilia struggled to keep her smile. Thank you very much. But Romeo only grew more overbearing. Oh, really? You're thanking me. That's it? Aren't you the crown prince? You think a few words of thanks are enough? Or are you only capable of saying things like thank you? Looking at Romeo's scheming, devilish expression, Lilia could hardly believe it. Anger slowly began to rise inside her. Gentle? Elegant? She couldn't see any of that at all. In the end, she had no choice but to go along with Romeo. What do you want me to do? He smiled and answered, obviously, it will be prayer time soon, and the priest will come looking for me. Just tell them I went to your room to play and fell asleep. Make sure you say you felt too awkward to wake me. After hearing that, Lilia's face fell slightly. I thought you were asking me to help with something important. So, you were asking me to help you skip class? Seeing her attitude, Romeo began lecturing her. You're usually obedient and exemplary. Besides, you're the crown prince. Everyone will believe what you say. So, Lilia reluctantly answered, Fine. Romeo looked at her and chuckled. Really? I think we actually get along pretty well. She glanced to the side, her cheeks reddening again in embarrassment. She sighed inwardly. His eating manners do look refined, but his personality is truly awful. While I'm here, I need to eat as much as I can. After all, I'll only be staying at the sanctuary for 3 years. Once I return to the Empire, I'll probably end up going hungry every other meal. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Romeo asked Lilia, by the way, do you have a pattern on your palm? I'm really curious. Do you actually have one? Can you show me? She hesitated, then agreed. Fine. With that, she spread out her palm for Romeo to see. He looked at the mark on her palm and said, So everyone really has one? Suddenly, both of them stopped. At the same time, their gazes turned forward. The female students were all looking in one direction. Every one of them was strangely blushing, making Lilia curious. What is going on? Could that child be? Everyone there, including her and Romeo, was marveling at the sight of a very handsome boy with a somewhat cold, unapproachable air. Raifid Nigia. Romeo suddenly shot up, his expression turning sour. Rifid, I hate that guy. Hearing him say that, Lilia was a little curious and wondered inwardly. You hate him? Why? He's the comrade who will join the frenzied dragon subjugation squad with you. He's the young prince of the Nijia Empire. Later, he even becomes Emperor of Nijia. On top of that, he becomes the strongest holy knight in history. His personality may be cold, but his looks are unbelievably handsome. I didn't expect him and Romeo to be on bad terms at this point. Romeo propped his chin on his hand, tilted his head, and complained to Lilia. Besides, I think he's petty and stupid. Lilia said nothing and instead noticed someone else sitting quietly alone at a table, eating by himself. This child has silver hair and red eyes. Could he be Oscar Herbert? He's a little older than me, but he's even smaller. So this is what he looked like as a child. Right now, he only seems frail, but later he will become the man readers call the Mad Emperor. At this moment, Romeo was still prattling on nonstop. He pointed in another direction, and him too. Callus Aska. Lilia followed the direction of his finger. Callus, the nephew of the emperor of the Aska Empire. At the same time, he was also the person who sacrificed the most after they defeated the frenzied dragon. What is wrong with this kid? The people he hates are all main characters. Could he have already figured out who his rivals in love for the heroine would be? In the end, the heroine ends up with her childhood friend, while all the others are. Seeing Lilia stay silent the whole time, Romeo turned to her and asked, "What about you? You hate them too, right? I'm your friend. Whoever I hate, you gotta hate them too. Don't you use your brain?" Hearing those unpleasant and unreasonable words, Lilia felt extremely irritated. "Who wants to be friends with you? I'm grateful that you saved me from drowning, but I have no intention of becoming your friend." She answered with a fake smile. "I think that sounds good." Hearing her say that, Romeo turned away as if sulking and widened the distance between them. "You're so boring." Lilia didn't pay much attention to his reaction. "I'm actually delighted. My goal is to live a peaceful life in this sanctuary and return safely to the Empire. I don't want to get involved with the main characters. What if I get tangled up with them and die? As long as I stay as a minor supporting character, I can survive. I'll think about the rest later. For that purpose, I absolutely must not get involved with them." However, after breakfast, everyone began moving. When they passed by a corner of the sanctuary, quite a few people were standing there. Lilia's face suddenly turned ashen. In the corner, Oscar seemed as though he was being bullied. His eyes were wide, and tears streamed down his face. This time, he had truly made up his mind. When everyone saw Oscar sitting there, they began whispering. "What's wrong? Why is he like that? Is his name Oscar?" Facing their comments, he trembled and cried. "No." Then Oscar sobbed in anguish and raised both hands to cover his face. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out. "What are you doing? Your mother died, yet you turned your head away. Oscar, use those cursed eyes of yours and look properly. Do you know why your eyes are red? It's because the blood of the person who died right before your eyes splashed onto your face and gradually dyed them red. Otherwise, in this imperial family, how could only your eyes be so ugly? You are a monster. A monster." Suddenly, a voice rang out, bringing Oscar back to his senses. Oscar remembered that he had panicked back then. He had called for his mother. "Mother!" Oscar's mother lay in Oscar's arms, trembling. "Oscar, it hurts so much." There were countless wounds on her body. Oscar's mother reached out with a shaking hand. "Oscar, hurry and save me. Save me, Oscar." At that moment, he came back to himself after someone shoved him hard. Lilia was shouting loudly, "Wake up, Oscar Herbert! Everything you're seeing is fake. Don't listen to what they say." She fixed a firm gaze on Oscar. Lilia's two hands held his face tightly. "Look into my eyes. Calm down. It's safe here. You're all right." Oscar was even more moved and silently looked at her. Just then, Tezsis rushed over in a panic. "What happened, Crown Prince Oscar?" Looking at his current expression, she sighed. "It seems he's feeling better. In the end, I've caused trouble." At that moment, Lilia felt somewhat helpless and could not say a word. Oscar Herbert, Oscar's biological father, Emperor Herbert, had killed dozens of people, as well as Oscar's mother, right in front of him. He had cursed Oscar, the boy with red eyes, as a monster. The Emperor's voice haunted Oscar for his entire life. But in the original story, it only took one sentence from the heroine. At that time, Juliana had said, "Your eyes are very beautiful." Just because of that one sentence, Oscar's unhappy childhood was saved. She suddenly remembered when she had read the novel. But that makes sense. When I read the novel, I didn't feel anything. But when I actually face Oscar, I could see he is far too small, too thin, and too young. No one could have imagined that Oscar had been this fragile as a child. Lilia remembered herself shouting in panic. "What are you all doing? Hurry and call the medical teacher." There truly had been no way for her to pretend she hadn't seen anything. Now, alone, she sighed and thought, even though I don't want anything to do with them. Just then, Romeo's voice rang out, startling Lelia. You really are a heretic, aren't you? She was extremely surprised by his appearance. Romeo, what? You were standing nearby watching and didn't help? After hearing that, Romeo asked in confusion, help? You falling into the lake and his condition are completely different matters. Lelia was extremely displeased by his answer. Then Romeo stared blankly as she coldly walked away. As Lelia walked, she snapped in irritation. What now? Why are you following me? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, what was that just now? What kind of spell did you use? She calmly explained, it was just a method to help him calm down. He was simply having an attack. Before Lelia could finish speaking, he interrupted. Wasn't he possessed by a demon? That was how ordinary people in this world understood things. If they saw someone suffering because of invisible things, they immediately assumed that person was possessed by a devil. That was why no one would help Oscar. Once or twice might be fine, but if the attacks continued over the 3 years he lived here, the sanctuary would definitely suspect that Oscar was possessed by an evil spirit. And this was precisely Emperor Herbert's scheme. He wanted to ruin Oscar's reputation in order to install another prince as heir. After thinking for a while, she explained, there are no demons or ghosts. His mind was simply wounded, so he saw things that weren't there. Don't you often daydream too? This is something similar. Romeo still seemed puzzled. How can anyone dream with their eyes open? Lelia calmly confirmed, they can. He did not believe her words. You talk nonsense, and you're stubborn too. There's no evidence for anything you're saying. For the crown prince of an empire, your level of understanding is shockingly low. Hearing Romeo speak, Lelia stayed silent and did not answer. Then she could not help commenting, this guy is awful. In the original story, he at least pretended to be kind and gentle in front of the heroine. Oscar is being called demon-possessed, yet you don't understand how he feels? You and Oscar are both people who are dreaming with your eyes open. Suddenly, his words caught her off guard. Keep talking. Lelia blurted in disbelief. What? At that moment, Romeo calmly answered, about dreaming with your eyes open. His hand was clenched tightly into a fist. Romeo continued with determination. Explain it to me. Tell me more. She was currently very surprised by his reaction. Lelia looked at Romeo's expression and assessed him. Maybe he really wants to know. After all, he is still only a child. Then she explained carefully, the human mind is very weak. In other words, the human brain is very fragile. The things inside here are not only weak, but also stubborn and cruel. As long as you witness something frightening, it can be etched into your heart forever. Then, when your body becomes tired and weakened, that memory will return. After listening for a while, he blurted out, then what happens if that keeps repeating? Lelia explained patiently. It would definitely be very painful, wouldn't it? Those shocking images would appear in your mind for your whole life, to the point that you believe you truly saw them with your own eyes. Some people live their entire lives in that kind of pain, and in the end, unable to bear it, they choose death. Now Romeo's face darkened as he said, suicide is a grave sin. It is an act of offering one's soul to the devil. It is a betrayal of the crew's faith. After hearing that, she confirmed, yes, it is a sin. That's not wrong. But there are people who are driven to do it. That does not mean they are possessed by an evil spirit. It isn't because of demons. It is because they're in too much pain and despair. When people are tormented to their limit, they cannot think normally. They think that if they die, everything will end. In truth, I know why Romeo is so concerned about demons. It is because when Romeo was young, he witnessed his mother's suicide with his own eyes. Romeo's mother had actually loved another man, but her parents did not permit the two of them to be together. In order to seize power, they married her off to the emperor of the Roseberry Empire. Fortunately, the emperor loved her deeply and always treated her well. The emperor did not blame her for anything and always hoped that one day she would open her heart. However, she could never forget the person she loved. The relationship between the emperor and empress grew cold. Worried, the empress's parents threatened their daughter. If she wanted to save the man she loved, she had to give birth to the crown prince. And so Romeo was born. The empress's position also became more secure. But her parents used that weakness to threaten her. Whenever they wanted something, they used that man's life to threaten her. But one day, the man the empress loved so deeply chose to take his own life. He could not bear that he was causing the woman he loved to suffer. The empress spent the rest of her life bedridden because of guilt, and her condition worsened day by day. She suffered hallucinations and sleepwalking. Rumors spread like wildfire that the empress had been possessed by a demon. In the end, the empress resolved to meet the same end as the man she had loved, and she never imagined that Romeo would witness the entire scene. People began saying that the empress had died because she had been possessed by a demon. They said that Crown Prince Romeo, before anyone knew it, would someday suffer the same condition. Romeo was deeply saddened when he heard those things. Although he had a gentle stepmother and a father who loved him dearly, and although Romeo did not suffer from hallucinations or disturbing sounds like Oscar, I know that deep in his heart, he must also have very deep wounds. His fear of demons only grew stronger. Returning to the present, Lelia fell silent after her explanation. This was something Romeo had confessed to the heroine himself in the original story, so I can't reveal that I already know about it. At that moment, sadness entered her eyes. Someday, the wounds in his heart will heal. At that thought, the corners of Lelia's mouth unconsciously lifted. After a moment, she spoke. There are no demons in this world. At least, that is what I believe. There are only people who have hurt you. There are no demons in this world, so don't be afraid. After hearing Lelia's words, he stared blankly. Romeo's lips suddenly trembled violently. His face also flushed red. Romeo declared firmly, "You are definitely a heretic." Hearing that, she blurted out, "Huh." Then he said, "No one says things like you do. If I told the priests and nobles, they would definitely consider you a heretic, wouldn't they?" Hearing that, she was horrified. What? In an instant, Lelia panicked as she realized the problem. Wait. If word gets out that the Crown Prince of Valeria is a heretic, the Emperor might wring my neck to death. Romeo spoke with extreme calm. You should understand what kind of consequences there would be if you said such things to anyone else. Seeing him like that, she froze. What? Is he threatening me? Then he frankly confirmed, "That's right." Lelia suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Romeo by the collar. Then she threatened him. "If you tell anyone about this, I will kill you." Got it. For a brief moment, he stared blankly at Lelia's threat. Seeing that, she felt very satisfied. Good. This brat is scared now. No matter how arrogant he is, he's still only a 10-year-old child. But I still can't feel completely at ease. I have to use this chance to establish who is above and who is below. I once read a book about training puppies. Should I make him call me Big Sister? No, that's not right. Big Brother? Romeo is 3 years older than me. Lelia suddenly froze as she realized something. The Frenzied Dragon Subjugation Squad. Then she released Romeo's collar. Also, from now on, you have to call me Captain. After hearing that, he stared blankly. What? You don't want to? The one who has your weakness is me. She continued speaking very calmly. So, do you want to go against me? Romeo was frightened pale by Lelia's words and could not say anything. In the end, he let out an irritated sound. Romeo opened his mouth in disgust. This is really unbearable. Fine, I won't tell anyone. But in the future, if you still want to talk to me about that. Before he could finish, she interrupted. About Oscar not being possessed by a demon? Fine, you can listen as much as you want. Romeo's face turned bright red after Lelia pointed out what he was thinking. Thank you, Captain. She looked up at him and smiled. Oh, I originally didn't want to have anything to do with them. How did I end up taking in one of the future dragon-slaying heroes as my underling? Well, if it's only him, it should be all right. At the same time, Tessus's voice rang out from inside the room. Your Highness, please tell the truth. Is it true that Crown Prince Leo of Valeria hit you? Lean saw Oscar lying on the bed, stammering, and no. That is not wrong, but, seeing him like that, she panicked. Oh my goodness, how could this happen? He tried hard to explain. No, it was not. It was not that. No, it was not like that. That child, you are safe and sound now. Oscar stared blankly and blurted out, he only wanted to help me. Sunlight shone into Lelia's house. She was sitting in a chair, enjoying tea. At that moment, she thought, if I had known this would happen, I would not have taken Romeo as my subordinate. It has not even been a full day, and he has already come to my house to play. At that moment, Romeo was reading a book while commenting, this is really interesting. Captain, do you want to read it? Lelia could not help remarking, you are far too casual. This world even has comic books. Then she realized someone seemed to have arrived. He also noticed it, right? Suddenly, the living room fell silent. Lelia stared blankly at Romeo. He also looked back at her in confusion. Then Romeo unhappily snapped the book shut. He walked toward the door and asked, I was just getting to the good part. Who on earth is it? Seeing Romeo's manner, she commented, you do look somewhat like a subordinate. Not bad. Meanwhile, he opened the door and complained, I do not even need to look. It must be a priest. It is not prayer time yet. Before he could finish speaking, Romeo went silent. When he saw the person who had come, he suddenly looked puzzled. Why are you here? Hearing that, Lelia was very confused. Only when she looked outside the door did she also feel startled, because the person who had come was none other than Oscar. Oscar Herbert. Romeo asked unhappily. Dwarf, I asked why you came here. What kind of royal are you? Have you gone mute? Lelia thought rather helplessly. You are royal too. Were you not raised by kind parents? Who taught you to speak like this? Will Oscar be frightened? Yet he still kept an indifferent, carefree attitude. Seeing this, she could not help marveling. He is not afraid at all, as expected of a future emperor. Then Lilia spoke up to remind him, "Hey, Romeo, since he has come, do not scare him." He replied unhappily, "Fine, Captain." She was somewhat surprised by Romeo's reaction. After that, tea and sweets were brought out. She suddenly felt curious. "So, why did you come here?" Oscar now said awkwardly, "Why yesterday? Thank you for helping me. I came here to thank you." Lilia spoke very politely. "It was nothing. It was not a big deal. Actually, I wanted to pretend I had not seen anything. I thought about it for a long time before deciding to help you." Hearing him say thank you made her feel a little embarrassed. Then she asked Oscar with concern, "Are you hungry? Do you want a snack?" He raised his head and stammered, Thank you." Lilia stared at Oscar, thinking to herself, "I feel a little sorry for him. Give him something to eat." Though the food had been brought by Romeo, after stammering for a while, he finally managed to say a complete sentence. Thank you for your hospitality." Romeo silently listened nearby as the two talked. Then he suddenly stood up and said, "Hey you, not only do you go crazy, but have you been talking like that all year too?" Dissatisfied with Romeo's attitude, she warned him, "Hey." As for Oscar, after being called out, not only was he not angry, he calmly replied, "Sometimes, when I am nervous or scared." Before he could finish speaking, Romeo cut him off. You seem to be like this every single day. Do you stutter?" Lilia was completely angered and shouted loudly, "Hey, Romeo, do not go too far. Friends should not mock each other." Romeo retorted indignantly, "Who is friends with him? Captain, would you be friends with this year-round stutterer? Did I not already say it? I hate this brat." She could not hold back anymore and slammed the table. "Romeo!" He instantly stopped when Lilia shouted at him. Romeo did not want to continue confronting them, so he snorted coldly and left. Seeing this, she called after him, "Hey, Romeo!" But the only answer Lilia received was the heavy sound of the door closing. "That childish little—" "No, that is not right. He is only 10 years old. He is just a child." She somewhat helplessly raised a hand and covered her face. Then Lilia sat down and sincerely said to Oscar, "I apologize on Romeo's behalf. I am sorry. Do not mind him acting like that. Actually, he is not exactly a good person, but he is not bad by nature." Oscar did not care too much about it. It is all right. Anyway, what he said is true. She did not expect him to react like that. "What?" Oscar now looked out the window and confided, "I do not have any friends. No one would like someone like me, who stammers and stutters when he speaks." He was only a child. How could he accept something like this, as if it were only natural? It could not help making one's heart ache. She suddenly felt pity for him, because he was far too sensible. After thinking for a while, Lilia spoke. "Why would you have no friends? You could just be friends with me. How could I have helped you if I hated you? So do not think that way." Oscar froze when he heard her encouragement. Even though you know that I stutter, you would still choose that." Lilia affirmed it firmly. "Of course." At that moment, he could not believe it and sat there motionless. Oscar replied a little shyly, Thank you. "But how did you know my name?" She suddenly recalled every moment when she had spoken to him. "Oscar Herbert, everything you saw was fake. Do not listen to what he said." "Oscar Herbert." Lilia became flustered. "Well, you are the crown prince of Herbert." Oscar still looked puzzled. Yesterday was the first time I met you." She continued, trying to justify herself. "It is normal. I have always been someone who knows things clearly." Lilia suddenly sighed when she realized it. She had always wanted to be someone discreet, but it was all useless. He meanwhile grew curious. "But why does he call you Captain?" Hearing this question, she did not know how she should answer. Then Lilia remembered her own threats. "If you dare tell anyone, I will kill you. Call me Captain." With no other choice, she made up a reason. "Because I am handsome, perhaps?" He saw how calm and composed I was, and felt respect for me. Oscar looked at Lilia with admiration. "Is that so? Then may I call you Captain too?" She had not expected his proposal. "What? Oscar, you want to call me?" Oscar stated his wish. "I also want to call you Captain." Lilia suddenly felt worried and blurted out that. She suddenly remembered the scene of Oscar taking revenge for his mother. He had overcome his psychological trauma, killed his father, and become the Blood Emperor. "Father, from now on, as long as anyone dares climb over my head, I will kill them all. And you, Father, you are the beginning." Unconsciously, her hands tightened around herself. Oscar's voice trembled a little. "Captain, seeing her hesitation, he guessed, I cannot. Is it because I was like that yesterday?" Lilia hurriedly denied it. "What? No, it is not. After hearing that, Oscar continued speaking. It is not that. Then could it be because I stutter? She denied it once again. It is not that. Mainly, I am afraid that if you call me captain, you'll cut me down in the future. My goal is to survive. Meanwhile, his eyes had already filled with tears. Seeing that scene, Lilia became even more flustered. She suddenly gritted her teeth and let out a cry. In the end, Lilia sprang to her feet and said, "Ugh, fine. Of course you can. Why would you not be able to? Call me that. I am letting you call me that. All right." Oscar froze when she agreed. "Oh, really?" Lilia confirmed it. "What I said is true." "Ugh, whatever. Call me whatever you want." Suddenly, his words surprised her. "I thought you hated me. That is such a relief." Lilia's face suddenly turned red when she heard Oscar admit that. Only then did he notice her reaction. Then Oscar cautiously asked, "Did you dislike it?" Lilia immediately raised a hand and denied it. "No, how could that be? I am happy." Seeing this, he finally felt more at ease. "That is good." As for her, she hurriedly turned away to avoid Oscar's gaze. In her heart, Lilia told herself, right, as long as you are happy. To be honest, I am afraid of being discovered as a girl. But judging by appearance, Romeo and Oscar are both very pretty children. I can relax, especially Oscar. Is he an elf? He spoke a little shyly. Please look after me from now on. See, Captain, the two of them will be fine. It will be all right. In the depths of the forest where there were many wolves, the masked person asked curiously, "Can you really kill him?" Tessis then quietly confirmed, "I understand. I will act according to His Majesty's will." The next morning, Romeo asked with concern, "Captain, did you sleep well? Let's go eat breakfast." "Why are you going alone? Call me to go with you." Just then, Oscar ran over and said, Captain, did you sleep well? And may I sit beside you? I also want to eat with you." Seeing this, Romeo became angry. "Who said you could join us? Lately, you have been clinging to Captain nonstop. I have put up with you for a long time." Oscar retorted to Romeo, "I did not ask you." Romeo was very surprised that Oscar dared talk back. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, Lilia was helpless as she watched this scene. While Oscar showed an indifferent attitude, she realized, is it standing out too much? Why did things become like this? What exactly is the problem? But that is true. I cannot blame anyone else. Seeing that Lilia remained silent, Romeo asked, "Captain, what are you thinking about? Why are you not answering?" Oscar suddenly grew curious. "See, Captain, is something wrong?" She stayed silent for a moment before replying, "It is nothing. I'm just a little hungry." Romeo suddenly became excited. "Captain, I have discovered that you really like eating." "Oh, right. Have you heard about the nighttime activity?" Lilia was very surprised by this information. At night, he spoke up to confirm it. They said we are to gather outside. What exactly are they planning? To dispel our fear of demons? The people of Soma must not fear the dark. At Crew's sanctuary, there was a tradition that allowed new priests to climb a mountain. Climbing the mountain together at night could foster cooperation and dispel fear of demons. Although it was a small mountain, for children, it was a very long distance. The priest would lead the children to a wooden cabin halfway up the mountain. It would be best if the children returned after reaching the destination and lighting the demon-purifying candle. That evening, the priest gave instructions. Begin climbing the mountain in groups of 2. This is to fight the fear within the darkness together with your companion and defeat the evil that wants to swallow your hearts. Everyone, do not worry. The priests climb this mountain every day. There are only small animals here, like rabbits and squirrels. At that moment, a female classmate said tremblingly, "I am scared." A male classmate felt excited instead. "This feels really interesting. We can defeat the demons in our hearts." Romeo suddenly asked curiously, "Captain, who are you in a group with?" Lilia quickly replied, "Of course I am going alone." He could not believe it. "What?" She calmly instructed Romeo. "You and Oscar should be in a group." Romeo was extremely confused. "What?" Lilia asked bluntly. "Why? Are you scared?" He became a little flustered. Just then, Oscar spoke. "I understand. I will listen to Captain." Romeo instantly flew into a rage. "Hey!" Oscar did not care about his reaction and asked Romeo, "Are you as scared because you cannot be with Captain?" Romeo quickly retorted, "I am not scared." She spoke up to settle everything. "Then it is decided." He still muttered unhappily. Lilia calmly pointed out, "This is an opportunity for you two to grow closer. Do not quarrel." Now Romeo began to feel afraid. "Are there really no monsters?" She answered honestly, "I think there are not." "Romeo, do not be afraid. Just think in your heart that it would be better if there were no demons." Romeo's face went pale. "What are you saying?" Oscar beside them unexpectedly said, "I also think there are no demons." Seeing this, she praised him. As expected, Oscar thinks so too. He replied confidently, I'm not afraid of demons at all." Meanwhile, Romeo's expression was extremely ugly. Lilia looked at Romeo's face and judged. Even his frail-looking scholar is not afraid, so I absolutely cannot back down. Romeo, your thoughts are written all over your face. But it was normal that Oscar was not afraid. To him, his father was more terrifying than this, more frightening than demons in the dark. I was the same. Darkness had always been beside me. At that time, what I feared most was being forgotten by everyone, starving and dying alone. She thought absent-mindedly and turned to the side. He still showed his usual indifferent attitude, even while being questioned by Romeo. If I had known earlier, I should not have gotten involved with them. I cannot lead the children into. At this moment, they are characters in the novel. If I want to protect my life, I cannot keep getting involved with them. But I cannot silently watch today's tragedy happen. Tonight, the mountain is not safe. Not because of demons, but because someone intends to harm a child by deliberately letting a ferocious beast appear on the mountain. Lilia's hand was holding a beautiful bracelet. Even if I say these things, not only will no one believe me, but I may even be thrown into prison by those traitors. I will find a way to stop this. A voice sounded from deep in the forest. Why does something feel strange? We should have reached the wooden cabin by now. But forget the wooden cabin. We cannot even see anyone else. Callus was extremely surprised when he heard this. What? You mean we are lost? But there's only one path. Ryford replied worriedly. That is why I said it is strange. It is because you have no brains and just kept walking forward. That is why we ended up like this. He was provoked and shouted, What? You bastard! Who are you saying has no brains? Callus fell forward and cried out in panic. At that moment, he had fallen onto a large tree root. Callus's leg was injured and swelling purple. He cried out in panic when the lamp broke. Callus's face instantly became very ugly. Ryford was extremely worried when he saw this. It is dark, and even the oil lamp is broken. What should we do now? Callus stood up and said in a panic, This is all your fault. Ryford was helpless after being blamed by Callus. What are you thinking? How can you blame me? Callus continued criticizing him. If you had not talked nonsense to me, I would not have fallen. He said in complete helplessness, You really know how to shift blame. You truly are an idiot. Ryford could not hold back anymore and rushed into a fight with Callus. You bastard. Being suddenly attacked, Callus shouted loudly, What are you doing? The two of them fought for a long time before finally stopping. Callus raised a hand to touch his wound and bluntly complained, Idiot, what a waste of time. Ryford still stood there motionless, his hands clenched into fists. Callus walked over and picked up the oil lamp. Fine, hurry up and get lost. Get lost, you coward. Lilia watched everything and remarked, So that is how they quarreled. That is why Callus ended up alone. In the novel, it was written that he had greatly regretted it. We quarreled over a tiny matter. At that time, we were all immature children. Only you were a little child. If I could have been a little more sensible. If I had not left you alone, things would not have turned out that way. A while later, Ryford, left alone, cursed softly, Damn it. The pain made him unable to hold back a cry. The pain made Ryford curse again. Damn it. His back looked extremely lonely in the deep forest. Suddenly, a sound attracted Ryford's attention. Hearing it, he laughed. What? You came back. You were scared walking the mountain road alone, were you not? Then Ryford froze when he saw a pale, white hand rise up. His face instantly changed color. Now Lilia said sinisterly, No, I'm not Callus, Ryford. Seeing this, Ryford became even more panicked and speechless. Meanwhile, she glanced around and said, Ugh, seriously, one thing after another. Just then, her clothes got caught on a branch again. Oh, it came loose. Great. Just then, Lilia discovered a dark figure charging toward her. At some point, he had rushed over, shouting, Get lost! Get lost! Go away, you demon! Ryford's foot kicked hard into her waist. His face clearly showed anger, while Lilia, in pain from being kicked, cried out in shock. A doubtful voice rang out. So you are Prince Leo, the idiot playing captain? Lilia curled her lips mockingly. Fortunately, you realized I am not a monster. Callus Aska. His whole body trembled as he forced a smile. I was still wondering who you were. I did not expect you to be weaker than me. She immediately judged. You are in no position to say that to me while breaking out in cold sweat. Callus could not help wondering. But why are you here? Lilia hesitated slightly before answering. Well, there are many reasons. Let's go down first. We have to get down a mountain quickly, right now. Callus stared blankly, unable to understand her reaction. Ignoring her request, he calmly stretched out and laid down on the ground, frightening Lilia. He slowly opened his mouth. Callus calmly ordered, Carry me down the mountain. My leg has ended up like this. We can only stay here until morning. She was suddenly at a loss. not knowing what to say in response. Lilia angrily gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. This ignorant fool still has that indifferent look on his face. Has he even thought about whose fault it is that I came all the way here and got kicked? Tonight, you will lose an arm in this mountain path. If that is the case, I can only tell him the truth, even though he will not believe me. She called out, "Hey, you may not believe this, but tonight a ferocious beast will appear on this mountain." Callus frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly believe that? Can you stop talking nonsense? Lilia was still disappointed, even though she had expected it. Sure enough, this was how he reacted. I did not expect him to believe it anyway. She silently pondered a plan to deal with it. She spoke again, calling his name. "Callus, do you trust your uncle?" He suddenly sprang up and rushed toward her at full speed. Callus grabbed Lilia by the collar with both hands while she was still stunned. He shouted, "I am asking you, you bastard. Who sent you here? Answer me." Lilia hurriedly resisted. "What? How could someone have sent me?" She looked at him suspiciously. What is wrong with him all of a sudden? She raised her hand, showing the symbol as proof. "I am the crown prince of Valeria. Of course the emperor of Valeria sent me." Callus examined the symbol on her hand, but he still had some doubts. He questioned her. "It was not my uncle who sent you." She denied it. "How could your uncle have sent me? You really are an idiot. Let go already." Callus breathed a sigh of relief. He asked curiously, "But how do you know about my uncle?" Lilia improvised an answer. "Actually, I am good at observing." She thought, "For now, I will use that as an excuse." The Aska Empire, a kingdom of desert and sorcery. Because of the emperor's tyranny, the entire country was completely laid to waste. Adults and children suffered under cruel labor. All of it was because of the Aska Emperor. Though he was brutal, he was still an important uncle to Callus. To the cruel emperor of Aska, Callus was a thorn in his eye. He feared that one day, Callus would threaten his throne. Lilia avoided his gaze and continued speaking. "Your uncle wants to kill you." Callus continued her words. "Because my uncle wants to kill me, he sent a fierce beast up the mountain." She immediately answered, "That is right." He agreed. "Unbelievable. What you said is true." The space quickly sank into silence, as Callus thought. He smiled self-mockingly. "Then I will die." She widened her eyes in shock. "What?" Callus continued. "I also know that uncle is not right. His majesty wants to kill me, so I might as well die according to his wishes." Lilia froze in place for a moment. Callus shouted, driving her away. "Get lost. Did you not say a fierce beast will appear? You bastard, hurry up and get lost. It has nothing to do with you anyway." She retorted inwardly. "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? I've already seen you get hurt. How could I just leave you behind and go? Right now, I am interfering in Callus's matter. There is no guarantee it will develop the same way as in the original. At that point, it might not be just losing an arm. He might actually die." She sighed inwardly. Good grief. In truth, he must be scared to death. Callus forced his voice to sound fierce and shouted, "Damn it, leave before I kill you. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost." Lilia slowly replied, "Even if you did not say that, I was going to leave." He gritted his teeth and accepted it. "But I will not leave alone. Callus, this may hurt, so endure it for a bit." He turned his head back, his face paling in surprise. "What? Wait, what are you trying to do now?" The darkness of night had already covered the dense forest. Lilia had considered it. "If I fail, I will hit him a few more times." Luckily, it only took one hit. This body is unexpectedly healthier and sturdier than I thought. But the problem is that I do not know the way. I can only rely on the moonlight. Even though we are heading downward, it does not feel like we're making progress. Do not tell me they used magic or sorcery to change the path into a shifting form. We have to find a way. She suddenly stiffened and stopped when she sensed a sound. Lilia hurriedly turned toward the source of the sound and observed carefully. Her whole body was drenched in sweat from nervous fear. At last, the wolf would appear. The hem of someone's clothes swayed faintly behind the bushes before her. A voice spoke. "May I ask what you are doing here?" "You are." Lilia immediately recognized him. "Ryfid? Why is he here? I thought he had left Callus behind alone." She answered awkwardly. "I am the Prince of Valeria." He also quickly recognized her. "I know you, but what are you doing here?" Lilia hesitated before replying. "That is rather complicated. Sorry, but there is no time to explain right now. You may not believe this, but the mountain is very dangerous right now. A beast is about to appear." Ryfid calmly continued. "The priests travel this mountain every day. Animals like ferocious beasts." She lost patience and shouted, cutting him off. "After you meet the wolves in a moment, I want to see whether you can still say things like that. Anyway, hurry up. We have to go down the mountain together." He remarked, "This path is intertwined like a maze." Lilia hurriedly said, "I know that. but the exit must be somewhere. Ryford looked straight at her expressionlessly. He glanced aside in exasperation and let out a sigh. Ryford said, "I found a way." She was surprised. "What? Really?" Lilia opened her eyes wide and noticed something. In his outstretched hand, he was holding a lantern box of fireflies. That is right, fireflies. Although they were not bright, the fireflies had replaced candles. Lilia thought to herself, but Ryford does not need this, does he? Although he has not awakened yet, he was born with holy power. Even in the dark, he can see clearly. In the original work, it said he left Callus behind alone. After Ryford found the way out, did he return? And he even deliberately made a lantern. He asked in confusion, "What is wrong with that boy?" She suddenly hesitated, thinking of an excuse. "Well, he got scared and fainted. In truth, I knocked him out." "Callus? Impossible." Ryford sighed lightly and mocked. "Useless." He was so arrogant and smug, too. "I knew this would happen." Lilia quietly observed his attitude. Although his words are a little harsh, he must have come back because he was worried about Callus. Who knows? In the original, perhaps the two of them actually got lost on the way. Thinking this, she could not help bursting into laughter. Ryford bluntly demanded, "Do not laugh. It looks unpleasant." Lilia still could not stop laughing now that she had understood. "It seems I misunderstood. Ryford, you are actually a good person." He blankly tilted his head in confusion. She skillfully changed the subject. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and lead the way." "Let us go," he said helplessly. "Fine. Look at the light and follow me." A certain instinct made chills rise all over Ryford's body. Lilia called softly, "Ryford." She asked curiously, "What is wrong?" Right nearby, a wolf was lying in wait in the bushes. Lilia immediately turned her head reflexively to look. The wolf instantly lunged and slashed past her. Ryford quickly threw a stick to drive it away. His steps staggered slightly. Lilia was terrified as she clearly felt the claw wound across her chest. Fresh blood dripped onto the cold ground. She tried to brace her legs and regain her balance. She groaned softly in pain. A figure hurried over and blocked the way in front of her. Ryford held a branch in his hand and tried to hold off the wolves. Could it be the wolves? The vicious wolves surrounded them. Ryford could not help being shocked. They actually appeared. "Why are there wolves here?" Lilia called his name. "Ryford, blow the whistle around my neck. This is a priest's whistle." "Hurry." He secretly judged. Is this person not afraid? She told herself this is bad. Her legs were trembling nonstop. "I am so scared I cannot move." Even if we blow the whistle, the priest cannot come here immediately. For now, Ryford quickly blew the whistle as she requested. The assassin froze slightly in surprise. It is enough to make the assassin think the priest might come. If we are lucky, the assassin will be frightened and leave with the wolves. Ryford suddenly stopped blowing the whistle and widened his eyes at what was ahead. A wolf quickly lunged to attack them. He reacted swiftly and blocked the blow beside her. Another wolf was also charging over at full speed. It bared its teeth and bit down hard, making blood spurt from his shoulder. Lilia shouted in worry. A purple light instantly appeared afterward. Ryford was surrounded by a powerful magic circle. Even he himself was surprised by the scene. Seeing it, she could not help being suspicious. Is this holy power? It is not yet time for Ryford to awaken his holy power. Did it awaken early because he faced a life-threatening crisis? She asked worriedly. "Ryford, are you all right?" Callus's voice suddenly rang out. "Why is it so noisy? It is blinding." He suddenly froze completely. What exactly happened here? Lilia turned her head to reassure Ryford. "Wait, calm down." Callus mercilessly shoved her away. "Let me go already." She turned back in alarm to look at Ryford. His body swayed, losing balance. Callus silently reached into his clothes to take something out. He gritted his teeth with determination. A wolf lunged over and knocked his whole body down. For an instant, Lilia stood dead still before the horrific scene happening right in front of her eyes. No, Refith. In the original, Callus lost one arm because of the Wolfpack's attack. But Callus swung a great sword with his remaining hand. The image of Callus after he had grown up suddenly flashed through her mind. He became the most active warrior in the Frenzied Dragon Subjugation Squad. But that sacrifice could not be undone. So at least, let me save the arm he was supposed to lose tonight. That is all I wanted to do. I should have been more careful. Because of me, the situation has become even worse. The sound of heavy breathing immediately pulled Lilia back from her thoughts to reality. Callus was struggling to push the wolf's corpse off his body. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He decisively pulled the blade out of the wolf's body. Lilia stared blankly in shock. A short sword? This guy actually brought that with him. Callus complained tiredly. Damn it, they really are wolves. You should have told me it was true, you bastard. Lilia said helplessly. You idiot, I told you it was true. He stubbornly retorted. Who could believe that? She was so angry. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not believing me. Raifid uncomfortably stopped the two of them. This is not the time to argue about that. The wolves were still surrounding them with murderous ferocity. The assassin in the tree suddenly cast magic. Fog abruptly rolled in. He ordered cut. Raifid was startled to realize that the wolf pack was slowly dissolving into flying sand. Even the wolf that had been stabbed and collapsed was gradually falling apart. Its whole body quickly turned into fine sand. He was shocked and did not understand. The wolves turned into sand. What is happening? They disappeared. Lilia explained. The assassin thought he could not kill us, so he destroyed the evidence. Raifid asked suspiciously, why do you speak as though someone was controlling the wolves? So that is why you blew the whistle, to scare him? He once again looked at the whistle hanging at her chest. She asked, which of us did the assassin want to kill? Callus immediately answered, me. This is something from Aska. With his hand, he grabbed a handful of sand and examined it. The curse of sand. Callus angrily clenched his hand into a fist. It is true. So it was true. My uncle wanted to kill me. Tears unconsciously flowed without stopping. Out of resentment, he said he truly wanted to kill me. Lilia only stood silently beside him, not knowing how to comfort him. She called his name softly. Callus. But she hurriedly closed her mouth, not daring to continue. She thought his arm is safe and sound, and his life was protected too. How could I say that? Lilia tactfully changed the subject and urged them. Hurry, it is still not safe here. Let us get down the mountain quickly. Callus looked at her with tearful eyes. Raifid stepped forward and suggested, let me carry him. She objected, no, you cannot. Your arm is injured. Get on my back. I do not have a strength to knock you out again either. Callus blushed in grievance and glared sideways at her. He swung his hand and punched himself in the head. Damn it, fine, you can carry me. Raifid ignored them and calmly treated his own wound. Lilia announced, all right, let us go. Lying on her back, Callus asked in confusion, but why does my right ankle hurt so much? I was injured on the left. She confessed, sorry. When I knocked you out, I accidentally stepped on your right foot. I thought it was something soft. He was furious. You bastard. She complained. I already apologized. I cannot breathe anymore. Stop. Raifid suddenly paused for a moment. Callus and Lilia also stopped and turned back. We almost died just now, and yet you can still laugh and joke. How interesting. Callus blushed in embarrassment. What? You are clearly laughing too. Raifid immediately denied it. I am not laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? Callus angrily shouted. What did you say? Lilia reminded him. Do not move. The priests were gathered in one place. The sounds of discussion rang out one after another. They still have not returned? We should go search for them now. A voice shouted loudly in announcement. Something terrible has happened. The princes said His Highness went up the mountain alone. Then the conflicting voices began again. What? Did they not say 3 people were in a group? It seems something happened to them. Oscar suddenly realized something. Figures were slowly approaching from afar. He shouted, Captain. Romeo worriedly continued. Where did you go? Lilia was panting, exhausted from the long journey. She forced herself to look up ahead with difficulty. Finally, her whole body suddenly froze against her will. Lilia's vision also gradually blurred. A panicked voice rushed toward her, calling Captain. Someone's crying could be heard. Lilia slowly opened her eyes and asked, who is crying? The person crying was Oscar. He realized Lilia had awakened. Oscar shouted with his face full of tears, Captain, you are awake. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him. Oscar, why are you crying? Romeo, standing beside the sickbed, answered irritably, is it not all because you were injured, Captain? Lilia softly called, Romeo, this is... Romeo answered, the temple infirmary. Thank goodness you woke up. I will go call a priest. You watch over him. Lilia murmured, the infirmary, is it? Then Oscar, who stayed behind, said, after that, you immediately fainted. At those words, she sat up and asked worriedly, what about the other 2? He answered, after receiving treatment, they went to meet the high-ranking priest. The female priest who had followed Romeo and asked, Crown Prince Leo, Your Highness, you are awake. Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable or in pain? Lilia thought to herself, she looks so gentle. Then she touched her stomach and answered, there is nowhere uncomfortable right now. Suddenly, something felt wrong. Wait, the wound on my stomach has healed. My clothes are also fine. Thinking of that, her hands and feet began trembling nonstop. Lilia thought anxiously, oh my god, that means they discovered that I am a girl. If they find out about this, the Emperor will definitely kill me. Oscar worriedly called her, Captain. The female priest whispered softly into Lilia's ear. Your Highness, it is all right. I was the one who changed your clothes. No one else saw anything, so please calm down. Of course, I will not tell anyone either. Still trembling, she looked at the female priest. Romeo worriedly asked, Captain, are you all right? Oscar stammered. See, Captain still has not recovered. Lilia said loudly, No, I'm fine now. Once she had confirmed Lilia's health, the female priest opened the door and left. Suddenly, someone came over and called to her. You are awake. Two people entered the room. Rifat asked, You look all right, do you not? Lilia called out to them, Rifat, Callus. Seeing them, she inwardly thanked the heavens that they were safe and sound. Thank goodness. The priests healed Rifat's arm. Both of Callus's arms are still fine. Thank goodness. Rifat said to her, You should also go meet the high-ranking priest. We intend to use this opportunity to protest to them. Lilia asked in confusion, What? You're not opposed to it. Are you not the crown prince of Valeria? He and I are also members of royal families. Hearing that, she fell silent for a moment. Then Lilia sank into deep thought. Something major had happened. The priests were responsible for informing each nation of the incident. They investigated carefully, but in the end, Callus had lost an arm. When the children from the various nations learned the truth, they all reported it back to their homelands, causing a great uproar. However, Callus's uncle, the victim's own uncle, Emperor Aska, wanted to settle the matter quietly. This is the imperial year. We are working together with the temple to nurture them. After my nephew was injured, my heart felt as if it were being cut by knives. I am pained and furious, but now is not the proper time. Everyone must not forget our purpose in sending the children here for this visit. Since the victim's uncle, the emperor himself, had said as much, the other empires could not say anything either. The temple apologized to the various nations and promised to be more careful in the future. After that, the priests put a great deal of effort into protecting the children. What must Callus have felt then, after losing one arm? Callus also knew that his uncle wanted to kill him, but he did not tell anyone, nor could he ask anyone else for help. That was only natural. If even his own uncle wanted to kill him, who could he trust? The others also kept their distance from Callus, who had survived the incident. Lilia asked about what had happened on the mountain. Does anyone besides us know? Rifid replied, No, not yet. She said seriously, Then don't tell anyone else. Can we pretend this never happened? Hearing that, Rifid immediately asked, Are you insane? Captain, is your head all right? Oscar hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Well, Captain is a little. Lilia pressed her lips together and thought that although Callus was not showing it, he must surely be very sad because of this. In the original story, under circumstances like these, Callus voluntarily gave up his royal privileges and became the king of the mercenaries. But right now, this guy was only a 10-year-old child. She made up her mind and pleaded, Please, let this be a secret between us. Rifat asked in confusion, Why exactly? Faced with the sudden question, Lilia looked flustered. That is... Actually, if my father finds out, something terrible will happen. My father truly dotes on me. He loves me so much that she imagined her father hugging her. Leo, come here and let father give you a kiss. At that time, Lilia would give an awkward smile and reply, Father, really? He kisses me every day, and when I sleep, he even holds me in his arms. Oscar blurted out, Oh my. Romeo looked horrified. That's insane. Rifid was so disgusted that he exclaimed, I can't take this. Callus, meanwhile, desperately held back his laughter. Lilia looked at them trembling and thought, Even I feel nauseated after saying that. Then she added, In any case, once my father finds out I was injured, what do you think he will do? He will definitely cry. He will be heartbroken, make a huge fuss, and insist on charging off like a mad dragon or something. Then my heart will hurt too. So please, all right, I will grant each of you one wish. Callus said quietly, Me too. I don't want to make this matter bigger. Hearing that, Rifat had no choice but to agree. Fine, if that is what you say. Romeo still objected fiercely. I don't agree. Captain, is your head broken? Can't you use your brain for once? You almost died. Did getting bitten by a wolf make your head stupid? Or were you already stupid to begin with? You only just woke up. Is your brain still not working? Romeo's words shocked everyone. Hey, stop him. What are you? You? Romeo, be quiet for a moment. Romeo was shouted down by Lilia and held back. Then he yelled, Fine, I have no right to oppose my stupid captain. Do whatever you want. After that, he hurriedly ran out. When the door closed, Lilia muttered blankly, That child, how dare he? Seeing this, Oscar stepped forward to comfort her. Captain, calm down. You know what Romeo is like. You have to be the more mature one, Captain. Only then did Lilia sigh and reply, You're right, Oscar. The more mature a person is, the greater they become. I'm sorry for raising my voice. Oscar hurriedly said, And no, It's all right. It wasn't your fault. Hearing her conversation with Oscar, Ryfit and Callus were both utterly surprised. Then Callus asked, "Why did that person just call you captain? Are you really playing captain at your age?" Lilia answered awkwardly, "This is not a game. They said they wanted to call me that. What am I supposed to do?" In her heart, she muttered one more sentence. "Although I did force Romeo to call me that." Ryfit and Callus fell silent. Then Callus grinned and said, "Is that so? Then that means..." Ryfit continued, "Then if we want to call you captain," Ryfit asked, "we can call you captain too, right?" Hearing this, Lilia trembled again. "What? No, wait. You too? Could it be that you also want to call me?" Ryfit replied, "Of course." Callus smiled and said, "That's right." The two of them spoke in unison. "We look forward to your guidance from now on, Captain." Lilia's mouth fell open as she thought, "No, why exactly did this happen?" This went far beyond my expectations. Several days passed since then. After we encountered danger and requested that the matter be kept secret, the priests were as delighted as if a pie had fallen from the sky. The high-ranking priests personally came to find us, bowed their heads in thanks, promised that this would never happen again, and also promised to find the criminal. But I knew that even if they investigated, they would not find anything, because this was something the high-ranking priests and the emperor of the Aska Empire had done together. With no evidence, no one was punished. But we returned to our peaceful lives. Every day was peaceful. At night, in the bedroom, Romeo asserted his authority over the others. "If anyone dares take my spot, I will never forgive you." Oscar, sitting in a corner, said, "Romeo, you're the one who always rolls over and falls asleep. It's awful." Ryfit propped up his head and said, "Romeo, why don't you add another bed?" Callus lay sprawled on the bed and said irritably, "What? You two are too noisy. Hurry up and sleep. You're so annoying. Hurry and turn off the lamp. It's too bright." Romeo immediately answered, "I'm still reading." Oscar said softly, I can sleep even with the light on." It was probably Romeo who then spoke to Callus. "I can lend you a book that suits your level." This was Lilia's bedroom. The sight that greeted her when she entered the room was 4 beds lined up in a row. Lilia thought in irritation, "Why did these people move their beds into my room?" When Romeo saw her arrive, he invited her, "Captain, let's sleep together." Before anything else could happen, Lilia walked back out and slammed the door shut. She silently cursed, "Sleep with you all, my ass. Why do they have to sleep in my room? Why do they have to sleep in my room? Everyone here is royalty. You should all have been assigned several rooms like I was. But why? I never told anyone to run into my room." Lilia sat against the door in frustration. Living together with the 4 future heroes, this was no longer a question of whether it was obvious or not. What is going on? She comforted herself. Forget it, forget it. I still have to stay in the temple for 3 more years. There must be a way. In any case, things are still developing according to the plot. After this, I will not meet them again. Not long after I return to Ilaria, the real Leo Ilaria will pass away. Early one morning, several girls were talking excitedly among themselves. "Ah, look over there. He is the one, right?" The child the 4 of them call captain. "That boy is the crown prince of Ilaria." At that moment, Lilia was sitting alone, eating ice cream from a cup. Everyone went crazy over her beauty. "He is so handsome." The group of girls was completely enchanted by Lilia's looks. Just then, Juliana was passing through the corridor. When she saw Lilia, she thought, "Thank goodness I woke up so early today. What is going on? Why is he alone? Usually, he is always with those 4. Juliana held the banister as she walked toward Lilia. She thought, now is the best chance to approach him. Lilia noticed the person standing in front of her. Juliana politely curtsied in greeting. "Good day. You are the crown prince of the Ilaria Empire. Are you not?" Lilia hurriedly replied, "Ah, yes." Juliana introduced herself excitedly. "I am from the Nigia Empire. My father is Count Childers." Lilia looked at her for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "I see. Do you need something from me?" Lilia's smile truly made Juliana blush. She said shyly, I want to be friends with you. Are you often together with those boys?" Lilia immediately knew who she meant. Juliana said, "Yes. Everyone calls you captain. I think you are amazing." Lilia denied it. That is not actually amazing at all. It just somehow turned out this way." Juliana insisted, "It really is amazing." Hearing someone praise her like that, Lilia could not hide her pride and thought, "What do I do? It seems I'm really popular. A pretty girl likes me. My goal of becoming invisible has completely collapsed. This is all because of that 4-person Royal Leech gang." She recalled what had happened a few days earlier. The group of 4 had all rushed into her room at once. "Captain, good morning." Lilia was furious. "Don't just barge in here whenever you want." Usually, wherever she went, they followed. "No matter where I go, they're always by my side." Romeo cheerfully called her Captain, Captain. Everyone excitedly called Lilia Captain, Captain. Oscar and Callus also happily followed her around. Just thinking about it exhausted Lilia. I really cannot rest easy. Today, I woke up early to escape those pests. The gazes of the girls looking at her were still full of infatuation. After the four royals became my subordinates, everyone's curiosity about me increased. The people from Ilaria were all lower-ranking nobles who had never seen the real Crown Prince Leo, so I did not need to worry about being exposed as an imposter. But the problem was that Leo and I had completely different personalities. The real Leo was not only arrogant, but also hopeless. Still, there was no need to worry about being compared to the real one. It feels wonderful to be able to act freely. 3 years later, not long after I returned to Ilaria, Emperor Ledios and Crown Prince Leo will die because of someone's rebellion. When that time comes, I will... Juliana called out to Lilia. Crown Prince Leo. Lilia smiled and replied, sorry. Go ahead. Juliana said, well, actually, I wanted to ask you something. Then Juliana's entire face turned red. Seeing this, Lilia inwardly praised her. Her face turned red. How cute. Lilia spoke first. If there is something you want to ask, just ask. Juliana hesitated and said, She gathered her courage and said, has Lord Ryford said anything about me? Lilia blankly let out, huh? Juliana shyly explained, actually, I am His Highness Ryford's fiancée, but His Highness Ryford treats me. This time, it was Lilia's turn to blush. Issei. She thought to herself, so she wanted to ask about Ryford. Then Lilia politely replied, I do not think I can help you. He and I have never talked about that subject. Juliana said quietly, I see. Lilia added, my subordinates and I also rarely eat together normally. Suddenly, someone shouted, Captain! It turned out to be the group of four, who had pushed the door open and rushed over. Callus led the group and said irritably, you little brat, why did you run off alone? When I woke up and found you were not in the room, I was scared to death. Lilia's face went pale with fear. These leeches woke up this quickly? Ryford glanced at Lilia. Suddenly, he realized there was someone else here. When Juliana was looked at, she jumped in surprise. Oh my. Then she turned and ran. Then let us talk next time. Goodbye. Juliana ran past Romeo with a red face. Oscar hesitantly asked, who was that just now? Romeo asked innocently, Captain's girlfriend? Callus had the same question. This guy's girlfriend? Lilia thought in annoyance. It was just a momentary illusion. Oscar panicked. Callus, your relationships with girls are usually rather unclear. Sea Captain is very beautiful. Hearing this, Callus shouted, what? My relationships with girls are not bad. Lilia thought resentfully. Oscar, I am not happy hearing you say that. Romeo said, it is just like Oscar said. Captain is very popular with girls. Callus, are you an idiot? Callus blushed and said, what? You call me an idiot? Romeo changed the subject. Let's see what we are eating today. Hey, Romeo. Callus snapped irritably. Do not look down on me. Oscar turned to ask Lilia, who was sitting in a daze. See, Captain, is it true? Is she your girlfriend? She paused and looked at Oscar for a moment. Then Lilia hurriedly replied, oh my, of course not. If she were my girlfriend, that would be a big problem. She is Prince Ryford's fiancée. Callus cried out in surprise. What? You actually have a fiancée? Ryford closed his eyes and said, do none of you have fiancés? Callus replied, I do not. Romeo could not believe it and said, liar. Oscar, sitting beside them, said shyly, I do not have one either. Romeo exclaimed in shock, what? Lilia secretly let out an in her mind. She sighed and thought, those hated by the emperor do not have fiancés. Then Romeo turned and asked Lilia, then what about Captain? She was startled when her name was called. He asked, you definitely have one, right? A fiancé. Lilia flinched and blurted out, Callus propped up his chin and said, well, I think Captain probably does not have one. Romeo asked cheerfully, you cannot possibly not have one, right, Captain? Lilia hesitated. Well, she broke into a cold sweat and thought, no. I do not know. The original story did not mention Leo's fiancée. After all, Leo was only a minor character. Lilia was silent for a long while, then thought deeply. But if I say the wrong thing, it will become very complicated. The real Leo was loved by the emperor, so it would be perfectly normal for him to have a fiancée. But sending me here cannot have been that simple. In that case, they must have minimized Leo's relationships. Then Lilia sighed softly. After thinking for a long time, she understood that she had to do her best within the range of what she knew. She began to make something up. Oh, my body has always been weak, so they were afraid I would worry and did not tell me in advance. I seem to remember father saying something like that. But it is also possible that I do not have one. Ryford said, that is possible. Lilia breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I deceived them and got through it. However, Callus asked suspiciously, but you said your body is weak. Yet you carried me down from the mountain. You may look sickly, but you are very strong. Lilia hurriedly explained, at that time, the situation was dangerous, so I forgot my fatigue. If the priest had not treated me, my arm would have been ruined long ago. Callus, you should thank me. Just how much did I want to save you to be able to bring out such astonishing strength? After being told that much, his whole face turned red with embarrassment. Romeo looked at Lilia seriously. Then he asked, Captain, if I were in danger, you would do the same, right? She let out, huh? Romeo angrily said loudly, What? Are you hesitating? I was the first one to become your good friend. Did you forget? Is your head broken? Lilia waved her hand and replied, I know. I remember. When the time comes, I will definitely protect you. Oscar shyly asked her, See, Captain, then you would save me too, right? Lilia answered proudly, Oscar, if it is you, I will carry you every day. Because she thought, you are smaller than me, so your body is lighter than mine. Hearing this, Oscar laughed softly. Moved, he said, that is good. Lilia could not help patting Oscar's head. So cute. He is just like a spirit. Is someone this cute really older than me? If I had a younger brother, would it feel like this? Although his eye color was different, their hair colors were similar. She gently touched a strand of his hair and said, Oscar, now that you mention it, we have the same hair color. If others saw us, they might think we were siblings. Oscar blushed and said, As siblings? You can think of me as an older brother and rely on me. Callus said helplessly, Seriously? Siblings? Are you joking? You two really know how to say things that cause bloody storms. Romeo propped up his chin and said, Good grief. Sometimes, I really want to cover Captain's mouth. Lilia puffed out her cheeks and thought, what? Maybe it is true. Suddenly, she noticed something. Come to think of it, the guy is awfully quiet. Lilia looked at Ryford for a moment. Several thoughts passed through her mind. The expression of a lonely child. He followed the others and was always by my side, but in truth, he treated me very coldly. It made it impossible not to care about him. Lilia took a deep breath. Then she called out, Ryford, I will say this first. I would also do the same if it were you. At least you would not cry like Callus, and you would not make me carry you. When Callus was called out, he became angry from embarrassment. Hey, who are you saying cried and played dirty? Lilia replied, Who else could it be? Of course it is you. Callus said helplessly, You really are. Her words moved Ryford deeply. Lilia called to everyone, I'm not asking you anymore. All right, everyone, start eating. Romeo interrupted, Hey, wait, Captain. Did you not already eat before we arrived? She answered enthusiastically, I can still eat more. He said quietly, the embodiment of gluttony. Callus asked thoughtfully, Are you really frail? Lilia snapped in irritation. Oh my, you are all so noisy. I am leaving. Night fell in the bedroom of the four of them. The sound of someone crying rang out. Oscar clutched the bed sheets tightly, looking as if he were in terrible pain. Then, suddenly, he woke with a start. Oscar's eyes shone brightly. He sat there panting, as though he had just gone through a nightmare. Trembling, Oscar covered his eyes with his hand. A voice echoed inside his head. It is all right. You are very safe now. You can rely on me. Oscar's eyes opened wide, looking terribly frightening. Then he closed his eyes and cried. Oscar sat on the bed with his knees drawn up, silently pleading, Help me. Captain, a child spoke up and asked, You said you wanted to go outside? Plates of sweets and tea were arranged on the table, looking incredibly beautiful and tempting. Romeo propped his chin on his hand and leaned against the chair. Yes, don't stay in the room all day. Go out and play once in a while. Callus licked the cake crumbs still stuck to the corner of his mouth and asked in confusion, What? Go where? To the courtyard? Romeo immediately retorted, No, we should go outside the temple to play. The sacred neutral zone has a commercial district too. Ryford sat with his legs crossed, holding a book. In a mature manner, he raised his head and said, Although it is a little far from the temple, it does exist. This is a neutral zone where business is quite active. Lilia timidly asked, Even so, will the priest let us go outside? Romeo placed his index finger to his lips and smiled slyly. His eyes sparkled as he said, The three of you were attacked by wolves on the mountain. This matter is enough to affect relations between the empires and Crew's sanctuary, but we did not reveal it. Ryford immediately understood Romeo's meaning. In other words, we have caught the temple by its weakness. Romeo replied at once, Exactly. He smiled mischievously again. Now they need to restore discipline and boost the priest's spirits. Let's go out for a trip. They will arrange guards for us anyway, won't they? Lilia silently thought, outside? Of course it would be a lie to say, I don't want to go out. I only ever went to the final tower of the imperial capital and have never been anywhere else. If I miss this chance, I may never be able to go outside again. Romeo said loudly, All right, everyone, let's go out. In that case, right away. Oscar remained seated where he was and stammered, "I'll stay here." Romeo was surprised. He had not expected Oscar to make such a decision. "What? Why? Come outside with us." Oscar hurriedly found an excuse. "I am too sleepy. I'll stay here and sleep. You all go. Go on." He walked toward the door, and Romeo called after him, "Hey, wait." Sweat broke out on Lilia's face. Countless thoughts tangled in her heart. Oscar is afraid of crowded places, not only because of the trauma his father caused him, but also because he is afraid of interacting with other people. "Can I help Oscar?" Suddenly, Lilia's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. "That's right." Romeo frowned in displeasure and grumbled, "What is this? We finally got a chance to go out and play." Lilia's voice rang out, "Let's go." Romeo froze for a few seconds. Lilia asked again, "What? Do you not want to go?" Romeo flusteredly said, "I do, but..." He hesitated and said, "Leaving Oscar behind and only going with us is a little." Lilia looked at Romeo with round eyes, a little surprised by his attitude toward Oscar. At first, Romeo hadn't liked Oscar at all. As expected, Romeo is a good boy. Lilia smiled and said, "It's all right. Let's go. Hurry and get ready." "Romeo, you're in charge of persuading the priests." Romeo was still completely worried about Oscar. "See, Captain, are we really leaving Oscar behind?" A luxurious carriage was brought over. The street outside was lively, far busier than before. Crowds of people moved back and forth. When the four children saw this scene, they could not help but be surprised, looking around from their side. Romeo spoke up. "It can't compare to the bustling streets of my Roseberry Empire." Callus said expressionlessly, "There's nothing to see. It's boring to death." Rifat added, "But it is very clean." Lilia thought to herself, "So this is how these imperial royals are." A knight politely said, "Your Highnesses, there are many people here. Please do not get lost." Lilia smiled politely. I will be careful. Thank you." Just as Romeo had thought, the priests had agreed to let us go outside. Our range of movement was limited to the bustling district near the temple. They arranged 5 nights for us. Lilia looked left and right, as if searching for something. "Then I'll try looking for it." Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had found the item she needed. Seeing this, the 3 boys asked, "Captain, is something there? What are you looking at?" They were surprised to see Lilia holding a doll. "You're not just a daddy's boy. You also have to hug a doll to sleep." It was a shop with a wooden display cabinet, its compartments filled with pretty dolls. The shopkeeper smiled kindly. "Welcome." Then he froze when he saw the children. "What? Why have holy knights come in here?" He stood still and observed them. Could they be royalty? A customer came in and politely greeted the shopkeeper. "Excuse me," but the shopkeeper still did not take his eyes off those children. Lilia's attention had fallen on a doll with rabbit ears and a pretty red bow tied around its neck. She gently picked it up with affection. Romeo looked at Lilia with a slightly judgmental gaze. "Do you really want to buy it?" "Captain, do you like dolls? Aren't those for girls?" Lilia replied in annoyance. "Hey, who decided only girls can like stuffed dolls?" Romeo did not know how to argue back. "That's true," Lilia stammered and asked. "But do any of you have money?" Callus calmly answered, "I don't." Romeo rummaged in his pocket. "Me neither, because I never need to use money." Lilia had no choice but to place her remaining hope on Rifat. With sparkling eyes, she asked, "Rifat, you definitely have money, right? You're the smartest, so you definitely do." Rifat calmly replied, I have money." Lilia immediately shouted happily, "Among these subordinates, you're the only one who can help me. Lend it to me. I'll pay you back later." Rifat generously said, "It is not much money anyway. You do not have to pay me back." Lilia was overjoyed, as if she had found treasure. "Really? Then I could buy one more doll, right?" Rifat sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. "Seeing you so happy. Do as you like." Lilia kept praising Rifat. "You're the best. Rifat, you really are a good person." Rifat was at a loss for words at her chatter and said, "All right, hurry and choose." Lilia still looked at Rifat with a grateful gaze. In the original work, there were 2 stories about dolls. The first was about Oscar. Oscar, one of the candidates, had an unrequited love for the heroine, Juliana. When he heard that the heroine and the male lead were getting married, he immediately went to see the heroine. Faced with Oscar's belated confession, Juliana gently but firmly refused. "Take this. It is one of the stuffed dolls my father and older brothers bought for me. It is very cute, isn't it? Do not tell my brothers. I'm already grown up. It feels strange to have someone give me stuffed dolls, but I like them very much. They make me feel as if I am being protected for my whole life. Consider this a gift for you." Juliana's father and older brothers had sent her too many stuffed dolls and were in the process of clearing them out. So whenever she saw someone, she would give that person a stuffed doll. But all of that happened later. This doll was the only special doll Oscar had. Oscar, called a red-eyed monster. Oscar, who killed his father to ascend the throne as emperor. Thinking about himself not being afraid as he presented Juliana with a stuffed doll, he gradually escaped from the nightmares tormenting him. I'm not the heroine giving him a gift. I do not know whether it will be effective or not. I just hope his heart will settle down. Lilia cheerfully chose 2 rabbits. I want this one and that one. Callus began to look as though he could not believe it. Rabbits, and 2 rabbits at that. Rifat asked, one is for Oscar? Romeo and Callus froze. What? 2 identical dolls. Callus suddenly grew excited. What? So that's how it is. Then can I buy one too? A doll. Rifat immediately poured cold water on him. Not you. Callus angrily cursed. Hey, you really have no shame. Romeo also excitedly asked, then what about me? Can I? Rifat rejected him without the slightest hesitation. You cannot either. In the end, Rifat also received an insult from Romeo. You scumbag. Those 2 just stood there staring fixedly at Rifat. Rifat sighed helplessly. In the end, he had no choice but to say, good grief. Choose one each. Romeo and Callus cheered. I'm going to buy the biggest one. The 2 ran toward the doll cabinet. Which one should I choose? Rifat shouted. Buy the smallest one. Lilia stood watching them tease one another. Hey. She held the rabbit in her hands with care. Now it had become my very own doll. Why does this make me so happy? I want to help Oscar's heart. There is not a trace of falsehood in that. But the reason I chose a doll is that I, or rather Riley, wanted a stuffed doll. I will not act like the original, but perhaps greed will be born. Still, if I have this child, surely it will be fine. The second story related to dolls. I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. The heroine, Juliana, in the original work was a young girl loved by everyone she met. She was extremely gentle, but she did not live in a happy environment from the start. Her biological father was a violent man. Her family abused Juliana. Juliana's painful life continued until she met someone. That person was someone everyone thought had died. The previous emperor of the Olaria Empire, Perseus Olaria. Perseus Olaria had fallen into his younger brother's trap and lost his beloved wife and newborn daughter. After he was stripped of the imperial throne, he escaped together with his twin princes and lived for a very long time. Juliana's mother became Perseus's wife, acting as the supporter who helped him regain the throne. This was a contractual marriage. Because of that, Juliana became the emperor's daughter. Perseus summoned the original ministers and those dissatisfied with Ledios' regime. 10 years after his throne had been stolen, he was finally able to execute his younger brother. It was the moment the true emperor of the Olaria Empire returned. For reference, by this point in the novel, Crown Prince Leo had already left. The minister who had always harbored hatred toward Ledios had been poisoning him repeatedly, and at last the time came for his life to end. Juliana became the empire's only princess and lived the life she had dreamed of. She wanted to become closer to Emperor Perseus. It was the happy time her biological father could never give her. Juliana wanted to hold her father's hand like an ordinary child. Juliana's father shouted, "Do not touch me." Perseus instinctively flung the child's hand away. Poor Juliana. Her wounded heart became dejected. Perseus was the same. Juliana sat curled up in her mother's arms. The little girl asked, "Does father hate me?" Her mother gently comforted Juliana. "That is not true." Juliana raised her head and looked at her mother, her eyes as if she were about to cry. But her mother looked ahead and said, "Look over there." Juliana's father was walking over with a huge teddy bear. He handed the bear to the little girl. "I frightened you just now. I am sorry. I am not used to being touched by others. Can you forgive me?" Juliana reached out and accepted the teddy bear. Thank goodness. The little girl hugged it and smiled brightly. "Father does not hate me." Juliana's father froze for a moment. His eyes went round at Juliana's cuteness. Her two older brothers, standing at the doorway and peeking in, also gaped in surprise, just like their father. Through this incident, Perseus and her two older brothers completely came to adore Juliana. From then on, they continued giving her stuffed dolls without end. In this content, there was no Lilia, because Lilia was not the main character. Lilia Olaria, 10 years old. Lilia still lived in a tower without light. After the matter of pretending to be Leo at the temple ended, what awaited Lilia was life in the tower as before. Ledios and Leo had died, but this time, Perseus held Lilia's fate in his hands. The officials met every day to discuss how to deal with Lilia. The meetings proceeded with countless opinions from the officials. That traitor who usurped the imperial throne loved that child very much. He even brought her to the main city and prepared a lavish banquet for her. Such a seed of rebellion should be killed early. But the girl is only a 10-year-old child. Furthermore, she is the daughter of Princess Iris. Why not use her in a national marriage? Let her marry Marquis Tiberius, who rendered great service. Perseus grew tired of the sluggish meetings. In the end, he did not even want to hear Lilia's name. The matter was pushed aside, and Lilia was left to live in the tower. He did not care about his younger sister's daughter because of hatred, but that was also very normal. Because Lilia's mother, Empress Iris, was a villainess who had tortured Perseus's deceased wife, Elizabeth. The clever and lovely Juliana had everything. Lilia had nothing but a sad, thin face. Because of hunger, she did not have the strength to become a wicked girl who was jealous and bullied Juliana. To survive, she secretly slipped out into the forest behind the city to search for fruits. She was an uninteresting supporting character. That day was the same. If she had not met Juliana, she would have been nothing more than a passerby. Lilia walked into the garden where Juliana was sleeping on a blanket. Beside Juliana was a basket of fresh fruit and delicious pastries. Lilia stood staring at that fruit basket with craving. Then she hurriedly picked up the pastries. Lilia stuffed them in her mouth and devoured them greedily. A sound rang out, startling Lilia. It turned out Juliana had shifted, but the little girl was still fast asleep. Juliana hugged the teddy bear in her arms, her expression extremely happy. Lilia frowned as she looked at Juliana. Jealousy made her feel uncomfortable. TCH. Lilia's eyes widened as she thought of something. Drawn closer by the sweet taste, greed unconsciously rose in her heart. She knew she was doing something she should not. Lilia reached toward the teddy bear and grabbed it tightly. Lilia pulled the teddy bear into her arms. She secretly glanced at Juliana, who was still sleeping soundly, then slowly stepped backward. Even so, she still wanted to hug the stuffed doll that represented love. Lilia turned and ran. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Hey, wait a moment. Who are you?" Lilia was so startled that she froze in place. Her face turned deathly pale as she turned her head toward the source of the voice. Lilia turned back, terror showing in her eyes. It was a voice full of authority, and it also carried reprimand. There is theft even in the imperial palace. Juliana's two older brothers had just walked over. One of them spoke while walking. "How dare you steal the princess's belongings? Have you no shame?" At the same time, Juliana, who had been sleeping, also woke up. She tilted her body and looked at her in surprise. At that moment, one of the two older brothers saw Lilia. He said in surprise, "You are that bully's daughter, aren't you?" When she heard those words, Lilia panicked and turned back. Her voice trembled faintly. When Juliana sat up and saw Lilia hold her doll, she was startled. My doll." A loud scolding voice rang out. "Not only did you bully my mother, now you want to steal my little sister Juliana's things? How dare you steal in the imperial palace?" When Juliana heard what her older brothers said, she immediately turned to stop them. "Brothers, do not do that. Do not say that." Then she turned to look at Lilia and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Juliana. That doll is my favorite. Could you give it back to me, please?" Lilia looked at the doll and hesitated. But then Lilia still decided to return the toy to the princess. After receiving the doll back, Juliana was very happy and said thank you. But her two older brothers were not like that. One said there was no need to thank a thief. The other raised his voice. "Hey, aren't you going to apologize?" When they received no response from Lilia, one of the imperial princess's older brothers stepped forward and said, "Hurry and kneel." Hurry and apologize to Juliana, but he was stopped by his own little sister. "Cedric, Damien, enough. Didn't she return it to us already?" Hearing these words from his little sister, he refuted her. "Juliana, I know you are very kind, but sometimes you must show the bearing of an imperial princess. Something like this cannot just be overlooked." Hearing that, Juliana lowered her face with a sad expression and answered, "I understand." Then they moved toward Lilia and spoke up. "Hey." He reached out his hand, and while speaking with a smile, pressed Lilia's head down with a voice full of killing intent. "Bow your head 100 times. He began speaking again in a low voice. "Strike your head against the ground 100 times. Lilia struggled to squeeze out the words. "I am sorry, Your Highness the Princess. I am sorry, Your Highness the Princess. I am sorry, Your Highness the Princess. I am sorry, Your Highness the Princess." The apologies continued to ring out until a call was heard. Juliana. Two people approached. They were the Emperor of the Empire and his loyal subject. Hearing the call, the Imperial Princess turned her head to look and called out, "Father." The Emperor approached his daughter, picked her up, and said, "It is almost time for dinner. Let us return to the palace." The princess's two older brothers ran over. "Father, father, you broke the rules." It was our turn to carry Juliana. Lilia could only stand there watching their family. Then, suddenly, she met the Emperor's gaze as he looked toward her. He only looked at her with cold eyes, then turned his head away. Juliana, who was gentle to a thief, and Juliana's blindly devoted brothers. Emperor Perseus, who was indifferent to everyone except Juliana. As their images surfaced in her mind, they abandoned Juliana like a decoration on a stage. Juliana was a girl no one loved. Back to reality in a room. Oscar sat on the bed with his head lowered. Lilia opened the door, stepped inside, and called out, "Oscar, we're back." A moment later, Oscar looked toward them and answered, "Hello. Welcome back, Captain." What suddenly entered Oscar's sight was a stuffed rabbit. A rabbit with red eyes, just like his. Before Oscar could understand what was going on, Lilia's voice rang out. "I went out to buy this for you." He asked uncertainly, "For me?" Lilia knelt on the floor and answered kindly, "Yes." She brought her fingers close to the soft white rabbit and continued, "This doll will help you share your sadness and pain. It will always protect Oscar's heart." His expression gradually became both surprised and warm. Romeo spoke up, "Captain really is good at spouting nonsense." Rifat added, "How innocent. Are you really the same age as us?" Callus said, "Sometimes I seriously wonder." Hearing them say that, Lilia flinched and asked, slightly angry, "What? Didn't all of you buy dolls too?" When the three of them heard her question, they all pretended to look away. Oscar stared at the doll and asked, Then are we all the same as stuffed dolls?" Lilia said proudly, "Aren't you, Oscar?" Even though they talk like that. Just now, they were saying, if it isn't a stuffed doll like us, we absolutely won't buy it. After all, they're only 10-year-old children. The other three blushed bright red when they heard that. Romeo shouted angrily, "Captain, you're the same age as us." Then he shoved the bear in front of Lilia and told her to keep it for herself. Lilia teased him calmly, "You and I aren't on the same level. Actually, I'm only 7. Romeo refused to back down. What a joke. There's no way that's true. Before long, night had fallen. They fell asleep on one bed. Lilia still had not fallen asleep. She lay on her side, staring intently at the white rabbit in her hands. In a small voice, she whispered, "Mine. It belongs only to me." Her hand gently stroked the bear, and then she fell asleep. She remembered the sight of them playing with dolls together and having so much fun. And so, she fell asleep with joy in the thought, "I'm not jealous of Juliana's precious doll." The evening of the next day, a loud voice called out, "Good news." The priests finally agreed. "We're getting one more bed. This should reduce the damage caused by Romeo's sleep drunkenness." Callus spoke up, "But it still won't prevent it completely." Rifat whined, "That's too much." As for Romeo, he quickly threw himself onto the bed, his face somewhat displeased. "I only knocked you out of bed 2 or 3 times. Forget it. Go to sleep, all of you." Then, as if he heard something, he lifted his head and sat up. Romeo looked out the window. "Huh, it's raining. Looks like it's going to pour." Rifat added, "I'm turning off the light. Good night, everyone." Outside, thunder began to rumble loudly. While Romeo was sound asleep, he rolled off the bed. Then he fell to the floor and screamed, "Ah!" He woke up from the fall and groaned softly, "What ugh." Then he suddenly froze when he heard someone crying. Sob, sob. Romeo looked toward the blanket bulging up right in front of the window. Sob, sob, sob. Romeo knew it was Oscar. Then he looked over at Lilia's bed. She was sleeping deeply. Romeo called her Leo, making Lilia wake with a start. "Now." Lilia slowly sat up and immediately asked, What is it?" Romeo hurriedly said, Leo, get up quickly. Oscar is having another attack." Hearing that, Lilia panicked. "Oscar." Romeo explained the situation. "He can't breathe. I was going to call a priest." Lilia immediately set her feet on the floor. "Understand. I'll take a look first." The two of them approached and called Oscar's name. To their surprise, Rifat and Callus were already standing in front of Oscar's bed, holding a flickering lamp. When they saw her, they called, "Leo." Lilia stopped short, opened her eyes wide in shock, and called Oscar's name. At that moment, Oscar was sitting trembling beside the bed, his head lowered and both hands clamped tightly over his ears. Seeing that, Lilia hurried over in alarm and called, "Leo." She brought her hand to his face to soothe the boy. "Now, look at me. Hurry and look at me." Oscar looked at her with bloodshot eyes, tears and snot running down his face. Beside him, Lilia comforted him gently. "That's right. Breathe in slowly. It's all right." She placed one hand over her own heart and the other on his shoulder, telling him, "Follow my rhythm." Oscar began to follow her. She immediately praised him. That's it. You're doing very well. Thunder sounded outside again, making him flinch in fear once more. Seeing that, Lilia called his name. Lao. Oscar spoke in fear. Every time it rains. Father, mother, mother. Hearing that, Lilia looked at him with sorrow in her eyes and thought, your mother passed away on a rainy day. Lilia placed a hand on his shoulder and gently comforted him. Don't be afraid. It's only raining. Nothing is going to happen. She helped Oscar back to bed and carefully tucked the blanket around him. Lilia fell silent, troubled for a moment. I knew from the beginning that it wouldn't work. She looked at the rabbit on the bed, placed beside his pillow. She picked up the little rabbit and placed it close to Oscar's face. She smiled gently and said, Oscar, from now on, whenever you're scared, talk to it, as if you're talking to me. Hearing that, Oscar reached out and took the stuffed rabbit. He pressed his face against the doll and answered, yes. Lilia smiled softly, finally feeling a little relieved. She turned her face to the side, noticing something. The other three in the room were also watching, standing there holding the lamp and waiting. Callus spoke up. Hey, is this kid possessed by a demon or something? The moment she heard that, she grew angry. You bastard. She walked over to Callus, pinched his cheek, and said, watch what you say. What do you mean possessed? Callus cried out in pain as his cheek was pinched. It hurts. Ryford asked about the situation. Then do you know why he's like this? Hearing that, Lilia answered cautiously, of course. Then she let out a sigh. Lilia stood in front of the two of them and explained, all right, I'll tell you. I already told Romeo the reason I think Oscar isn't possessed. Under the flickering lamp, she told him the story. That is why he became like this. That's what it is. As she spoke, Leo sat among the children, holding the stuffed rabbit. Do you understand what I mean? It's just psychological trauma. Each of you must have one or two things you're afraid of too, right? Romeo nodded along with her, while Oscar looked on blankly. Ryford suddenly rested his chin on his hand and asked, then what are you most afraid of? Leo hesitated, cradling the white rabbit in her arms. Hunga. If I said that, they would definitely think it was strange. She lowered her head slightly and faltered. I'm afraid of the people of the Empire going hungry. Hearing that, Callus let out a breath of relief, spread both hands, and said, what kind of nonsense is that? Then you're definitely going to be a good emperor one day. Ryford nodded and sighed in admiration, as expected of the crown prince. You really are different. Then Leo seized the chance to ask them in return, then what are you all afraid of? Oscar hugged the stuffed rabbit tightly, his expression somewhat tense. I'm afraid of father. Romeo, sitting beside him, also stammered as he answered, I'm afraid of monsters. When it was Ryford's turn, he folded his arms and declared firmly, absolutely nothing. Seeing that, she could only think to herself, even if you were afraid of something, you wouldn't say it. Then Leo looked curiously toward Callus. Callus, what about you? Although his words stumbled a little, he was no less confident than Ryford. Me? How could I possibly be afraid? Even when my uncle sent wolves to kill me, didn't I drive them off in the end? Leo was helpless before Callus's words. You really should know fear. Suddenly, timid Oscar cut in. I know what Callus is afraid of. Callus frowned in confusion. What are you trying to say, brat? Oscar looked down at the stuffed rabbit in his hands and gave his answer. Girls. Oscar immediately recounted the scene of Callus running away in embarrassment, which he had witnessed with his own eyes. Last time, there was a girl talking to you. You panicked and ran away. You ran away. Callus is afraid of talking to girls. At that moment, Callus's face turned red as a tomato, and he loudly denied it. That's not true. I've never done that. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward Oscar, but fortunately Ryford stopped him in time. Take those words back right now. Oscar and Romeo hurriedly stood in front of Oscar to protect him, trying to calm Callus as he struggled. Hey, hold it in. He's only just feeling better. Callus refused to yield and kept arguing. What does that have to do with me? Move. Let go of me. Calm down, you idiot. Everyone knows you get shy in front of girls. What? You. Ryford, stop adding fuel to the fire. Suddenly, a strange sound appeared, making the quarrel stop abruptly. They all turned in one direction. It turned out to be Leo. Seeing them like that, she burst out laughing, her eyes squeezed shut. What on earth are you all doing? In the end, the quarrel was brought to a close as quickly as possible. Callus looked at her with a bit of sulkiness. You don't have to laugh like that. Leo kept laughing loudly to her heart's content. But it's so funny. He could only let out a helpless sound. Honestly, Romeo looked at the scene before him and smiled gently, murmuring, now we know what we're afraid of. Except for those two, of course. Callus's face was still sour, while Ryford remained utterly calm. Suddenly, Romeo raised his hand and voiced his thought. Then why don't we all say what we like now? Oscar was puzzled. Like, Romeo patiently explained the question to him. Yes, it could be food, it could be animals, books, or plays wouldn't be bad either. A favorite painter works too. Anything is fine. Say a few things that you like. Leo answered while wiping away the tears from laughing too much. That's not bad. It's more interesting than talking about things we're afraid of. At that moment, he rubbed his chin in thought. Things I like. Beside him, Callus folded his arms and seemed to remember something with great focus. There are really a lot. It's hard to choose. Once again, Oscar looked down at the stuffed rabbit in his hands and unconsciously said, like. She also hesitated, thinking along with them. As for me, Leo's narration rose over the warm image of the five of them gathered together. That night, we talked about many things. Likes, dislikes, what we were good at, what we weren't good at. As if we were trying to fill in all the time we hadn't understood one another. We paid no attention to the rain outside or the thunder. We laughed happily and talked until dawn. The scene of that evening gradually shifted into images of them spending the beautiful seasons of those years together. From that innocent day onward, the relationship between the five of us grew closer. We celebrated one another's birthdays and spent the imperial holidays together. In the blink of a changing season, our relationship could be called friendship. When I came to my senses, I realized 2 years had passed. Time returned to the present with the soft voice of a girl calling out, Leo, Your Highness the Crown Prince." A little girl with 2 softly puffed pigtails shyly held out a letter to Leo. Please accept this." She took the letter in her hand and looked at it for a long while. Then Leo lightly brought the letter to the corner of her lips and politely thanked the girl. "Thank you. I'll keep it safe." It was only a word of thanks, but it made the girl's heart flutter, as well as the hearts of the others standing nearby. They watched her back as she left and kept whispering to one another. "What should I do? His Highness Crown Prince Leo is so gentle. I'll write a letter too." Leo was now in a room full of warm sunlight, with letters of every color neatly piled on the desk. She gently placed the letter she had just received onto that desk. A sudden voice drew Leo's attention. "You got another letter?" It was Callus's voice as he came out of the bathroom with Ryford. "Don't you get tired of receiving letters every day?" He also cut in and asked Leo a few questions. "Didn't you say you were going to the library? Where did you end up going?" She hesitated and asked him in return, Is sword training over?" Callus answered in a complaining tone. "Yeah, I am starving." Ryford replied, "That's because you all ran like wild horses." He dusted off his hands, his expression showing little concern. "Oh, sorry. It's because we don't use refined swordsmanship." Leo asked in confusion. "What about the others?" Ryford explained clearly to her. "They were taking too long to bathe, so we came out first. We're going out later, right?" Suddenly, a pair of feet came running after Ryford's words. It was none other than Romeo and Oscar. They had just finished bathing too, so Oscar called out, "Captain." He smiled gently from behind a white towel as he dried his golden hair. "Are you there?" Leo drew out her voice hesitantly. "Yes." All of a sudden, he held both hands full of letters out toward Leo. "Captain, this..." Callus watched the whole thing and was utterly shocked. Oscar, Romeo, standing behind him, immediately clarified Oscar's easily misunderstood action. "That's not it. These are what the priest gave to the captain." She accepted the letters and smiled lightly. "Is that so? Thank you." Leo opened the letters and read them, then finally muttered inwardly, "Aren't all of you getting too tall, except for me?" The somewhat beautiful, dazed image of Oscar quietly appeared. "I've been eating and drinking well here, so I've grown a lot taller. But even pretty little Oscar is taller than me. It hurts my pride and dignity as captain. While I was resting because I wasn't well, their swordsmanship grew more and more outstanding. It feels as if I'm the only one being left behind." Returning to reality, she sighed and announced, "Go change your clothes. Then let's go to dinner." They answered in unison, "Done," and quickly went to change as Leo had told them. "All right." She stared thoughtfully at the letter in her hand. The handwriting was scrawled, but Leo could read it to some extent. "The Olaria Empire, Emperor Ledios." In the spacious, comfortable room, with golden sunlight shining in through the window, Lilia's small figure seemed truly lonely. Her expressionless eyes looked at the contents of the letter. Lilia's hand clenched the paper tightly in frustration. Outside, her 4 friends had changed clothes and were in good spirits. Callus waved and called, "Hey Leo, let's go eat lunch." At that moment, she was still affected by the mood brought on by that letter. Her cold gaze merely glanced at them. Without answering, Lilia turned her back and walked away. Seeing his call ignored, Callus was confused and stopped her. Hey Leo, where are you going? Why are you walking off like that?" She heartlessly knocked away Callus's hand, which had been placed on her shoulder, and raised her voice. "Don't touch me." He stared blankly, his hand frozen in midair. "Now, Oscar hurried over with a worried expression. Captain, what's wrong? Did something happen? Is there anything we can do to help you? The answer he received was a harsh rejection. So annoying. Don't talk to me. This sudden change in attitude left him not knowing how to react. Romeo also had to step forward and speak. Hey, what's wrong with you? They're only worried about you. Raifid judged. You won't tell us the reason. That isn't like you. Lilia muttered the question to them, and also to herself. Not like me. What exactly counts as like me? Her clenched hand trembled, reflecting its owner's emotions. You don't know anything. After saying that, Lilia left them all behind and ran off by herself. This series of inexplicable actions made everyone worried. Oscar whispered, Captain. She ran all the way back to her room, shut the door tightly, and breathed hard. Her feet stepped lightly as she entered the room, and Lilia collapsed into the chair. After her impulsive emotions passed, she reflected, that was awful, but I don't know what else I can do besides this. Like a fool, even now I'm still the same. The letter was from Emperor Ledios of the Olaria Empire. There was nothing special in its contents. It simply said, do not forget your duty. Behave yourself. He was warning her, afraid that her secret would be exposed. Even if he had not written to her, because of the forbidden gag magic, she could not say anything anyway. It seemed the Emperor was very worried. However, even just a few words were enough to remind me of my own situation. I was the fake Crown Prince Leo. I had been by everyone's side for the past 2 years. We had talked about so many things, but I had not told a single truth. My name, status, gender, everything was fake. 1 year after we parted, the 4 of them would learn one thing, the news of Prince Leo's death. At first, I had wanted that too. Lilia remembered what she had once told herself in the past. Forget it. 3 years and the temple will be fine. After all, it will develop according to the script. After that, I'll never meet them again. From the trouble of pretending to be the crown prince to being freed from these annoying children. That was what I had originally thought. But at some point, after spending such happy times with everyone, I began to long for this life to continue forever. I sank into that happiness and even forgot that I was only an imposter. What would happen after everyone heard the news that I died? Romeo, Oscar, Raifid, Callus, they're all so kind. Surely they would be heartbroken. What if they heard the news during the battle against the dragon? What if the shock was too great and they were injured while fighting? Rather than that, it would be better to make them hate me. Maybe it would be better to put some distance between them. While she was lost in thought, a call snapped her awake. Captain, all 4 of them had gathered in her room, making Lilia choke up. You, why are you all here? You're not allowed in here. Romeo stepped forward first, resolute. Seeing you like this, how can we not be worried? If we've done something wrong to you. Before he could finish, she shouted, you're too noisy. You don't need to worry about me. Oscar was flustered. Captain, you're acting really strange. He still did not give up trying to persuade her. If something happened, tell us. Callus also chimed in. What the hell is going on? We won't know unless you tell us. Raifid, the most rational of the group, pointed out, although we don't know what happened, we can all see that you're doing this on purpose. Oscar came closer to Lilia. Though his voice stammered, it clearly conveyed his feelings. Didn't you say that pain and suffering should be shared together? You were the one who told me that, Leo. He took her hand, his voice sincere. Whatever difficulties you have, you can rely on us. I want to help you too. Hearing those comforting words, Lilia found it hard to say anything more. Seeing the expression on her face, Oscar grew even more worried. Captain, the hand he was holding trembled slightly. Their concern pierced through Lilia's mask. Her emotions burst forth, and tears streamed down her face without stopping. In a moment of weakness, Lilia confessed, She tried to suppress her emotions, her whole body trembling. Lilia lowered her head and made up her mind. Even if I die, I hope you won't be sad. Those words made Oscar's blood-red eyes widen. What? Romeo took out a handkerchief from his pocket in disbelief. What are you saying? Did you have a nightmare? Or are you in a bad mood because there isn't much time left for us to spend together? Callus raised a mark on his hand and said, That's not it. Even after we return to our own countries, we can meet right away, can't we? In the Frenzy Dragon Subjugation Squad. Although the Frenzy Dragon Subjugation Squad is very dangerous, as your older brother, I'll protect you. I'll never let anyone hurt you or kill you. She still hung her head and said softly, I may not be able to join the Frenzy Dragon Subjugation Squad. I may die before then. Raifid's brows furrowed slightly. Now, is there some force trying to kill you? Lilia tried to gloss over it and answered, Someone has taken my throne. My health isn't good. Even if I can't join the Frenzy Dragon Subjugation Squad, don't be disappointed. You must all fight safely and return victorious. Each of those words sounded like a last will, and for a moment, no one dared to answer. At that moment, a small, soft voice rang out. Don't. She asked again, what? Oscar moved his lips. I don't want that. I don't want it. Captain, you can't die. No, you can't. You can't die. He burst into tears, just like Lilia, making Romeo even more flustered. Hey, Oscar, why are you crying? Lilia's face flushed, and tears kept flowing from her clear eyes, which were like an autumn lake. She looked at his youthful face now. Although Oscar was a crybaby now, in the future, after obtaining the long-sealed demonic sword, Oscar Herbert would become an immortal being. Then she looked over at Callus. Although, in the original story, he was a warrior with only one arm left, he could freely swing a greatsword that no one else could even lift, the mercenary Callus Aska. Next was Ryfed. Possessing the Holy Emperor Grills, he would gain even greater holy power, the master of the holy sword, Ryfed Nigia. And finally, Romeo, who obtained the dragon's heart and became the youngest tower master in history, the dragon-tongued mage, Romeo Roseberry. She kept lying. I'm nothing. I feel very proud to be friends with future heroes. That's why it hurts so much. Why? Why am I by your side? Lilia bit her lip hard. You will become great protagonists who remain in history. So even if I'm no longer in this world, you absolutely must not be sad. A day passed, and another morning began. After they talked through the night, the group's relationship returned to normal. One of them knocked on the door. Captain, are you still asleep? Callus teased. Don't tell me you're crying alone again. Romeo retorted, no way. But he continued, why aren't you coming out? Are you crying again? Inside, Lilia gripped the blanket tightly, shaking with anger. Embarrassed, she buried her face in the pillow. She had been laughed at by them again. Those insensitive idiots. I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. I cried so much yesterday. How am I supposed to face them? This is so humiliating. Please erase every memory of me crying from your minds. Go away. After rolling around for a while, Lilia muttered to herself, but I revealed information about Leo's death to them. That should be enough. Maybe the shock will be a little less than if they suddenly received news of my death. Outside, Callus was still chattering away. Looks like he really is crying. Kulibailao. Her face darkened. She could let the others slide, but she absolutely could not forgive Callus. But I'm alone, so it's no use anyway. Now, only half a year remained for her to stay at the temple. She should make more memories with everyone before it was too late. After this, they might never see one another again. Seeing that Lilia still did not answer, the person outside reminded her, Leo, today is Ryfed's birthday. Are you really not coming out? She hurriedly placed the stuffed rabbit on the bed and replied, sorry, I was asleep and didn't hear you. I'll be right out. The scene changed to a brightly decorated room. Everyone shouted together, happy birthday, Ryfed. With that same unchanging expression of his, he answered lightly, thank you, everyone. The four of them each held out a letter. This is for you. Sending letters on birthdays had become almost like a habit. Callus propped up his chin. Seriously? I really want to go out and buy something. Romeo said, that's a bit difficult. They haven't only assigned guardian knights to us. Oscar smiled happily. Actually, it was her first time going outside. I thought it was wonderful. Lilia crossed her arms and let out a breath. Wasn't it? Romeo, you just like causing trouble. He hurriedly answered. What? Me? Wasn't the person who finally decided to go outside the captain. She played dumb. Is that so? It was so long ago that I don't remember. Romeo's face reddened with frustration. In the end, he said something abrupt. Forget it. You won't regret it. Today is the last day I treat you like this. Lilia looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Romeo crossed his arms confidently. Starting from this time tomorrow, Captain, you'll be prostrating yourself before my thoughtfulness and grace. Actually, the day has already come. She looked utterly uninterested. So I'm asking you, what exactly is it? Oscar said, come to think of it, there's a birthday tomorrow too. Leo, it's someone important. Callus also remembered. All right, you said it was the day after my birthday. Whose birthday is it anyway? Romeo suddenly said to him, are you hiding a girlfriend? That made the girl-shy boy beside him shriek. Lilia was startled too. What are you talking about? What girlfriend? She became embarrassed and stammered. Well, there is someone very important. It's a friend's birthday. Oscar clasped his hands, looking hurt. Very important? More important than us. Lilia immediately denied it. How could that be? No, it's not that. I'm not sure. Maybe. It's someone I started getting to know when I was little. His eyes were tinged pink, as if he was about to cry. As he was feeling dejected, her hand landed on Oscar's head. With a gentle gaze, Lilia comforted him. You don't need to be that sad, Oscar. You are also a very important friend to me. He was embarrassed, but he no longer looked sad. I understand. She led them back to the main topic. All right, let's continue the party. And so, another harmonious memory of the group was framed. They cut the cake together and chatted warmly. Looking at that scene, Lilia felt peaceful, with a trace of bitterness in her heart. Being able to enjoy delicious cake with important friends around me. When I return to my homeland, everything will end. Her lips pressed together. She truly did not want to go back. Night fell. In that pitch-black room, a faint lamp still glowed on Lilia's desk. She sat there, sighing gloomily. How should I spend my remaining time at the temple? Although that is very important too. Now is the time for us to return to the Empire. The biggest problem is how to prevent my death. Well, it should be all right, shouldn't it? In the original story, it was written that I died in an accidental mishap. As long as I stay away from that tiger, I should get through it. If I'm just a little careful, I can avoid it. The real problem is something that cannot be solved with my strength. The death of the current Emperor, Ledios, and Crown Prince Leo. The return of the former emperor, Perseus, and a matter of the four of them joining the frenzied dragon subjugation squad. In that battle, Callus would be wounded beyond recovery. In the battle to subjugate the frenzied dragon, Callus was responsible for delivering the final blow. That was because only Callus could use the greatsword. The holy relic the crew's church had been searching for was embedded in the gemstone at the center of that sword. Only that sword possessed the power to pierce the frenzied dragon's scales. In the fierce battle, his small figure remained steadfast as he resisted the enormous, vicious dragon. Using that sword, he pierced the frenzied dragon's weak point. In the end, the frenzied dragon fell, and peace returned to the world. But that peace was bought with Callus's very life. When subjugating the frenzied dragon, Callus stabbed into the scales on the dragon's chest, but because of the frenzied dragon's final attack, his entire body was burned. His bones, blood, and flesh began to melt. If not for Ryfid's holy power, he might have died on the spot. Thanks to Ryfid, most of his wounds healed. But the only thing that could not be cured was Callus's eyes. Meanwhile, the people of the Aska Empire, who had long suffered under tyranny, also yearned for a new emperor, Callus. He had defeated the frenzied dragon and become a hero. He had driven out the tyrant and saved them. A mother covered her child's eyes with her hand and shouted, "Don't look, you'll be cursed." Callus strode forward with his posture straight, shoulders broad and chest slightly lifted, giving the impression of someone with authority and the bearing of a leader. But they could not see Callus's gaze. The symbol of the Aska imperial family was golden eyes, clearly seen as the eyes of the Son of Heaven. After the color of his blinded eyes was seen, Callus's eyes became something uncanny. The people began to avoid him, saying that Callus had been cursed by the frenzied dragon. On the surface, they praised him as a hero, but behind his back, they said Callus was cursed and feared him. No one wanted Callus to become emperor. Even though he was treated that way, Callus did not resent anyone. He considered it the price paid to save the world. So as not to frighten or discomfort people, he even covered his eyes with black cloth, accepting everything and living on. But the original story's heroine, Juliana, gently comforted Callus and sweetly coaxed him in. "Callus, I don't think you're cursed. Those eyes saved everyone in this world. How could they be a curse?" After that day, Callus became one of Juliana's spare lovers. But in the end, that romance did not bear fruit either. In the end, Callus abandoned everything and returned to the world. One arm, one pair of eyes, his country and family, love and friendship, as if he had never had any of them. He went on alone forever like that. In the quiet night, Lilia lamented, "That's too cruel. Is this really the treatment given to the greatest hero? Do you need a hand?" Callus smiled brightly like a fool. But what awaited Callus? With such a terrible future. I can't find any way to change Callus's fate. Only Callus can deliver the fatal blow to the frenzied dragon. To pierce the reverse scale, he can only bear the consequences with his own body. Even knowing the future, there is nothing I can do. The one who smiles and comforts his pale companions is none other than Callus. She tormented herself. No matter how much she thought about it, she could not find a single solution. And yet I can't do anything for him. Right now, I'm like a mud bodhisattva crossing the river. I can barely save myself. If only I had magical ability like the heroine in the original work. Even if I couldn't heal him with magic, at least I could make a living for myself. Under the flickering candlelight, Lilia tried to meditate to keep calm, but she felt nothing at all, no mana. To use magic, one needed the power of nature. That was mana. Those who were friendly with mana absorbed mana and trained with it. Some infused magic into their weapons and bodies to strengthen themselves. These people were called aura swordsmen. Those who used spells were called mages. She felt frustrated. I transmigrated into a novel. It would be nice if I could use even a few kinds of magic. If I knew a little about alchemy. Alchemy, although it was a kind of magic, it was forbidden in this world as the power of heretics. Among its creations was the Philosopher's Stone, which could grant all wishes, heal all wounds and diseases, and even bring people back to life. The ultimate goal of alchemy was to create two things: a stone that could rival the sacred relics of the crew's faith and far surpass holy healing, and an elixir of immortality. Although no alchemist had ever created the Philosopher's Stone or the panacea, the crew's church believed that the very concept of alchemy was a challenge against the gods and banned it. But there were many people who needed alchemists' medicines, and those medicines were bought at high prices in the underworld. Lilia sat there, shivering. Of course, if the temple discovered it, she would be hunted like a witch, subjected to heresy judgment, and burned to death. But can I make money with it? If I had a panacea, it might be able to heal Callus's eyes. Don't worry about something that may not even exist. For now, worry about yourself. I don't want to starve to death in the tower. I also don't want to become a tool for a political marriage. I'll take advantage of the chaos during the struggle for the imperial throne and escape from the imperial palace. Though if I'm not careful, I'll be killed by the soldiers in the castle. I could beg Juliana to save me and kneel on the ground. Juliana is very kind. If I tell her I'm hungry, besides food, she might provide all kinds of help. But if Emperor Perseus, Cedric, and Damien discover me, I'll be killed before I can even get close to Juliana. Her face flushed slightly, her cheeks seemingly covered with a thin layer of embarrassment. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lilia's mind. Oh, what about that place? In the forest of the Imperial Palace, there was a small wooden cabin. It was the secret base of Elizabeth, the former empress of Emperor Perseus. It was a secret place Perseus had prepared for Elizabeth, who was a mage, so she could bury herself in research. That wooden cabin had some magical tools Elizabeth had made, as well as emergency food preserved by magic. I remember that in the original story, after seeing Juliana use magic, Perseus recalled his deceased former wife. Although he later gifted the entire wooden cabin to Juliana, she was so anxious that she could feel her heartbeat in her chest. If I can get there before Juliana receives it, there might be food. I could steal it without being discovered. Of course, there will also be magical tools. As long as I have magical tools, I can definitely escape the castle. Lilia gently placed the notebook on the table and left her seat. If I'm discovered, it'll be terrible. In any case, I have no future if I stay in that castle. No matter how dangerous it is, even if I become a lowly thief, I can only risk it and try once. Her room sank into the darkness, so quiet that even her soft breathing could be heard. She hugged the rabbit tightly, filled with countless thoughts. Even if no one stands on my side, it's fine. Lilia leaned her head against her stuffed animal, as if she wanted to tell it everything and cry to lighten her heart. But who would understand? I'll find a way to survive on my own. Everyone was astonished by the strange pen. So what exactly is this? Romeo introduced it proudly. I specifically asked my father to make it. Roseberry is a country rich in gemstones and magic. This is a magic pen that the 5 of us can use to communicate. If you write like this. Lilia and Oscar were surprised when a scroll appeared before them. Ryford caught the scroll in amazement. Oh, Callus had the expression of someone who had gained new knowledge. Paper appeared in the air. Wow, that's amazing. This is my gift. Everyone, make good use of it. Romeo happily explained further. As long as someone writes a letter, everyone will receive it. So let's take turns writing. But remember, the gem on the magic pen is a magic stone. If you take the gem out, you won't be able to write letters. She could not stop marveling and praising the magic pen Romeo had brought. This is incredible. Romeo seized the chance to puff himself up. Didn't I say so yesterday? You would all definitely raise both hands and feet in surrender before my charm. Now hurry up and praise me. He answered helplessly just to get it over with. Yes, yes. Lilia gripped the pen tightly, as if it were something she could never part with. If I had this before the government announces that the crown prince is dead, I could keep in touch with everyone. He lifted his chin proudly. Now that the introductions are over, let's eat cake. Callus was utterly fed up after eating cake continuously for 2 days. He forced a smile. Let me put the candles in. He asked curiously, but who's going to blow out the candles? Romeo was dumbfounded when Callus asked such an unnecessary question. Isn't it the captain? This is the birthday of someone especially important to the captain. Ryford lit the candles on the cake. Light them. Beneath the flickering candlelight, she stood there silently, as if time had just stopped. Everyone shouted, "Happy birthday! What are you doing? Why aren't you blowing out the candles?" Lilia lowered her head slightly. Her gentle breath drifted out, and the candles on the birthday cake went out in that instant. Her vivid blue eyes lowered faintly, reflecting a deep, wordless sadness. After Lilia blew out the candles, the bright lights came on. The room filled with a warm, golden glow. Callus clapped loudly. Congratulations, what? Why are you crying again? What? Why are you really crying? I seriously don't understand you. Oscar was worried about her. Leo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lilia wiped away her tears and tried to smile so everyone would feel at ease. It's nothing. Leo's birthday. In the past, I received congratulations from everyone. But when I thought that this year would be the last time, I became greedy and made an unreasonable request. None of you knew whose birthday it was today, yet you were still willing to celebrate together. Callus was somewhat moved, but he still did not understand why she was crying. Romeo, meanwhile, smiled blankly while holding a handkerchief, looking as if Leo needed her handkerchief. That makes me feel happy and grateful. From today onward, this is my birthday under the name Lilia. Lilia wiped away all her tears. She broke into a happy smile. Because everyone is here celebrating this birthday. Everyone, thank you all for celebrating with me. They were all flustered, wanting to comfort Lilia, but she cried even harder than before. He stood there, sighing shakily and unable to say anything. Lilia's mouth trembled, as if she were about to burst into tears. But next year, around this time, I'll be living alone again. Suddenly, Romeo called out, "Hey, Captain." She turned and answered, "What?" Only now did he muster the courage to ask. "That person, the one whose birthday you cherish today, is it someone you haven't seen in a long time? Like your late mother?" Lilia was utterly bewildered. Huh? Both Romeo and Callus lowered their heads hesitantly. Even Oscar and Ryford seemed to have things they found difficult to voice. She stammered as she explained, "No, that's not it." Lilia froze and thought about it. Now that she really considered it, not a single person here had a mother. Oscar's father had killed his birth mother. After Callus was born, his parents had died one after another. Ryford had no birth mother, only a hateful stepmother. And Romeo's mother had taken her own life right in front of him. Lilia quietly wiped away her tears too, because she was not the only one suffering such a fate. She plopped down under everyone's gaze. Lilia gripped her fork firmly. She stabbed it into the delicious, beautiful slice of cake. Lilia kept stuffing her mouth with cake, frightening Callus. "Hey, wait." His eyes went round, and his mouth hung open. "Whoa, why aren't you cutting it?" Ryford frowned. "How rude. What are you doing?" Oscar was worried. "Now, Leo, what's wrong?" She answered while eating, "Shut up and eat. If you don't eat, I'll eat it all." Romeo was shocked by what he heard. "Why, you said what? Don't tell me you're saying that if we don't eat quickly, you'll eat it all." Goosebumps rose all over him. If it was this kid, she really might do it. "Let's hurry up and eat too." They all ate together, happily and with good appetites. The sky gradually turned to night, and soon the next day came. Before long, it was afternoon. The sky slowly leaned toward dusk, and layers of clouds were dyed golden orange, as if melting in the final sunlight of the day. Amid that radiant scene, Lilia's soft exclamation rang out. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Callus laughed and teased her. "Hey, seriously? Don't tell me you're so moved by the sunset that you're going to cry." Romeo chimed in, already pulling out a handkerchief. "Handkerchief, right here." Oscar was sincerely worried about her. "Leo, I have a handkerchief too." Lilia punched the two of them on the head. "Stop making fun of me." Even after being hit, Callus remained as unfazed as ever. "Wow, you're really not crying?" Before, you'd start crying over the slightest thing. Her face looked so indignant that she seemed ready to explode. But in the end, Lilia swallowed down her anger. "Yes, I won't cry anymore. I absolutely won't cry anymore. Because now, there aren't many days left for me to be with you. I don't want to waste that precious time crying. I want to do more things with you. I want to see more beautiful sights and laugh to my heart's content. So whenever I look back on these memories, I hope I'll remember only your smiles. So you should remember my smile too. The days I spent with all of you were so much fun. Thank you, everyone. I'm really glad I was able to meet you." Against the deep blue sky, the magnificent palace stood in splendor. Rows of carriages stopped before the main gate, creating a solemn and silent scene. At the delicately carved door, a maid's steady knocking sounded softly. "Your Highness Crown Prince Leo, the attendants from Ilaria have arrived." She had been about to shout something to ease her heart, but Lilia suddenly pressed her lips together to steel herself. She turned back with a face full of sorrow. "I'll be there soon." At last, the day of parting had come. When Lilia went outside, she saw Callus holding his forehead, comforting Oscar, who was crying. Hey, stop crying already. We'll meet again in a few years anyway. Do you really have to bawl like that? You really are a crybaby demon. Oscar's voice trembled as he sobbed. You must write letters. Ryford lowered his head sadly. I'll miss you all very much. Romeo shouted in irritation. I really hate this kind of atmosphere. Stop crying, all of you. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere sank into a somber note as well. Romeo's face clearly showed discomfort, but no small amount of tension too. Romeo unexpectedly reached out toward Ryford and hugged him as a farewell. To Callus's astonishment, Romeo hugged him tightly too. Oscar stood frozen in shock when Romeo came over and unexpectedly hugged him as well. Under Lilia's stunned gaze, Romeo carefully told everyone, stay healthy. If anything happens, you absolutely have to write. She fell silent, remembering Romeo thoughtfully. When they first met, he had openly shown an arrogant attitude. Ryford, I hate that kid. And I hate him too, because he's both cowardly and stupid. And that guy too. Callus, Oscar. Lilia unconsciously burst into laughter as she remembered how he had been then. He had said he hated everyone. Her laughter drew the boy's attention. Romeo broke into a sweat, bewildered. What? You were just bawling a moment ago, so why are you suddenly laughing now? Callus asked in confusion. Is this guy really okay? Ryford sighed and shook his head. I'm not too sure either. Lilia blushed and smiled awkwardly. You guys are really... Callus, standing at the front, reacted when he received Lilia's angry punch. Hey wait, why am I always the only one you hit? You should be hitting Ryford instead. She was not about to back down and shouted. That's because you're usually the one annoying people. Lilia stopped in embarrassment. Her face clearly showed grievance and unwillingness to accept it. He blushed awkwardly when he heard her voice. Callus, you really are an idiot. Callus froze, dazed, not knowing how to reply. Lilia continued to express herself. That's why I often get angry. But I don't hate you, because I can talk to you without feeling burdened or awkward. That's why I treat you more freely. After you return to your country, you must be careful. Be especially careful of your uncle. He lowered his head and scratched it awkwardly. Got it. She turned to speak to Ryford. Ryford, at first, I thought you were deliberately keeping your distance from us. But the reason we were able to play together was also thanks to the central role you played. With you by my side, I felt very reassured and I could rely on you. After you return to your country, be careful of those who want to exploit your power. He answered in a gentle voice. You should worry about yourself. Lilia let out a soft laugh. She opened her eyes wide and looked up at Oscar. Lilia gently walked over to him and told him, Oscar, you've worked very hard these past 3 years. Instead of running away from your painful memories, you patiently endured and practiced speaking about them. The fact that you managed to do all that is truly amazing. Even if we part ways, as long as we have these cloth dolls, we can consider ourselves always together. Oscar burst into tears from emotion, his voice trembling. I'll treasure it. The corners of her mouth curved into a happy smile. Don't worry. Lilia quickly changed her attitude when she looked straight into Romeo's eyes. Last is Romeo. Change that rotten temper of yours, especially toward people you're meeting for the first time. I have nothing to say besides that. His pride was wounded, and he shouted, What? What did you say? You really are. She lowered her head and closed her eyes, preparing herself to receive a knuckle rap from Romeo. But his hand stopped right above Lilia's head. Romeo's cheeks flushed and his eyes grew wet. He suddenly pulled her into his arms. Take care, Captain. Moved, tears streamed down Lilia's face as she patted his shoulder to comfort him. Thank you for saving me at the swimming pool. You're a brave and gentle person, Romeo. After that, a servant carefully took Romeo's suitcase. The four who remained stood below, watched his carriage procession, and shouted loudly, Leo, have a safe trip. Remember to write. You must stay healthy. We must meet again next time. She stood silently in thought, her face full of complicated emotions. Lilia lowered her head and pressed her lips tightly together from emotion. She felt sorrowful as she thought, we will never meet again. Even if the Emperor dies, that curse will follow me forever. Lilia sniffled and wiped her tears with her sleeve. She pressed her lips together and thought to herself, but I have the memories I made with all of you. My heart is no longer alone. Romeo raised his head and looked straight at Lilia when he heard her voice. Everyone, the corners of Oscar's eyes were still wet with tears. Ryford had calmed down again. Callus directed a gentle gaze toward her. Lilia spoke sincerely. Thank you for all these years. See you again. Several carriages rolled away from the castle under the sunset. Callus sat absent-mindedly inside a carriage. In the end, only that guy didn't object. Before that, everyone had objected one after another after hearing what he had to say. You want to become a mercenary, Callus? Are you serious? Callus nodded in confirmation. That's right. Since my uncle wants to swallow me whole anyway, I might as well leave on my own. Ryfit immediately objected. No matter what. He firmly held to his view. Who decided that just because you're royalty, you have to remain royalty until the day you die? Even if you don't have the imperial throne, that doesn't change. Everyone looked at Lilia in surprise when she spoke. You want to become a mercenary? That's a great idea. Callus, if it's you, you'll definitely become an outstanding mercenary. Callus smiled in satisfaction as he remembered that. He raised his head and looked outside. Come to think of it, what exactly was that dream last night? My arm was bitten off by a wolf. In the dream, I searched for that guy for ages, but I couldn't find him. It was like it was saying, if that kid weren't there, this is how things would be. What kind of dream was that? After I return home, my uncle and aunt and their 2 children will be scheming. But for some reason, I'm not scared at all, because that guy believes in me, a better mercenary than anyone. Then I'll become the strongest mercenary there is. Inside the castle, Ledios asked in a cold voice, what about the child? The subordinate knelt and reported respectfully, she has been taken to the eastern tower. What should we do first, your majesty? The old man ordered in a raised voice, don't kill the girl for now. She may prove useful later. Arrange soldiers somewhere she won't notice them. If anything happens, report it immediately. Lilia was brought by 2 subordinates to a cold tower. She tightened her grip on her suitcase handle. I came back, and now I have to live here again. But I won't keep living like this. Once I find a way out of here, I'm definitely going to live well and make all of you see it. Lilia sat down at the desk and began writing a letter. Sitting beneath the window, she wrote, you late rising children. You're not sleeping in like birds, are you? Today is cloudy, and it looks like it will snow soon. I just finished breakfast, which the servants brought to my room after I returned to the main castle. The food here is better than at the sanctuary. The bed is also much more comfortable than at the sanctuary. The best part is that there's none of your noise. You'd be surprised if you saw my bed. It's really comfortable. But you all brought your rabbit dolls, right? Now, Lilia stood up, tied her hair high, and her whole body trembled as she breathed out white mist. Ah, it's so cold. Thank goodness my bag wasn't taken. Food, winter clothes, and the rabbit doll too. That's really good. Lilia placed the rabbit doll neatly on a cushion in front of the fireplace. She busied herself putting firewood into the hearth. Thank goodness there's a fireplace. I can breathe a sigh of relief. I should go down the tower and check the dry firewood. After that, Lilia rubbed 2 pieces of wood together to start fire. As she worked, she thought, when I lived at the sanctuary, the priests lit the fireplace every morning. I really miss resources and civilization. Burn already. Lilia rejoiced excitedly when the fire caught. Oh wow. But the smile on her lips did not last long. Lilia's mouth gradually twisted, and she screamed in despair. There are only dry branches inside. It's still better than freezing stiff. My eyes sting. Is this magic? Lilia persevered in lighting the fireplace. Before the snow fell harder, I need to gather more firewood. Inside the tower is colder than I thought. I might freeze to death if I don't light the fireplace. Thank goodness there are water pipes. It seems the water is heated using mana, but being able to have hot water is already fortunate, even though the weak stream is irritating. After returning, I plan to go to Elizabeth's secret house, but I'm afraid of being watched by Emperor Ledios' people, even if I want to take the magic tools and food supplies. If I act carelessly, he'll become suspicious. He might even throw my little life away. I can only quietly wait for the right opportunity. By spring, the Emperor won't have time to watch me anymore, because Leo Olaria will truly be poisoned by someone close to him. Not long after that, Perseus's rebel army will enter the imperial capital. At that time, there will definitely be chaos. After the Emperor changes, and before the situation stabilizes, I must not do anything that draws attention. Perseus won't keep watch over me like Ledios. It's not that he has no interest in me, but I'll be freer than I am now. But after Leo dies, I won't be able to write letters to everyone anymore. She stared pensively at her empty desk. No reply. Everyone must be sleeping. Confusion showed clearly on Lilia's face. After thinking for a while, she made a decisive choice. Then I'll go outside and pick up branches. The cold, gloomy winter air enveloped the trees around the tower. She walked forward step by step, soullessly carrying an armful of dry wood. As Lilia walked, she pondered, it's so cold. Why didn't they just let us live for 10 years? Why only 3 years? Now I'm really all alone. Lost in thought, she did not pay attention to the ground in front of her feet and automatically tripped over a small stone. Startled, Lilia fell, and the dry firewood slipped from her hands. In pain, she braced herself with her hands and looked down at the ground. Lilia stood up trembling. She struggled to move her legs and rise. Lilia stared blankly at her injured hand, her face red. Though she felt deeply miserable, she still tried to calm herself and clenched her hand tightly. Lilia carefully picked up the dry branches that had fallen. As she picked them up, she encouraged herself. I need to have a plan. Lilia had her own plan for when spring came. After the Emperor changes, we'll go to Elizabeth's house to steal grain and magic tools. Even if I take them, Elizabeth won't be angry, right? And after that, I'll try not to be discovered by Juliana and her older brothers. I don't want to say, I'm sorry, Your Highness the Imperial Princess, 100 times like in a novel. After that, I'll seize the chance to run away. Even though I didn't fall into the lake and become weak like in a novel, if I keep staying here, I'll be married off to strangers as if I were being sold. I won't stupidly become a tool for a political marriage. So before that, her train of thought broke off when Lilia raised her head and looked at the scene before her. She immediately made a decision. It's already snowing this quickly. I have to act fast. By the time night had just fallen, the snowstorm grew even heavier. Inside the tower, the fireplace had warmed the room. She stepped out of the bathroom and sighed, it's so cold. Lilia looked out the window at the snowstorm outside. The snow is falling so heavily. Thank goodness I picked up a lot of firewood. Her attention shifted to the desk beside her. A glow of light was shining from the white sheet of paper on the desk. Lilia joyfully picked up the letter. There's a reply. The letter said, Leo, you really are diligent. Knowing you're living well puts my mind at ease. I'm doing very well too. I was very worried, but I have not had nightmares like last time. That is all thanks to you. As she read this reply, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly in a happy smile. She carefully and intently read every single word. Callus lay on his bed, reading the letter from Lilia. Are you not afraid someone else will find out? Just imagining it makes me feel embarrassed. So I temporarily hid it under my pillow. Raifid carefully read the same letter. If I had known, I would not have bought it for you. Do not forget that I was the one who bought those dolls for you all. Romeo picked up her letter and read it. It seems everyone is doing well. Am I the only one feeling miserable? It is deathly boring here. I had more fun when I was at the temple. So let us go subjugate the frenzied dragon first. Does that not sound interesting? Lilia laughed with delight as she read their replies. What nonsense. Everyone is the same as ever. Before she knew it, tears had welled at the corners of her eyes. Lilia felt sad and sniffled as she remembered her happy memories with everyone. After a while, she crawled under the blanket to sleep. I will write back tomorrow. Lilia hugged the rabbit doll to her chest. Soon, she fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Lilia pressed her lips together sadly and cried. In contrast to the black snow outside, a fire burned brightly inside the tower. Soon, morning came. Some of the firewood she had gathered was still unused. Everyone's letters lay scattered across the table. Only a little food remained on the table. Lilia stood at the foot of the tower and warmed up her voice. The snow has finally melted. Alaria's snowfalls are so heavy, and there was so much snow. I was worried about what I would do if I could not leave the house. Fortunately, the snow melted before I ran out of food and wood. I suppose it was like hibernation. She unconsciously raised her head to look at the sky, and an idea came to her. Lilia carefully looked around. Come to think of it, the people watching me have disappeared. I'm not important enough for them to risk monitoring me in weather like that. Maybe I have escaped their surveillance this way. Although she could not feel completely at ease yet, she could expand her range of activity. Inside the castle, a maid carefully approached Lidios. Another servant followed behind her. About that. If you have nothing to do right now, could you lend a hand? She became flustered and frightened when she saw the old man appear. So you were in the middle of a conversation. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me. Lidios nodded in agreement. All right, I am finished here. Then I will leave it to you. The maid stammered in fear. Yes. She was still flustered even after he left. The young maid eagerly asked the middle-aged maid about it. Is he not His Majesty's trusted aide? What are you saying? Could it be that you... She awkwardly denied it. No, madam, that is not it. She continued curiously. Has the situation in the country been unstable lately? Yes, it is a little worrying. I heard there are signs of rebellion in the provinces. The middle-aged maid warned her in a stern voice. That is right. That is why we have been told to pay attention to the crown prince's safety. Several months had passed since I returned to the tower. The snow had melted, and the weather had begun to grow less cold. I no longer needed to gather firewood now. When it snowed, I wandered all over searching for food, looking for fruit and small animals. Little by little, I expanded my range of movement. But because I was afraid Ledios was watching me, I did not dare go far. So I still have not found the small wooden cabin used by Mage Elizabeth. Fortunately, because of the snow, the people who had been watching me when I was trapped in the tower disappeared. However, this also meant my supply of provisions was completely cut off. All of my servants had been killed by Ledios. A child surviving the winter alone had already reached her limit. So although it was a joy that the weather was warming, when spring came, Leo would die. When that time came, I would no longer be able to write letters to the children. Writing letters to them throughout the winter was my only joy. Whenever I had time, I sat at the desk. At times like that, Lelio was always restless and anxious. It's still too early. Be patient. There was already a reply, right? Is writing letters late at night a little too much? Prince Leo, you have been living happily in the castle. It would surely look very suspicious if you wrote letters all day. So I could only restrain myself. Thinking back on herself made her feel a little embarrassed, and she sighed. It is like being addicted to social media. In my previous life, father never did anything like this. Although I am alone, they can be considered the pillars of my heart. A trace of sadness flashed across Lilia's face. So, at the very least, please, Crown Prince Leo, live a little longer. While she was thinking aimlessly, she suddenly heard many people shouting loudly. My lord, what happened? Seeing this, Lilia hid in a nearby bush to observe the situation. The knights were speaking loudly, as if they were greatly shocked. How could this be? His Majesty trusted him so much. It is true, His Majesty personally had him thrown into prison. I never imagined he would put poison in the prince's food. Hearing those words made Lilia collapse onto the ground in horror. The prince? Poison? Could Leo be dead? But she could not believe that was true and ran, quickly running away, though her heart throbbed faintly. How could this be? I never thought he would die so soon. When she returned to the tower and saw the letters on the table, she knew she had to do something. I have to hide all these letters. Is there any way to let everyone know? Leo is dead. You were writing letters with him all this time. Actually, I am, no. Even in a letter, I cannot reveal my identity. If I write that Leo is Lilia, it will violate the prohibition. When that happens, I will lose my life. Write that Leo is dead? That the one who wrote the letters first was not Leo? That will not do either. Powerless. She could do nothing. I cannot tell everyone the truth. A sound came from outside, making Lilia flinch slightly. Could they have come this quickly? Outside the castle were people clad in iron armor, along with large, powerful horses. Their presence was terrifying and overwhelming. At their head stood Perseus Olaria, issuing an order. Quickly subdue the area around the castle and enter the city. The soldiers answered in unison, "Yes, your majesty." Black killing intent radiated from his whole body as he spoke in a hateful voice. I must deal with Ledios with my own hands. The soldiers shouted, "Do not be afraid. We are the regular army, under Emperor Perseus's banner. Advance." Lilia, inside, felt somewhat afraid. The ground is shaking. They are here. Emperor Perseus must have arrived. The soldiers will break into this tower. Because of the restriction, I cannot convey the core of the matter, but I should leave a small clue. Among the four, Griffith and Romeo are the cleverest. They might notice it. I will only write the names. If it's just that, right now this really is goodbye. I had a stack of letters and a pen. I removed the magic stone from under the tree roots. In the future, there would be no chance to use these things anymore. Now that Lilia had disappeared, even if she pretended to be an adult, I am now only an 11-year-old child with no power. I am so scared. What is happening now, and what will happen from now on? The sounds of fighting continued for 2 days. When one soldier opened the wardrobe, he saw Lilia and shouted, "She is here." Ledios Olaria, the man who had usurped the imperial throne, was killed by His Majesty Perseus Olaria. After she was found, she no longer had her usual playful and gentle appearance. Instead, her face was cold and her eyes were deep. Someone entered and said, "You are the daughter of the deceased Princess Iris, Lilia Olaria, correct? Emperor Perseus summons you. Will you come with me?" Iris Olaria was the younger sister of Ledios and Perseus, the only princess of Olaria. She was the noblest woman in the Olaria Empire before her elder brother Perseus married Elizabeth. Iris hated Elizabeth because Elizabeth held a status equal to hers, so she tried every possible way to torment her. She was exactly like the archetype of a cruel imperial princess in a novel. As time passed, Iris's anger did not disappear. Then things grew worse when Elizabeth gave birth to twin heirs to the throne. But love also appeared in Iris's life. That knight's eyes were blue-green, and he looked at her with all his love. She fell in love with a commoner knight. Unfortunately, the knight died early, but Iris was already carrying the knight's child in her womb. Once Iris had prepared everything, she waited for the day she would give birth. On that same day, someone went into labor earlier than expected. That person was Elizabeth. She had sent the two twin princes to her hometown and was waiting for the birth. But by chance, Perseus was on a military expedition. Not long after, Perseus's father, who was emperor at the time, also collapsed. Her husband's sudden expedition and the emperor's suspicious death were all part of a plot devised by Perseus's younger brother, Leios, to seize the throne. Elizabeth discovered this and immediately ordered all her attendants to withdraw, giving birth alone. After that, Elizabeth held her newborn child and ran to someone. She knew Leios would never spare Perseus's child. If the child stayed with her, it would surely die before long. She could not think of anyone in the imperial palace who could help her. If Iris became a mother on the same day, perhaps that person could save this child. Elizabeth hoped so. At that time, Iris had fallen completely into despair. Her child had died at birth. Iris stared at Elizabeth with tear-filled eyes. "Did you come here to mock me? Do you want to tell me this is my karma?" Holding the child in her arms, Elizabeth hurriedly said, "That is," Iris cut her off. "My husband is dead. I have nothing left. So if you want to mock me, go ahead and laugh as much as you like." Elizabeth pressed her lips together, preparing to say something earth-shattering. Then she knelt down, bowed her head to the floor, and begged, "But Empress Iris, I beg you. Please, your highness, could you take this child? Emperor Leios will surely kill me. If this child stays by my side, the child will certainly die. So, as a fellow mother, please have mercy." Iris sneered. Then she gritted her teeth, looking extremely furious. Iris held her dead child and screamed wildly. "What does that have to do with me? I want to curse you and your children." The maid beside her tried to stop her. "Your highness," but she kept screaming madly. "No, I will kill you right now." Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying made Iris stop. The infant Lelia looked up at her with glistening eyes and cried. Seeing that, Iris burst into sobs. Now Iris lowered her face, tightly hugged her own child, and sobbed. In the end, she wailed as though she had never been allowed to cry before. It was an extremely heartbreaking sight. A while later, after Iris calmed down, she said to Elizabeth, "Leave the baby with me." Elizabeth lowered her head and thanked her. The maid picked up Iris's child and said, "Your Highness." "Elizabeth, please, Her Highness's child. He is a boy. I am entrusting him to you." Elizabeth held that baby in her arms and answered, "Ah, all right." Then she turned and left the room. Afterward, Elizabeth pressed her face against that ill-fated child. "So cold. I made you part from your mother. I am sorry. Please forgive me." In the room, Iris was holding Elizabeth's child. She pressed her face against the child and murmured, "So warm." Then Iris remembered her husband, whose skin had been the same color. The child's slightly open blue-green eyes and looked at her. Iris hugged the child tightly. Those were Elizabeth's eyes. They were very beautiful. The maid standing beside her called out to her, "Your Highness," but there was no answer. She raised her head to look at Iris. Then the maid realized Iris had fallen unconscious. "Your Highness, Princess Iris." After that, the plot unfolded quickly. Leios heard the news that the baby boy Elizabeth had given birth to was dead, and happily said he did not have to go through the trouble of acting himself. Then came the news of Perseus's death during the expedition. He had been planning to bring his twin sons to the imperial city, and so no one could stand in Leios' way. Leios poisoned Elizabeth. The imperial throne should originally have belonged to his elder brother. Meanwhile, Iris became mentally ill. Iris foresaw her own death and entrusted the baby to the only maid who knew the truth. After Iris closed her eyes, the maid obeyed her orders and told the secret to no one as she cared for the child. But then she suddenly disappeared. She stole the princess's jewelry. After Iris heard that the maid's parents in her hometown had been branded heretics, the maid was thrown into prison. She stole the jewelry to save her parents. Afterward, she and her parents fled beyond the border. Therefore, no one knew this except her. A soldier knocked on the door of the room. "I have brought her." The person inside answered, "Come in." When a man saw Lelia, he said, "You are Iris's daughter." As expected, her blue-green eyes stood out strikingly. They were eyes just like that man's. That man was Perseus Olaria. Yes, Lelia's biological father. Inside the study, Lilia stood facing Perseus. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Because of the demands of the original story, his heart had suffered terrible wounds. The death of his beloved wife, Elizabeth's stillborn child, and the younger brother he had killed with his own hands, Ledios. But those were only the things the original story had arranged for him. Why had it made him suffer? Of course, it was all for what had been prepared for the heroine, Juliana. All of Perseus's tragedies existed only so Juliana could heal him. The two of them faced each other without either saying a word. Lilia shifted her gaze and thought, I am only here to be compared to the original story and to make Juliana stand out. What she remembered was the scene of Perseus wholeheartedly embracing and protecting Juliana, showering her with endless affection. At the same time, Lilia existed only to harm Perseus. Then she looked back at him with empty eyes. Perseus frowned and stared at Lilia, especially at her blue-green eyes. He pressed his lips together. Then Perseus ordered, "Take her away." The guard raised his hand in salute and answered, "Yes, your majesty." Then he grabbed Lilia by the shoulder, startling her. Lilia turned and said, "I can walk by myself." Suddenly, she shrank back in fear because the guard's face was cold and extremely frightening. With no other choice, Lilia followed the guard outside. The people around her looked at her with icy eyes. Looking at them, Lilia thought, no one here will help me. Inside the study, Perseus stood looking out the window. He was lost in thought. Only after Lilia fell into the water and drowned did Perseus learn the truth. After everything could no longer be undone, the nanny returned to the imperial palace and told Perseus about Lilia's identity. He fell into despair because he had failed to protect his own child. She thought, right now, there's no evidence. If I tell him this, he will definitely think I am mad. He will not embrace me even if I am his blood relative. He will help me. Such foolish expectations. I know better than anyone that surviving in this world is not easy at all. When Lilia walked out into the corridor, she encountered people blocking her way. Is it her? The two princes spoke. I want to see her. Move aside. The servants tried to stop them. But, Your Highness, Cedric immediately shouted, silence. You are Lilia Olaria, the one whose mother bullied my mother. Lilia froze in place when her name was called. He raised his voice at her, the daughter of Iris Olaria. Lilia pressed her lips together and looked at them, thinking, the two princes who hate me. Sirius raised his voice and scolded her. You must be just as shameless as your mother. Do you know nothing? On the day you were born, our younger brother died as soon as he was born. Our mother died not long after that. It was all because of your mother. Princess Iris conspired with Ledios and tormented our mother the entire time. How can you still have the face to live in this world? You are the daughter of a murderer. Hearing this, Lilia could only silently look away. The two princes also stopped and fell silent for a moment. Then one of them said, Hey, are you listening? Suddenly, a clear voice called out to the two of them. Brothers. Juliana hurried over. Brothers, what are you doing here? Could it be that you wanted to abandon me and go play by yourselves? Even Lilia, seeing her for the first time, could not help being surprised. So cute. A girl like an angel. It seemed Damien was the first to turn and call her. Juliana. Lilia thought in surprise. She is Juliana. Damien turned toward Juliana. How could we leave you behind? We were looking for you too, Juliana. Let's go. They did not forget to glare at Lilia. What are you? What are you looking at, you filthy thing? They laughed and chatted happily with one another. Juliana, what should we play today? How about the courtyard? She said, let us all have tea together. That afternoon, at the tower where Lilia was staying, she sat alone, talking to the stuffed rabbit. If they were beside me, what would they say? They would definitely take my side. Then they would say, what are you saying to our captain? Lilia paused, then let out a soft sigh. She lowered her head, covered her face, and sobbed. I want to write letters so badly. I want to hear their voices. I want to see them. I don't want to be here. Lilia stopped and no longer cried. She shook her head hard and slapped her own cheeks to wake herself up. Lilia, calm down. Wake up. The only person who can protect me is me. I won't sit here helplessly like child. She regained her strength and determination. Perseus has taken the throne. He'll definitely pay even less attention to me than before. And although the food is almost gone, he certainly won't provide me with any more. If I think about it the other way, it means I won't be watched like I was when Ledios was here. In other words, now is my chance to go to Elizabeth's little cabin. Lilia finally found Elizabeth's house. Panting, she cried out, I found it. Elizabeth's magical cabin. Then Lilia gently opened the door and stepped inside. She looked around the living room and wondered, I didn't expect it to be this clean. It seems someone manages this place. Then Lilia passed through the kitchen. She touched the table and thought, is this the place where my mother once lived? If she were still alive, what kind of person would she be? Elizabeth in the novel was gentle, a kind person, If Elizabeth were still alive, she would surely protect Lilia with her life. What am I doing? I have to hurry up, finish this, and go back. Lilia cried out excitedly. I found it. Elizabeth's food storage. A food preservation spell made by Elizabeth herself. A wonderful spell that could preserve food for 100 years, as if it had just been made. Don't be fooled by its empty appearance. As long as the bottle is broken, food will appear. There was bread inside. Then she took the cans of food and put them in her bag. Juliana should have discovered this, but in any case, it concerns my survival and my future. Even if I feel guilty, I have to survive first. We could talk about the rest later. I originally planned to take Elizabeth's tools too, but it seems they aren't kept here. She looked out the window and thought, it seems they really aren't kept here. I thought I might be able to learn magic. The little house is clean, which means someone comes here often. I can't stay here for long. And then Lilia opened the door and left the house. There will be other chances later. I'll go back today and come again next time. Then Lilia walked through the forest alone to return home. Suddenly, she heard people whispering. Lilia immediately hid behind a nearby bush and watched. It turned out to be maids comforting Juliana. Your Imperial Highness, please pull yourself together. That's right. Why don't we take a walk through the busy streets and buy a new dress? Your mood will improve a little. Or perhaps we could go watch the princes. The prince's sword training will be ending soon. Seeing the person crying there, Lilia silently called out a name. Juliana. The maid tried to comfort her. His Majesty went too far. Her Imperial Highness only reached out to touch him a little, yet he refused her. Juliana shook her head and replied, No, father is a good person. He just isn't used to me yet. The maid called to her highness from beside her. Lilia immediately remembered this plot point. I understand now. So this is that moment. Perseus refused when Juliana tried to hold his hand. Perseus gave her a doll to comfort her. This is serious. I remember there was a discussion in the novel about what to do with Lilia. I can avoid falling into the stream if I'm careful, but there's no way for me to avoid the engagement. Before that happens, I have to find a way to escape this fortress. I have to get out of here. I have to find Elizabeth's tool. At the sword training grounds, someone called out to Callias. Uncle Callias. Cedric walked over and asked him, Are you really watching us train in swordsmanship? Callias answered, Ah, that's right. Both of you have potential. There are no children better than you in Woperion. But don't get conceited. Work harder. One day in the future, you will become swordsmen whose names are recorded in history. Hearing his praise, the two princes cried out excitedly in unison. Amazing. Uncle, please guide us in swordsmanship tomorrow. Callias tactfully refused. I'm sorry. I have something to do tomorrow. The two princes' faces immediately fell. You're busy every day. He said, I'm sorry. There's a place I always visit whenever I come to the Imperial Palace. Sunset fell, and dawn rose again. Callias was standing in the corridor, looking down at the courtyard. Below, two maids approached and asked Callias, My lord, you are from the Duke of Woperion's household, correct? That's right, the younger brother of the late Empress Elizabeth. A moment later, he noticed two servants approaching. Then Callias politely bowed to them. After that, he turned and walked away, leaving the two servants to talk among themselves. After Queen Elizabeth's death, the ducal house of Woperion was deeply grieved. Lord Woperion was devastated after losing his younger sister. He couldn't even speak. How pitiful. Fortunately, he has recovered his health and can come to the Imperial Palace now. Hasn't he? Could it be that the effect of the two surviving princes returning was quite great? Suddenly, Callias thought angrily, Perseus, that bastard. He watched my sister die, yet he married a new empress and even had a daughter. If the new empress gives birth to a son and threatens my nephew's positions, then Woperion will become your enemy. You bastard. The place he went to was Elizabeth's wooden cabin. Callias was somewhat moved as he thought, when my sister was alive, she was always in this little wooden cabin. She was obsessed with researching magic. Sister, he called. Suddenly, Callias noticed something unusual. It seemed someone had broken in. He cautiously turned the doorknob, slowly opened the door, and stepped inside. Callias immediately shouted, Who's there? Lilia was sitting blankly on the floor right in front of him. Startled, she turned her head and looked at Callias. Lilia looked panicked and stared back at him with jade blue eyes. Callias was also very surprised when he saw her. You are. Someone had called out to her, making Lilia jump in fright. Callias looked at her in confusion. Who are you? Seeing Lilia trembling, he thought, a girl? She really looked terrified. Is she afraid of the sword? Then Callias asked, Are you a servant of the Imperial Palace? Did you come to clean this house? Why aren't you answering? Don't tell me you're doing something you can't reveal. What is your name? Lilia looked at him in fear. Then she lowered her head and answered shakily, "That is." Callias stared fixedly at Lilia. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Meanwhile, she was fearfully biting her finger. Then Lilia lifted her face and looked at him. Callias was somewhat shocked. Those eyes. Impossible. Sister? He hurriedly shook his head and thought, what a ridiculous idea. Then Callias looked Lilia over. The same eye color as my sister. The silver hair characteristic of the Olaria imperial family. Don't tell me this girl is. He asked in a harsh voice. Are you Princess Iris's daughter? She shrank back as if confirming his question. Callias shouted angrily. It seems you are. This place belongs to my sister Elizabeth. That woman tormented her mercilessly. The daughter of that woman has no right to come here. How dare you sneak in here like a rat? Get out at once. Lilia was terrified by his threatening words. Trembling, she quickly stood up. Then Lilia ran past him. She flew out of the house without looking back. Callias stopped and breathed. He lowered his head and said, Me too, to a child. What the hell am I doing? No, but in the end, she is still that princess's daughter. Compared to what my sister endured, a few harsh words like that are nothing. Callias tried to control his emotions. He thought of Lilia. Her appearance was shabby, without a shred of dignity. Her arms and legs were as thin as dry branches. Is no one taking care of her? No matter what, she is still the daughter of a princess. Can the life of someone who has fallen from the imperial family be this miserable? He clutched his head and shouted, Damn it, who is worrying about whom? Then Callias thought of his two princes. I only need to make sure that my nephews don't end up like this. I don't care what happens to that child. At the tower where Lilia stayed, she lay on her bedding, pulling the blanket over her entire body. Lilia curled up and held the stuffed rabbit in her arms. Even now, her expression was still filled with fear. Lilia looked at the stuffed animal and thought, at least I still have this doll. I bought it to soothe Oscar when he panicked, but in the end, the one relying on it the most is me. Then Lilia poked her head out from under the blanket. I really was shocked. That person called Elizabeth his sister. I know Elizabeth had several siblings. The ducal house of Woperian protects the northwestern region of Olaria. It is a very prestigious noble family, even if in the novel, they end up in decline. The Woperian family has always resented Emperor Perseus for failing to protect Elizabeth. Even so, he must have come to the imperial palace to visit his twin nephews. If I tell him the truth, will he help me? After all, he's my uncle too. If he learns that I am Elizabeth's daughter, perhaps he will take me out of this place. Lilia recalled what Callias had shouted at her. How dare you sneak in here like a rat? Get out at once. She told herself, perhaps he won't believe me either. Even my own father didn't realize anything. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the room. Lilia thought, in surprise, footsteps? Someone? Don't tell me that person followed me. Suddenly, the room door was kicked open. Lilia fearfully hugged the stuffed animal and cowered before this person. She wondered, how did he know this place? Perseus stormed in aggressively. Did Princess Iris tell you? Answer me. Answer me. She hugged the doll tightly and trembled, thinking Emperor Perseus. How could he? Did he see me coming out of the wooden cabin? He said in a low voice, that wooden cabin is not a place where Iris's daughter is allowed to set foot. Tell me, why did you go there? Lilia continued trembling, unable to speak. Then she lowered her head. Lilia quietly answered, I had nothing to eat. Perseus cried out in shock. What? She continued, because I was too hungry. That is why I went there to look for food. But I didn't steal anything. Because not long after I went in, someone found me. I immediately ran out too. Then she closed her eyes and thought, I'm not saying anything wrong. After all, if I honestly say that I stole Elizabeth's food, Perseus might kill me in his rage. I'm lying to protect my life. But other than this, one day, he will know that I am his daughter. I can't let him kill his own flesh and blood. Lilia fearfully pleaded with Perseus. I was the one who went into that wooden cabin on my own. Please forgive me. He swept his gaze around her room. Then Perseus asked, no one brings you food? But this place has been cleaned. Lilia honestly reported, that is right. She thought it was perfectly normal because I clean every day. Does the emperor see me as a child who doesn't know how to clean? But perhaps ordinary noble children don't know how to do anything. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. So after Lydios's death, no one has been taking care of you? Now there are no more of Lydios's lackeys. But that is true. If you had really stolen anything, Callias would not have let you go. Then Perseus suddenly stared fixedly at Lilia. She also looked back at him in confusion. Then Perseus turned and left, thinking, she looks thinner than last time. He said, I will have someone bring you food, but do not go back to that wooden cabin. If you go again, I will make you follow in your mother's footsteps. With that, everything ended. Lilia watched his figure gradually disappear. Trembling, she thought, I won't die so easily, and I won't obey what you say either. To escape the imperial palace, I must have the magic tool Elizabeth left behind. Now that the emperor has discovered me, my little life will be hard to protect. I have to be more careful from now on. I absolutely cannot be discovered. One afternoon, a maid brought over a basket of food. This is today's food. Lilia stepped forward and accepted the basket. Thank you. Then she watched the maid leave. After that day, Perseus did as he said and ordered a servant to bring me food. Every day, it is mainly hard bread and ripe fruit. But to me, it can be called a feast. The food problem has been solved. Honestly, I should thank Perseus. She thought silently. The problem is that the time each day is not fixed. Sometimes the maid delivers the food in the morning, sometimes at dusk, and sometimes late at night. Lilia thought to herself, because I don't know when she will come, I don't dare leave this tower. Did the emperor send a maid here to keep watch over me? The maid instructed her, there is a banquet tomorrow. I cannot come, so I have brought tomorrow's food as well. Remember that. Then goodbye. The tower door closed, and the maid left. Lilia thought with a bit of joy, I finally have a chance. Wait, no, that's not right. This is to test whether I will fall into the trap. Absolutely not. The next morning, the servants were decorating for a banquet in the garden. Everyone was extremely busy preparing for the party. Lilia hid behind a bush and thought, it looks like they really are holding a banquet. It won't be long before Juliana's birthday. Before that, they hold a party so she can make friends her own age. I remember there is a very important scene in this part, because at the banquet, Juliana will meet the male lead. It seems to happen at this very banquet. At today's banquet, the two become good friends and later develop into lovers. I remember there's a small incident too. A noble boy at the banquet pushes Juliana, causing Juliana's palm to be pierced. It is a major accident. In any case, everyone in the imperial palace today, including Emperor Perseus, is focused on the banquet. Then she stood up and left. Today, I must find Elizabeth's magic tool. By the time the banquet ended, the sky had already grown dark. The two princes were taking a walk with Juliana. Juliana, was the banquet fun? She replied, yes. I had a lot of fun. I even made friends. Damien answered, that's great. He turned and asked her, wait, it wasn't a boy, was it? Juliana smiled awkwardly in response. Then she looked around and asked, more importantly, where are we going? Sirius held the lamp, looked up at the sky, and asked, it's a full moon today, but why can't we see it clearly? But there's a tall tower nearby where we can look at the stars. We'll be able to see it there. See? It's right there. Then the group headed toward the tower. Sirius sighed. It looks frightening. Damien immediately said, this tower is very old. Cedric opened the tower door. In front of them was a spiral staircase that looked very clean. When they went upstairs, they saw Lilia's room. Cedric asked suspiciously, it seems someone lives here. Damien asked worriedly, could it be a vagrant hiding and living here? Cedric replied, how could that be? Suddenly, Juliana walked deeper into the room. Cedric called her Juliana. Lilia's doll had been placed beneath the mattress, and it caught her attention. Juliana innocently picked it up. How cute. Brothers, look at this. Suddenly, Juliana saw a figure enter. It was Lilia, who had returned to the tower. When she saw the scene before her, she couldn't help trembling in fear. What are you doing? Lilia had seen the doll in Juliana's hands. Memories of her childhood, the quartet, and the doll rose up one after another. No, that's right. Unable to remain calm, she rushed forward, pushed Juliana away, and shouted, it's mine. She stopped her hands and stared fixedly at the person in front of her. Juliana fell to the ground. As a result, her hand was injured. How did things become like this? Cedric hurried over to help Juliana. Are you all right? She lifted her bleeding palm and reassured him, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Lilia's thoughts drifted back to a few hours earlier. I waited outside for the banquet to begin. After confirming that no one would come, I sneaked into Elizabeth's house. It was only when evening came that I began searching for the magic tool. If I missed this chance, there would be no other opportunity. I finally found it. When I reached the tower, it was already pitch dark. Then I heard noise coming from the tower. I don't understand why Juliana is here, but when I thought that she would take my doll, I was overcome with rage. Cedric saw Juliana's wound and shouted in panic, oh no, she's bleeding. Hurry and find a doctor. I'll carry you. She awkwardly refused. It isn't that serious. Meanwhile, Damien flew into a rage and shouted, hey, are you crazy? How dare you? Juliana hurriedly cut in to smooth things over. Brother, it's all right. This is all my fault. I just thought that doll was so cute. I couldn't help picking it up and looking at it for a moment. I shouldn't have touched it without permission. I am sorry, but I think I've seen you before. What is your name? Lilia was instantly stunned speechless by Juliana's friendly smile. Fragmented images suddenly flashed through her mind. In the novel, Juliana had always been gentle toward Lilia, the person who tried to steal her doll. She never saw me as a thief. This time, I hurt her, and she is still being so kind to me. Compared to her, there is nothing more tragic or shameful than me. Thinking that, Lilia felt deeply guilty and stammered, "I am sorry." But the questioning voice of one of the twin brothers cut her off. "Who is this?" Damien glared at her and answered curtly, "She is the daughter of the woman who killed our mother." Juliana looked at him in confusion, as if wondering what he meant. He continued to remind her coldly, "You do not need to apologize to someone like her." Cedric had now also realized Lilia's identity, and he spoke with biting sarcasm. "I wondered who was living here. So the daughter of a murderer has been living this well. How unfair." He glanced at her with eyes filled with disgust and malice. Then the two brothers declared grandly, "In any case, starting today, this place belongs to us. From now on, it will be our stargazing spot." Damien even arrogantly said to Juliana, "This is a gift for you." Juliana, flustered, tried to stop their arbitrary actions. "Brother, wait." Cedric went on scolding Lilia. "If you heard that, then hurry up and get lost." Damien did not forget to act superior and order her around. "Wait, that's right. You still haven't apologized to Juliana. Kneel down, bow your head to the ground, and apologize 100 times." Lilia's eyes widened in shock, and bit by bit, the light faded from them. Juliana kept trying to ease the tense situation. "Brothers, it's all right." However, both of her older brothers were determined to carry out this lesson to the end. "Juliana, we know you are very kind, but this cannot be overlooked. You are gentle even to the maids. But you are now the imperial princess of the empire. She injured an imperial princess, so she should be executed immediately. It is only because you let her go." The affectionate atmosphere between them left Lilia as if she had lost her soul. In the end, it still becomes like this. Is it all because I was too reckless? But in the novel, these three did not come at night. The one who injured Juliana today was not Lilia. I thought the story would develop in a different direction. After seeing that she was still standing motionless, Damien shouted at her loudly, "Hey, what are you dazed about? Kneel down." Despair welled up in Lilia's empty eyes. If something is bound to happen in the end, then all the thoughts I had about surviving and all the efforts I have made until now. She abandoned her pride, bent properly, and lowered her head to the ground. "Your Imperial Highness, I am sorry." As Lilia's heart slowly crumbled, she wondered, do any of these things still have meaning? A moment later, the servants quickly entered and bowed. "Your Highness, we have kept you waiting." Cedric glanced over coldly. "You're here." Damien immediately gave them instructions. "We will be stargazing here. Please clean it up. Also, Juliana is hurt. Bandage her wound." The male servant respectfully accepted the order. "Yes, Your Highness." The household servants worked with incredible efficiency. They finished clearing the place and moved the tables and chairs out of the tower. They did not stop there. The group even drove Lilia out bluntly. "The cleaning is finished. Please go outside. We're tidying up here, so do not get in the way." She dragged her heavy feet away, step by step. In the silent forest, the sound of Lilia's footsteps echoed even more clearly. She continued along the worn dirt path by habit. Before long, the familiar small house appeared in Lilia's sight. Gentle moonlight shone through the window, becoming the only source of light in the lifeless house. Lilia lowered her head and murmured to herself, "Emperor Perseus will kill me if he finds out. Or perhaps he will arrange a new place for me to live. Maybe I will be married off to a stranger and monitored for the rest of my life. If this is considered living, is living miserably better than a beautiful death? But fortunately, I brought something out of the tower." She had brought letters and a pen. Sheets of paper densely covered with writing were spread out on the floor by Lilia. Her hand reached out gently and caressed a nearby sheet of paper as though it were a treasure filled with countless memories. The writing began with Oscar's confession. "I haven't been able to sleep lately. How are all of you?" Below it was Callus's reply. "I can sleep when I lie down." Next was Griffith's teasing comment. "I heard idiots with empty heads sleep very well." Callus angrily threatened him. "Do you want to die?" Meanwhile, Romeo complained helplessly. "Because of you all, there's another sheet of paper now." Oscar also reminded them gently. "It truly is not easy. Take good care of it." Lilia read through everything written there. "No way. Thanks to them, my luggage is all paper." Then she suddenly froze and swallowed the words she had been about to say. The final line on the paper was Romeo's confession. "Actually, I can't sleep either. I miss the days we spent together. I really want to see everyone again soon." The white paper was instantly dampened by tears, which streamed endlessly down both of Lilia's cheeks. She rubbed her eyes roughly. Lilia shouted as hard as she could, as though trying to hide her overwhelming sorrow. There's nothing to cry about. I'm not sad at all. Around me are my friends. Friends. Yet she still could not erase the beautiful memories of her childhood. At that moment, Lilia no longer bothered suppressing her sobs and cried loudly. In that dark, cold house, her trembling figure seemed even smaller and lonelier in this world. The bright, clear moonlight continued to silently illuminate the house. Just then, a ray of light suddenly flashed between the shelves of the wall cabinet. Lilia was still kneeling on the floor with a dazed face, her tears not yet dry. That light quickly drew her attention. Something was glowing just now. Is there a gap here? As she touched it, the source of light grew even brighter. Before Lilia's astonished eyes, one spot on the wall radiated dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a series of strange sounds. The blurry outline of a door slowly appeared. Lilia hesitantly guessed, could it be a secret door? Lilia slowly pulled open the wooden door. The moment she entered, an old-looking pocket watch lying alone on the floor came into view. Lilia carefully picked up the antique and examined it. A pocket watch used for magical research. A magical tool? No, impossible. In a novel, the pocket watch that Juliana showed to Emperor Perseus. She said she had found it in Elizabeth's wooden cabin. Juliana turned the watch beneath the moonlight. The watch granted a wish. This is actually a sacred relic. Like the other pocket watch, it turns out the two must be combined to become one half of the sacred relic. Although it has lost half its power, the power contained within it is still extraordinarily strong. Juliana's lover, the man who picked up the other pocket watch, later turned the watch hands and wished, I want to become strong. The weak male lead thus gained strength and joined a frenzied dragon subjugation squad. On the other hand, Juliana's wish was, Lilia unconsciously spoke that wish aloud. A harmonious family. Even without this, your wish would still have come true, wouldn't it? Crew's sanctuary does not acknowledge those who return from the dead, and therefore regards alchemists who crave power as heretics. The pocket watch is a sacred relic found at Crew's sanctuary, so it cannot bring about resurrection from the dead. In other words, not every wish can be granted, and that wish must come with a fitting price. Even so, as long as I complete this relic, breaking Lydios's forbidden speech spell will become easier. No, perhaps this alone can do it. If I can lift the forbidden speech magic, I want to write to my friends immediately and go find them myself. I want to apologize to them and tell them that I deceived them all these years. I am truly sorry. I lied to you, but I really do like you. In my previous life, I never missed anyone this much. The people who were always by my side were. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. I hate dead people. It did not stop there. The sight of an unfamiliar dark green lawn entered her eyes, leaving Lilia slightly confused. What? This isn't an unfamiliar ceiling. Isn't this unfamiliar grass too close? It's as if someone forced me to kneel and bow my head to the ground. Damien's rude urging rang out once again, cutting off Lilia's thoughts. Hey, hurry up and move. You still have many times left. She instinctively raised her head slightly. Huh? Lilia then saw Perseus gently lifting Juliana into his arms. Juliana, I came too late. Juliana gave him a bright smile. No, father, thank you. That warm atmosphere made Lilia realize the truth in a daze. This is not my memory. However, she had no control over her body, and her lips unconsciously moved. Father, but that call received no answer. Lilia, wearing a torn dress, walked aimlessly on bare feet. Back in reality, she was also slowly moving into another room. Lilia stopped beside the bed bathed in bright moonlight. She gently held the watch. This was supposed to belong to Juliana. Thinking that, Lilia placed her other palm over the watch face and its hands. She quietly murmured, I'm sorry, but I absolutely will not stop. Please help me. Please free me from the forbidden speech curse. Then another piece of memory flooded into Lilia's subconscious. She was watching her own footsteps. Wait for me. Where are you going? Wait, please don't go there. What? What are you doing? Don't. Stop right now. Please. Lilia felt it. The suffocating sensation brought by the cold water jolted her awake from her trance. Her ragged gasps sounded especially clear in such a remote, deserted place. She kept clutching her chest, trying to steady her breathing. Lilia's face had turned pale with fear. That was a dream. The information that came one after another made her panic. Thank goodness it was only a dream. But what just happened? In the novel, Lilia, she organized everything in her head. That period of time was similar to now. But compared to me now, she was thinner, dirtier. Lilia's complexion visibly improved. She tried to wipe away her tears, choking up over that tragic situation, so she did not accidentally fall into the lake. She jumped into the lake of her own will. It was pitch black there, and the water was cold. After crying for a long time, Lilia suddenly realized something in a daze. She startled awake. That's right, the pocket watch. After she used it, the watch was lying alone. Lilia picked it up again to check it. Because the pocket watch had glowed, her consciousness had begun to fade. The doubts within her still seemed never to have lessened. Has my wish been granted? No, if I think of it that way, how can I confirm it? To confirm that the forbidden speech command has been lifted, I could tell someone that Leo is Lilia. But if the magic has not been undone, I will lose my life. Lilia began to feel uneasy as she let out a long breath and rubbed her head. I did not even think about this. Why is it like this? Should I gamble with my life? No, that is the truth. Just then, Lilia suddenly stopped short. She alertly looked around, searching for the source of the sound. How? How can that be? I heard a notification sound. Following the increasingly loud sound, Lilia approached a wardrobe. Inside a drawer in a wooden box, a jeweled pin giving off a glittering light caught her eye. Lilia picked up the blue gem in confusion. I clearly searched here so many times. When did this appear? Curiosity surged within her, and she tried touching the face of the jewel. The scenery around her immediately changed into an electronic interface. A notification window quickly appeared. System optimization complete. Lilia stared blankly, unable to understand. The system continued communicating with her through messages, accompanied by celebratory music. Optimization finally complete. Lilia still stared wide-eyed, unable to form a complete sentence. What? The message continued appearing. Thank you for waiting. She asked again in a daze, what? What is this? The small body of alchemy appeared faintly. New recipes suited to the environment have been added. Please confirm. Seeing the same ceiling. A sick body, seeing the end of life. That was everything about me. As Lilia lay on her hospital bed, she heard all the malicious gossip of her relatives coming from behind the door. It would have been better if she had died with her parents. Then we wouldn't have to worry anymore. Even if she stays in the hospital, she won't recover. Isn't this just throwing all the property down the drain? It's fine. We only have to endure a little longer. After all, the mortality rate for people with this disease is 100%. I only managed to hold on because of those words. I wish she would die sooner. After learning those truths, she bitterly clenched the blanket. In Lilia's sight was the white ceiling of the hospital room. She tremblingly raised both hands and looked at them. Those hands slowly overlapped, blocking out every source of light. No one in this world needs me. But Lilia was suddenly drawn by a sound ringing in the room. Her phone screen lit up with a blue background and the words, "Level up." She picked it up and looked. On the screen was an image of cheerful animals, along with the words, "Congratulations on completing level 100. Congratulations, Master, Legendary Alchemist, Great Alchemist who commands 3 dragons. You have obtained the above titles. The final achievement reward has completed your level up. You can now craft the Philosopher's Stone." Even though Lilia was sick and lying in bed, she could not help being surprised and excited when she saw that notification. Level 100, the Philosopher's Stone. See, could it be? Am I the first person to complete the final result? But that makes sense. This is the kind of grinding game where you have to work every day without stopping. Who could keep playing for that long? There are thousands of recipes alone and countless resident quests. Only I had the time to accumulate such a great achievement. After saying that, it felt truly sad. Another notification appeared on the screen. Philosopher's Stone. Required materials for crafting recipe, none. When she saw it, she could not help exclaiming, "My goodness, no materials needed? Is this something only a legendary alchemist can make?" An image of an inexplicable symbol appeared. Begin synthesis. Time required 10 seconds. Lilia stared at it, urging it on in her heart. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The process was finally complete. The product was a green diamond. Alchemy reported excitedly, "Master, you have successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. Please use the Philosopher's Stone to grant any wish." Still holding the phone, Lilia tapped randomly on the screen, utterly confused. What? A wish? Where's the input box? Is the game company giving something away? What am I supposed to do? But after a moment of panic, Lilia gradually regained her calm. She wished, "Let me use the alchemist title I currently have, my alchemy tools and the dragons, all kept in their current state, and reincarnate me into the game Alchemy Lottery." On the phone screen, there was now only the image of a huge diamond. Lilia laughed self-mockingly in disappointment and tossed the phone aside. What am I doing? Have I read too many reincarnation novels? It'd be better to read a new web novel instead. But the novel I saw a few days ago still lingers with me. I do not want to read a new novel. Suddenly, there is nothing to do. Forget it. Even if I die now, I will have no regrets. My life has been so hard. I hope my next life will be more interesting. After saying that, she spoke no more. Lilia raised her hand to cover her eyes, as though trying to wipe away her tears. Yet she still could not hide the prayer that came from the depths of her heart. I really want to survive. Only after dying did Lilia irritably try to persuade herself. What use is a wish? A sage alchemist is just like a fart. No, maybe there is still a chance. I might be able to reincarnate into the game right now. There's a saying that is very true. Those who have faith will be blessed. Wait. At that moment, her soul had already rushed toward a sphere of light. The current Lilia now understood everything. She helplessly covered her face. I remember now. This is how I was reincarnated. The reason I was finally able to be reborn was because the Philosopher's Stone fulfilled my wish. And now here, Alchemy's appearance is also. Lilia watched Alchemy and suddenly stopped to think. So cute. No, that's not it. But the fact that it never appeared before cannot be explained at all. Now that it has completed optimization, that means there must be other factors. It seemed the only possible cause was the influence of the pocket watch. The pocket watch had not undone the forbidden speech spell. Rather, by fulfilling the wish from my previous life, it had given me a means to dispel the magic. Her eyes stared fixedly at the system panel. In other words, the forbidden speech spell still had not been lifted. On the system panel, every item was displayed as an endless string of numbers. This surprised Lilia even more. All the alchemical materials collected in her previous life had reached their maximum limit. They were all here. The recipes I collected too. She was so moved that she wanted to cry. This is truly wonderful. Another line of text appeared on the screen. Philosopher's Stone. Conditions not met. Lilia realized it. She could not make the Philosopher's Stone. Alchemy hurriedly suggested, Master does not possess the title for alchemy. To regain the title of Legendary Alchemist, please complete the newly added recipe. The screen changed again, and what appeared there still made her extremely curious. Many new recipes have been added. There's so many materials I've never seen before. The little creature controls several beasts and gathers materials suited to the environment. Lilia tried to guess. Then, like in the game, can the dragon go out to search for materials? With quests and vending devices, everything can be used here. The system panel appeared. Item, physical recovery potion. There was a large quantity. She tried pressing one. Immediately afterward, the item appeared and dropped into Lilia's palm. Oh my god, drink it now. She did not hesitate any longer and drank it all in one breath. The effect after using this item sent Lilia from one shock to another. How could it be? I never expected it to be so effective. My whole body is full of strength. In other words, this tool, this item works too. With these things, I can escape the imperial capital. Her movements paused slightly, as if she had remembered something. If the Lilia in the novel also had such means of liberation. She looked at the screen and at Alchemy, who was sleeping in the drawer. Lilia solemnly knelt down and said, I came too late. I am sorry. Let's run away together. Because this place is not suited for living. Let's go somewhere we can live. Lilia, now you have me. Live on. This time, truly. At dusk, a caravan of carriages was preparing to depart. A soldier with his leg in a cast complained from inside the carriage. Damn it, I can't ride a horse. This is a disgrace to a knight. Tessis gave her opinion. If you hate it that much, let the capital's priest treat you. When the man heard that, he firmly refused at once. Don't let a priest treat me. I'd rather die. She did not force him, merely reminding him, you're too stubborn. Then stay still in the carriage. Don't move until we reach Landinium. You won't die during that time. After Tessis finished speaking, she turned and left. The man reached out as if he wanted to say something, but only let out a few cries. In the end, he gave up, turned over, lay down, and grumbled. What kind of joke is this? After Tessis waited until the man seemed to have fallen asleep in the carriage, the surroundings returned to silence. Lilia suddenly poked her head out from the chest beside him. After observing the situation, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one discovered I was hiding here. Everyone, I am Lilia Olaria. I am now beginning my escape from the capital of the Olaria Empire. A few hours earlier, Lilia had wrapped herself in a black cloak and whispered with great pride. It's finally beginning. An exciting reincarnation story in this world. At last, this is my world. Although that was what she hoped, unfortunately, in this world, alchemists were regarded as heretics. If the temple learned that I am an alchemist, I would be sentenced to death. If I secretly sold medicine to nobles, I might be able to live more easily. She hid in a corner by the wall, watching the carriages gradually leave the city gate. But I am a powerless child, and that still hasn't changed. I could be branded a heretic and face a high risk of death. I must act cautiously. Suddenly, the ticking of a clock rang beside Lilia's ear. Alchemy appeared along with the system panel. Master, the dragon that went out for automatic searching has returned. To conduct the next search, 1 gold coin is required. She agreed to continue exploring. The little girl immediately followed the instruction. All right, automatic selling of shoes, 1 coin. As Lilia operated the system panel, she secretly marveled. This is so convenient. Money in the game cannot be used in reality. Continue using automatic search. Unlike in her previous life, when she searched for exploration sites on a map, this was like a real-world version of the game. Materials that could be collected differed depending on her location. Every time I go somewhere, I have to gather all the nearby materials. As someone who had never played a game connected to reality before, Lilia understood herself very well. If the system had been like this in my previous life, I definitely wouldn't have been able to play it. Even though she was still a powerless child, the situation was very different compared to yesterday. If a dangerous situation arose, she could solve it with large numbers of fire bombs and sleeping potions. She could overwhelm it with quantity. By coincidence, merchants were frequently entering and leaving the imperial capital to attend Juliana's birthday celebration. She had decided on her escape route: hide in a baggage carriage and flee the imperial capital. Time gradually moved toward dusk at the end of the day. Lilia crept closer to one carriage. She panted with exhaustion, but could not help feeling delighted. I escaped safely. Lilia's thoughts wandered. Escaping the imperial capital was easy. Then what do? I risked my life to escape the imperial capital. Now I'm homeless, with nowhere to rely on, and I don't know what to do. Is this how runaway teenagers feel? But I can't go back now. I can't return to the tower. I can't return to Elizabeth's little wooden cabin either. Strangely enough, inside that little wooden cabin, it felt so comforting, like being held in my mother's arms. The rabbit doll, the pen and letters, the pocket watch, and the necklace are all I have. Even though I wish I could bring everything from the little cabin here. If I could look even a little like my mother when I looked in a mirror, perhaps I would feel less lonely. Lilia walked silently. Don't even mention you. Even my father didn't recognize me. I don't look like Mother. Her eyes were filled with lonely sadness. That tower did not hold only bad memories. The wet nurse who raised me was a kind person. Although she abandoned me to save her parents, who had been falsely accused of heresy, I can understand that at the time, it truly was not suitable for her to take me with her. Later, for my sake, the wet nurse risked returning to the Empire, and then revealed Lilia's true identity, telling Emperor Perseus about the person who killed Lilia. Lilia gripped the strap of her bag tightly and wondered what use would regret be by then. Suddenly, she raised her head as if she had discovered something. Ahead was a caravan preparing to depart. 2 people were standing and talking. Are you leaving soon? We have to treat a poison patient. They said something about the capital's priest not being suitable for him. She poked her head out from the corner and listened closely to their conversation. Knights. This is my first time seeing that uniform. Where are they from? They were still discussing it endlessly. They said they were going to Landinium to find a priest to treat his injury. When Lilia heard this, she started. Landinium. She remembered Romeo once saying, I want to go to Landinium. At the time, Lilia had looked at him curiously. Landinium? When Romeo saw that she did not know, he became very impatient. What? You don't know? Are you an idiot? Landinium is in your empire, the sacred land of knights. The male knight who received the prophecy founded the city of deep friendship, Landinium. She hurriedly corrected herself. Ah, I know, but I've never been there. When he heard that, he spoke even louder. What? You're lying to me, aren't you? Even if you're the crown prince, you've lived far too comfortably. She tried to hold back her laughter as she remembered that conversation from that day. That kid Romeo said he wanted to become a knight, but he ended up becoming a mage. Landinium, the land of knights. Anyone who wanted to become a knight could go there, or use it as a stopover, regardless of nationality. Lilia tried to calculate. If I go there, I wonder if there's a way to cross the border. Good. My destination is Landinium. After thinking it over, she clenched both fists with determination. At present, inside the carriage, a knight with an injured leg was constantly complaining. What kind of joke is this? Tessis is here too. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Only after he had fallen asleep did Lilia poke her head out from inside the chest. Infiltration successful. But when the time comes, how am I supposed to get out? I thought this was a luggage carriage. I never expected there would be a patient inside. From our conversation, it seems they were talking about this man. Although I'm very grateful for that, this isn't comfortable at all. Let him sleep with a sleeping potion. Outside, the commander gave the order. All right, let's go. Her face grew hot, and her mind was no longer clear. Are we finally leaving? I'm so hungry. I didn't eat anything yesterday. Although I drank physical recovery potions several times, relying only on that gives me no strength at all. At that moment, chaotic voices came from outside. What the hell is going on? Is that possible? Lilia wondered drowsily. What happened? It's so noisy. Those voices continued arguing without stopping. Where did this kid come from? I've seen that child before in the capital. Followed us all the way from there, and no one noticed? How would we know? There's no killing intent from the child. Only then did she gradually become aware of what was happening and open her eyes wide. The knights surrounding her saw that Lilia had woken up and said, "She's awake." The carriages were being arranged. It seemed the group had arrived. After being discovered, Lilia's face turned deathly pale. She kept thinking, try to find a solution. I've even discovered. What should I do? Should I run? They're all knights. How could I escape from them? One knight saw her trembling non-stop and spoke with concern. Her complexion doesn't look good. Are you all right? A voice came from behind. What's going on here? A kid sneaked into the carriage. The knight turned back and reported the situation. Sir, it seems she followed us from the capital. The person looked closely at her. The capital? It's a girl? The one leading the caravan was Duke Huberon. He observed Lilia with a cold and sharp gaze. Frightened by that look, she took several steps back. The knight hurriedly said, "Sir, how can you look at her with such frightening eyes?" Duke Huberon was puzzled. Huh, are you laughing at me? The knight hurriedly denied it. And no, sir. Duke Huberon no longer paid it any mind and sighed before giving an order. Forget it. Call a doctor. It seems the child is ill. The knight immediately obeyed. Yes, understood. Only then did the duke slowly approach Lilia, who had remained motionless this entire time, and ask, "You came here from the capital? That's impressive. Aren't you hungry?" Lilia raised her head and looked up. She observed the gentle voice of the elderly man. This was the first time since returning from the temple. Her body no longer trembled. Duke Huberon sincerely reached out his hand and offered, Come with me. I'll have hot food prepared for you." A short while later, the table was filled with dishes, from meat to fruit and desserts. The two of them sat facing each other at the dining table. Lilia picked up a piece of meat and ate it, her eyes sparkling. "I never thought I'd get meat. How long has it been since I ate meat? It's delicious. This is a campsite, but there are so many seasonings. The ingredients are very fresh. This person is definitely a noble." After seeing that she had eaten and recovered her strength enough to act normally, Duke Huberon began speaking. "All right, then tell me, why were you hiding in the carriage?" Lilia hesitated slightly. In her heart, she struggled fiercely and pondered. "Although he looks a little scary, he doesn't seem like a bad person, and he even gave me food. You could call him an angel. Can I tell him a little? If it goes well, he might definitely help me." She decided to tell the truth. "My family hates me, so I ran away." Lilia anxiously tightened her grip on the front of her clothes. She lowered her head and spoke word by word. "Anywhere is fine. I want to survive." He did not look very surprised and continued asking, "Where do you want to run to?" Lilia hesitated again. Duke Huberon then explained, "The place you originally lived may be safer. This world is very dangerous for a child, especially a homeless child like you." When Lilia heard this, she froze. Unable to restrain herself, she shouted. Her reaction also surprised him. "I won't go back. To me, the place where I lived before is even more dangerous." At that, Duke Huberon stroked his chin as if thinking about something. Lilia looked at him anxiously and wondered, "What should I do if he really sends me back to the capital?" Trembling, she spoke. Please help me. I don't want to go back. You only need to pretend you never met me. From now on, I won't follow you anymore. So please." Duke Huberon suddenly interrupted her and asked an unrelated question. "Can you read and write?" She raised her head in astonishment. He made a very serious proposal. "My order is in need of a servant who can work. If you're illiterate, you can do this job." Lilia quickly replied, "I can read and write." Duke Huberon nodded, appearing very satisfied. "Good. Then come with us to Landinium, the sacred land of knights." Her face turned red with excitement. "Yes, When Tessis was standing guard over the horses in the rear area, someone called from behind her. "Platoon commander, I have good news." Sir said that, on this journey, this child is to serve as the commander's attendant. Lilia, who had been brought along behind her, politely spoke. "Ashido." Tessis nodded once in response. Tessis lowered her gaze and carefully observed her. She secretly evaluated her snow-white skin, her eyes like spirits dancing upon a lake, and her soft silver hair, though it was slightly disheveled. Because she was malnourished, she looked thin and small, but hers was a beautiful face. Tessius' attitude softened. She bent down slightly and actively asked, "How cute. How old are you?" Lilia obediently replied, "I am 10 years old." Tessis continued, "What is your name?" Flustered, she did not want to say it. The girl who had brought Lilia over just now spoke up to help her. "It's a secret." His Grace also said not to ask anymore. Tessis said, "I can't do anything about that, then." Lilia looked at them somewhat uneasily as they spoke. "Is it really all right to just let things go like this?" A hand wearing a white glove reached out before her. Tessis introduced herself. "My name is Tessis. You may call me Knight Tessis, mysterious young lady." Lilia boldly took her hand. Unable to hide the joy in her eyes, she said, "Please take care of me." Once the greetings were over, Tessis remembered something and asked her to change clothes first. "You're too dirty. I can't have you by my side like this." Lilia was somewhat unwilling to comply. "No, I can't. This is the inconspicuous cloak I took from the temple. Because I'm trying not to be discovered, I prepare to wander through dark alleys. It's too soon for me to step into the light." She raised her hand and wiped away her tears. "From now on, I'll change everything. Everything will develop in a good direction." That afternoon, when the caravan passed through the city gate, it was stopped by the guards, who demanded that they halt. The driver asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" The guard answered very briefly, "We're searching for someone. Let us inspect your luggage." The driver very much wanted to refuse. "Sorry, but we don't have much time." But the guard held up a token and rejected him. "No exceptions. This is His Majesty's order." The driver grew even more curious. "Who are you searching for? Why such a fuss? Could it be an escaped criminal?" The guard explained, "No. Silver hair and blue eyes. A girl about 10 years old. Inside the capital district. The streets were packed with people and horses, bustling with noise and activity." Lilia had changed both her clothes and hairstyle. Perhaps because she was not used to it, she was still blushing shyly because of the compliments from the older sisters in the Night Order. "Ah, beautiful. This dress has found its true owner. Oh, how adorable. She looks like a princess. I've always wanted a little sister. Do you want to be my little sister? So adorable, oh my god." Faced with their enthusiasm, she felt extremely awkward. "I finally made it a Roseberry. What on earth happened?" "I am the servant of Knight Tessis, the commander of a female knight squadron. I've lived together with the Night Order for 2 days on this journey. Honestly, how should I put it? They changed my clothes and prepared lots of delicious food for me. They even brushed my hair." When it was time to depart, Tessis stood in front of the carriage and urged Lilia, "Stop hesitating. Get in the carriage." Riding in the carriage was Duke Huberon. This is practically traveling in the most luxurious carriage. She was extremely bewildered by these favors. "This isn't how you treat a servant. They're treating me like a young noble lady. They're being too kind to me." While Lilia was still standing there in a daze, Tessis appeared. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I was late because I want to buy clothes that would suit you." Someone praised her, as expected of the platoon commander. She merely smiled, as if it were only natural. When Lilia saw that Tessis had bought so many things, her face showed fear. "Huh?" Tessis noticed and hurriedly explained. "Do not worry. This was bought with your Grace's money. I can buy more for you." Lilia screamed inwardly. What exactly am I supposed to feel relieved about? She clenched both hands and said nothing more. Why is everyone being so good to me? I cannot do anything for them. I do not know when their attitude will change. After we reach the city, perhaps they will hand me over to the guards. Perhaps they will sell me. I kept thinking about such things throughout the journey. The kinder they are to me, the more afraid I become. If even they abandon me, I will fall apart completely. The older sisters in the night squad carried the luggage away to put it away. Tessis watched their backs and announced, "Today, let's take a detour." On the street, there was a staircase leading upward. The sea-facing gate there was very wide and covered in flowers. Lilia ran up high and looked out over the scenery. The sight before her made her unable to help sighing in admiration. "It is so beautiful. Lilia gazed intently and wondered to herself, does the other side of the sea connect to foreign lands? If I had known, I would have studied a little more geography. A voice came over. A knight was poisoned. She tilted her head and looked toward the person speaking. It was Tessis. She continued telling her. He said he did not want to be treated by the priests in the capital, so he came to Landinium. This place has a temple sent by the neutral faction. The priest's skill is not bad. Lilia recalled the poison knight. Was it that person from back then? It was the person with his right leg in a cast, lying in the carriage. At the time, she had been hiding in the melon crate right beside him. Tessis informed Lilia he should be cured by now. We'll stay here for a few days to rest and resupply. Then we must leave Landinium. For now, we can only return to the territory, though it is very far from here. She turned her distant gaze toward the sea. What should I do? The reason I wanted to come to Landinium was because perhaps I could escape overseas. But if I do that, I will become someone else. Lilia's hand, resting on the stone railing, trembled slightly. What I'm doing now, is this not what I decided from the very beginning? I could do it alone. And yet she heard Tessis make another offer. If you agree, would you like to return with us? You may think I'm biased toward my own side, but His Grace truly is a good person. As a noble who protects his territory, he is someone worthy of trust. But His Grace has been through some sorrowful things. It has been a long time since we have seen His Grace look so happy. Lilia listened to her words in a daze. In the end, Tessis turned and left, leaving behind an invitation. If you want to come with us, we will be going to the border. Think it over before we depart. She stood motionless there, thinking it over herself. I will not go with them. I do not even have a reason. That night, when everyone had gone to sleep, in the quiet room, piercing notification sounds suddenly rang out. Lilia was startled and sat bolt upright. Order, quiet, be a little quiet. She turned to look at Tessis and saw that she was still sleeping soundly. Only then did she breathe in. Lilia also realized, am I the only one who can hear it? At that moment, the system displayed a report as well. Master, a new material has been discovered. She was somewhat surprised. Alchemy introduced it confidently. Received dust from the corner. Lilia commented, the name does not sound very nice. She stared again at the notification screen, but when she looked closely, it was one of the materials commonly used in the new recipe. I found it this quickly. All right, alchemy, continue having the dragon collect materials. Lilia operated the words automatic search, which glowed gold on screen. Alchemy winked mischievously and carried out the command. Understood. Beginning automatic search. As she looked at the words, her body gradually relaxed. Although material discovery can only be done in places I have already been to, collecting them is very easy. That is wonderful. I will gather many materials and then use the familiar art of alchemy. After learning many things, perhaps one day I will be able to repay the people who have treated me gently. The next morning, Lilia changed into another new outfit. Someone asked whether she had slept well that night. Duke Huberon happily invited her into the carriage. I am delighted to be able to travel with you. Come, sit down. The carriage raced quickly through the forest. Sitting in the carriage, Duke Huberon asked tentatively, we will soon enter my territory. Have you seen a map of Valeria? Lilia shook her head in embarrassment, not daring to answer. She thought to herself that she had seen a map of Dracania in the temple, but had never looked carefully at a map of Valeria. Hearing this, he was not angry at all and tried to explain. Is that so? I do not quite know how to explain it. My territory. The entire carriage suddenly shook violently. Someone outside shouted, something has happened. The coachman hurriedly reported, I am sorry. There are people questioning travelers up ahead. When Lilia heard that, her whole body stiffened. Her face turned expressionless. Questioning travelers? Could it be? He saw that Lilia's entire body was trembling nonstop. She tried to breathe and regain her composure when a hand knocked on the glass door. At the same time, a voice came through. By order of the Emperor, may we search the carriage? We are looking for a silver-haired girl around 10 years old. Please cooperate. There was no response from inside for a long time, making the man outside even more anxious. Please open the carriage door so we can inspect the inside. Can you hear me? May we open the door? Each urging word made her tremble more and more with fear. Seeing Lilia clutching her head and her face turning pale, Duke Huberon's expression also darkened. He reached toward the door. The door immediately flew open with force, making the person outside stagger backward. Duke Huberon stepped down from the carriage grimly and questioned in a low voice, How dare you search my carriage? Seeing his imposing presence, the man stammered in fear and tried to argue. But this is the Emperor's order. Duke Huberon was silent. Then go back and tell the Emperor this. If he wants to know what is inside my carriage, have him come and see for himself. Of course, if the Emperor has any shame left, he certainly will not dare appear before me. There was chaos outside. While inside the carriage, Lilia sat silently in terror, bending over and covering her face. At that moment, his gentle voice rang out, startling her into trembling and making her raise her head. I have kept you waiting. We will depart at once. Sit down. Lilia looked at Duke Huberon as he calmly sat back inside the carriage, and her heart could not help surging violently. It was resolved so smoothly. He is not handing me over to the soldiers. But how am I supposed to explain this? He certainly will not dare appear before me. He knows that person is me. If I tell him the truth, will he help me hide? No, I cannot do that. They're the first people, other than Leo, who have treated me so gently. I cannot drag them into danger. The chaotic turmoil in her mind made her eyes redden and fill with tears. Lilia bit her lip tightly and spoke with difficulty, trembling. I will get out of the carriage here. Just then, his deep voice rang out again, completely disregarding her trembling words just now. Where were we? Yes. You said you had never seen a map of Oleria. The place we are going is the northwestern border of Oleria, the region farthest from the capital. That is the territory of the Huberon ducal family. A light flashed in her eyes, a bewildered light of hope. He continued gently. When I saw your frightened eyes when we first met, I remembered my daughter. I was a strict father. That is why that child was always afraid of me. But in the end, I lost that child forever. I was a foolish father. If I had been a gentler father, I could have seen that child's smiling face many more times. There is nothing in this world more precious than that. These feelings of regret have tormented me my entire life. So I cannot abandon you. Your eyes resemble my daughter's eyes. My dear daughter, Elizabeth. So, can you tell me more about yourself? Another beautiful new day arrived. In a room at Duke Huberon's mansion, Callius was sleeping lazily on the bed. A helpless voice echoed beside his ear. Big brother, seeing that you are not moving at all. That person then shouted loudly, Callius, how long do you plan to sleep? He wearily rubbed his forehead. Atticus, keep your voice down. Atticus stood before Callius's bed with her hands on her hips and complained, I thought you finally managed to return from the capital, but you drank too much wine at the banquet and ended up hungover. He wearily rubbed his forehead and said, you're going too far. Adults have unavoidable hardships. Hearing this, Atticus grew even more exasperated and questioned him. What does the conduct a noble ought to have to do with age? The more Callius listened, the lazier he became and said, do not talk like father. She turned around, waved casually, and said, if you do not want father to say that to you, then go take a bath. Get ready. Father said he will return to the territory today. Hearing this, he was startled. Is that so? In front of the mansion gates, a noble carriage slowly stopped. Duke Huberon slowly stepped down from the carriage. All the servants there respectfully bowed in unison. Your Grace, you have returned. He gave a faint hum. His gentle gaze glanced toward the person inside the carriage. Duke Huberon smiled softly and went forward to support Lilia's hand. He said gently, good, come here. Lilia stood before the grand, splendid, and spacious mansion. An elegant figure stepped lightly out and spoke. I am very glad father has returned safely. Did you have any discomfort on the road? Please rest for a while. Duke Huberon smiled softly and nodded. Atticus, thank you for coming to greet me. Did anything else happen while I was away? She smiled gently, nodded, and replied a little awkwardly. If something had happened, then right now father would not be as usual. You look happy. Also, who is this child? Could it be? No. Although I know noble society is rather licentious in certain ways, how could a strict father like you possibly? How could you do such a thing? You truly disappoint me. To think father has an illegitimate child. How filthy. Do you not feel ashamed before mother? Seeing that Atticus had misunderstood everything, he sighed somewhat helplessly and interrupted her. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and bring your mother here. Atticus, where's your older brother? She immediately steadied her emotions and answered, somewhat flustered. Jaren has not returned yet. Father returned earlier than expected. Brother Callius came back a few days ago and is still resting. As soon as Duke Huberon heard this, he said, then call Callius to see me. I have something to say to him. Hearing his deep voice, in the end, she could only obediently do as he said. I understand. I will invite mother over first. Father, please wait in the reception room. Watching Atticus leave, Lilia lowered her head a little nervously. Seeing this, he gently spoke to reassure her. You do not need to worry. No matter what happens, I will protect you. If it were that child, she would certainly say. Duke Huberon suddenly fell silent. He stared into the distance in contemplation, making Lilia look up in confusion. In the end, he gently took her hand again. Then let us go, Lilia. Hearing this, Lilia also answered softly, Yes, grandfather. I told Duke Huberon everything in the carriage. Although outwardly I am the daughter of Queen Iris, my birth mother is the former crown princess, Elizabeth. Only the nanny overseas can prove this. And I was imprisoned in the tower by the former Emperor Ledios. But I did not say anything about my life in the tower. I did not want Duke Huberon to become even sadder. And there may be a risk of violating the forbidden speech spell. I also could not speak about what happened in the temple. But I told the Duke that I secretly escaped from the Imperial Palace and met many good friends. There were many interesting encounters with those friends. I told the Duke all of it. The Duke quietly listened to my story and called me his granddaughter. She sat with Duke Huberon in the reception room. She thought nervously. Even so, the Duke suddenly announcing that a child of unknown identity is a blood relative of the family. The Duke's other relatives cannot easily believe it. There is no way the Huberon family will acknowledge me. Suddenly, a sound came from outside, making Lilia start in worry and turn to look. Atticus and Becky helped Madame Lysandra into the room. She said softly, Mother, watch your step. Thank you. You may go now. Hearing this, Becky bowed and obediently withdrew. Yes, supported by Atticus, she entered, and as soon as she saw Lilia, she was surprised. Lilia looked at Lysandra nervously. This is Elizabeth's mother, Duchess Lysandra. Lysandra's lips moved slightly when their eyes met. She staggered toward Lilia, startling Atticus. Mother. She gently took Lilia's hand. Lysandra bent down and said softly, You have finally come back. Elizabeth. Then she suddenly reached out and hugged Lilia tightly, surprising her. Lysandra held Lilia tightly, her voice a little choked. I've been searching for you all this time, my daughter. Come here. Why are you so thin? It is all right now. Mother will be by your side. You do not need to worry about anything. Lilia was stunned by her words, but then she gently reached out and embraced Lysandra. Lilia's hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. Tears rolled down her face as she sobbed in reply, Mother, mother, mother. Seeing this situation, everyone in the room went outside, leaving a quiet space for the two of them. Atticus looked at Duke Huberon's tall back in astonishment, unable to speak. Father, no. What exactly is she? She suddenly froze when she faintly heard his sobs. Father, are you crying? Known as the father of the Huberon family, he had never seen Elizabeth again since she was young. Does that child truly resemble my older sister that much? Stepping into an unfamiliar room, Lilia curiously looked around. Is this mother's room? Duke Huberon gently walked to the table, placed a small box on it, and said softly, Starting today, this is your room. It has been cleaned very thoroughly, so use it with peace of mind. She asked in surprise, I can use it? He said gently, of course. My wife, Lysandra, suffers from a mental illness. Hearing this, Lilia fell silent. Mental illness is an ailment that cannot be cured by divine power. It can bring the dead back to life and regenerate broken bodies, but illnesses that have lasted too long cannot be cured. Mental problems related to the brain are the same. Alzheimer's disease is one kind. Duke Huberon placed his hand on the small box and raised his face to look out the window. Ever since Elizabeth passed away, my wife began to fall ill. I met many alchemists, but none of them had a way. But I knew she would be able to recognize you. This is for you, a gift I had originally intended to give Elizabeth. This is the last thing meant for Elizabeth. I will choose a gift for you later. Seeing the small box he held out before her, and hearing those warm words, she felt a little flustered. Duke Huberon continued, You are not Elizabeth's substitute. I am a grandfather who wants his granddaughter to be happy. Suddenly, at that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the room. Caelius shoved the door open and shouted, Father, what exactly happened? His sudden action terrified Lilia and made her turn pale. The moment he saw her, Caelius's expression darkened. Please explain this to me. Duke Huberon looked at Caelius's agitated face, then stepped forward to shield Lilia and sighed. Caelius, what are you doing? Is there a problem? Caelius questioned his father with a dark expression. You ask me if there's a problem? Father, do you call it question? Father, do you not know whose daughter this child is? This child is Iris's daughter. But why? Why is she here? How could you bring this child into my sister's room? If father does this, can I still regard you as my father? Duke Huberon listened to these accusations in silence for a long time. without answering. Finally, he said gently in helplessness, I apologize on behalf of your incompetent uncle. Do you not recognize your own niece, Callias? This child is Elizabeth's daughter. Hearing this, his reddened eyes filled with astonishment. Huh? And yes, father, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you have Alzheimer's? Duke Huberon immediately walked over to Callias and struck him hard on the head with his hand, making him groan in pain. He held his swollen head and stared at him blankly. Father, use your mouth to speak. Duke Huberon smiled faintly and sighed. Useless fellow. Just then, a call sounded from outside the door, surprising Callias. Callias? Father? Father, are you here? As soon as he saw the person who had arrived, he exclaimed in surprise, Big brother. The Duke looked at the newcomer and said softly, Jaren, you have arrived. Jaren smiled faintly and replied, I originally intended to come with my family, but father sent someone to Parkma to inform me there was an urgent matter. I left my wife and children at the lodging house and came here first. Hearing this, he said calmly, I will take good care of my daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Jaren sighed and replied, It is all right. Only then did Jaren notice Lilia in the room. Her cautious appearance made him curious, and he asked softly, But who is this child? The Duke answered gently, I urge you to come here to talk about this child. He looked at him in surprise. Huh? Jaren stared intently at the child before him. That gaze made Lilia both nervous and afraid, and she did not dare speak. After a long while, he answered softly, Is that so? I understand. Duke Huberon stroked his chin and nodded in satisfaction. We will find somewhere private to talk. Lilia, you rest in this room. Hearing that, Lilia obediently replied, Yes, your grace. Duke Huberon added, I will arrange a maid for you. If you need anything, just say so. She answered gently again, Yes. With that, he left the room with everyone else. Callias continued staring at Lilia for a long time. In the end, he snorted coldly and left. Seeing his attitude, she sighed helplessly. The room fell silent, leaving Lilia deep in thought. Why did they think something so serious had happened? After I left the capital, no, after I met Alchemy, so many things happened, as if it were all a dream. The Huberon territory, mother's room. If I can live here, perhaps I can escape my fate of death. Maybe I can grow up safely into an adult. Then she looked at the box in her hands and pursed her lips, thinking, Can I open this gift? But in the end, Lilia opened the box. When she saw what was inside, her eyes suddenly lit up. A music box? The exquisitely carved object sat neatly inside the gift box, making Lilia sigh in admiration. It's so beautiful. But what is it? She carefully picked up the music box inside and opened it. Looking at the mechanism within, Lilia murmured in thought, It's a music box. The sound is so clear and lovely. Gifts that had never been given. What sort of feelings had grandfather been holding as he kept this by his side? Grandfather, grandmother, and the Huberon family eventually fell apart. A great noble house that had risen with the empire when it was founded. It should not have fallen so easily. But when Juliana grew up, misfortune began to strike the Huberon family. The Duke died suddenly of unknown causes, followed by the death of the eldest son, Jerome, and the disappearance of the second child. Callias Atticus was discovered to have issued a large number of promissory notes for gambling. Although Jerome's eldest son inherited the position as the next head, the young family head became a puppet. Juliana comforted the grief of the family, Cedric and Damien. Remembering all that, her heart grew heavy. There was nothing written about grandmother, but something unexpected must have happened. No, I will absolutely not allow that to happen in the future. According to the rules of bullying us, even if it is taboo, it does not matter. Then Lilia spoke thoughtfully. Alchemy, can you help me? Alchemy immediately appeared, smiled, winked, and asked, Master, did you call me? She made her request seriously. I need a formula to change this family's future. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Callias slammed the table in fury and shouted, I won't accept it. Father, how can you believe what that child says? She has no proof at all to show she is my sister's daughter. Please calm down and think it over. Atticus, sitting beside him, spoke gently. Brother, I advise you to calm down. The moment Callias heard that, he snapped at Atticus in irritation. She reminded him softly again, Calm down and think about it. There is also no proof that she is Queen Iris's daughter. There is no problem with letting the child stay in our house temporarily. You do not think a 10-year-old child can endanger the Huberon family, do you? Hearing that, Callias gritted his teeth and said somewhat guiltily, No, that's not it. Atticus continued. In other words, brother, Right now, you are treating a powerless 10-year-old child, who may be our niece, as someone to be driven out of the house without any proof. Am I wrong?" He grew a little flustered and could not speak. That," she said in a serious voice, "and the Imperial family is searching for her. We need time to investigate. Besides, think about Mother's reaction." Just then, Jaren coughed lightly and spoke. "She looks like Elizabeth when she was little." Kalius was startled and immediately retorted, "What does she look like her? Aside from her eye color, she doesn't resemble her at all." He immediately replied seriously, "As her older brother, I know better what Elizabeth looked like when she was little." Jaren's certainty instantly silenced him. Kalius pressed his lips together, unwilling to accept it. At that moment, Duke Huberon, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke and broke the atmosphere. "Enough. In any case, I never intended to receive your agreement. I will not take that child to the capital. The Imperial family is not looking for the child in order to protect her. Even so, I do not intend to send her back." Atticus agreed, her voice low. "Fortunately, this place is very far from the capital. No one will think our family is protecting Iris's daughter. Therefore, the Imperial family will not look into this." Hearing that, Jaren said, "Even if you want her to live here, you still need to explain it to the vassals." "Father, what do you plan to tell them?" He replied calmly, as if he had prepared it long ago. "I will tell them that, because of the Duchess's illness, I found a child who looks like Elizabeth." Hearing that, Jaren finally answered in relief. "Is that so? I understand." Once everything had been settled, Duke Huberon stood up. "This matter must be kept absolutely secret." After saying that, he left the room. The room immediately fell into empty silence. None of the three spoke to one another. Suddenly, Atticus stood up, becoming the first to break the suffocating stillness. "I believe that child." Kalius still looked full of disagreement. "Atticus," she said softly, "I do not believe that child. I believe Mother, as long as that child can bring Mother peace. Even if someone held a sword to my neck, I would not drive that child away." Kalius's eyes trembled slightly. "If that child truly is my sister's daughter, if she can comfort Mother. But what if that child really is Queen Iris's daughter? That woman bullied and humiliated my sister. In the end, she made it so my sister could no longer stand, and then my sister died. But how can I be sure that the same thing will not happen to my family?" Just then, Jaren gently placed a hand on his shoulder, sighed, and spoke softly. "I will not let you blindly believe that child. We will investigate the child's origins and observe how she behaves." Kalius murmured in a choked voice, "Elder brother." Atticus looked at him and reminded him, "Do not bully that child. I'm not asking you to grab her by the hair. Do you understand what I mean?" Kalius wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and answered, I understand." He supported his weary chin and sighed. Standing in Lilia's bedroom, Kalius rubbed his chin and thought, "But no matter how you put it, this little girl is—" Suddenly, his gaze landed on the bottles of medicine placed on the table. He murmured in surprise, "This does not look like ordinary medicine. Anyone who knows what they are looking at can tell with one glance. This is medicine made through alchemy. Why is this in the room?" Kalius glanced toward the door and saw her timid figure entering the room. He folded his arms and thought, "I came to see what this child was doing. That is a potion." Then Kalius suddenly spoke. "Could it be that you know alchemy?" She clenched her hands tightly. Seeing Lilia's attitude, he thought, no fool would admit it. Wouldn't that be admitting she is a heretic? Alchemists are caught by the temple and burned alive. Even if she is young, she should know that. Suddenly, her quiet voice rang in Kalius's ears. That's right." Lilia's frank confirmation immediately left him stunned. "What?" she said calmly. "I know alchemy." "So what?" Kalius immediately shouted in agitation. "What? What did you say?" Lilia said in a low voice. "Do you want to report me? If you really do report me, I will not be the only one involved." Her reminder instantly brought him back to his senses. This little brat, is she talking about the fact that father has been dealing with alchemists to cure mother's illness? Indeed, I cannot report her, because my family and alchemy. Lilia looked at Kalius and spoke softly. "My grandfather, Duke Huberon, promised me that he would definitely protect me. So even if you have caught my weakness, I'm not afraid. Even if you do not believe me, I do not care. I know alchemy. So what?" Her indifferent attitude made him choke, leaving him speechless. Then Kalius pressed his lips together and swallowed the words he had been about to say. He hurriedly left. "Excuse me." After Kalius left, she let out a breath of relief. In the hallway, he recalled the past in a daze. "Sister, this is very dangerous. Please do not do this. If the temple discovers it, you will be burned to death. And yet you knew alchemy." Elizabeth's smile from that year made Kalius stare vaguely into the distance. Could she really be my sister's daughter? Meanwhile, Lilia was in her room, gasping in panic. What just happened really scared me to death. What was the point of knocking? He came in without even needing my answer. And someone like that is my uncle. I was making ingredients to find a usable formula. The divine medicine was discovered, and he found out I am an alchemist. Judging from the result, I ended up saying it myself. It should be all right, shouldn't it? The sign of a mad dragon, born after several years, grows stronger each year, and the temple is busier than ever. They should not be so free as to catch a child and question whether she is at an alchemist level. But I cannot cause trouble for the Huberon ducal family. From now on, I will act more carefully. Wait, this is Mother's room. Could there be a secret space, like the small wooden house in the Imperial Palace? If there isn't one, could I make one? I want to hide pens and writing paper. She thought deeply for a long while. As if she had come up with something, the corners of Lilia's lips lifted slightly. Suddenly, she burst into a satisfied laugh. That felt so refreshing just now. I got to see Uncle Callius's stupid expression. He never would have thought I would admit it. Callius's stunned face and words from then appeared again in Lilia's mind. What? You. And she had calmly said, are you going to report me? Thinking that, Lilia gently looked at the wide sky beyond the window glass. Do you really want to do that? I do not have to be afraid. I can say what I want to say. I do not need to hide here and there. I am protected by someone. So this is what happiness feels like. She opened her eyes, pressed her lips together, and looked at the electronic screen before her. Crafting formula, Alzheimer's treatment medicine, related material list, fragrant herb, 0 of 99, memory fragments, 0 of 10, Huberon fragment, 0 of 1, remembering crypto, 0 of 1, sparkling dust, 0 of 9,999. Lilia stared at the material list and murmured thoughtfully, to repay this kindness, I first need to gather enough materials. It would be best if I can find them in the territory. Suddenly, a knock came from outside, startling her. Lilia immediately reached out and hid all those bottles of divine medicine. Wait, come in. From outside the door, a maid entered respectfully and curtsied. Excuse me, I am Becky, and I will serve you starting today. Lilia was surprised and answered a little awkwardly. My name is Lilia. Please take care of me. Becky stared blankly at Lilia's beautiful face. So pretty. Yes, Lady Lilia. If you need anything, please call me. I have prepared tea and cookies. Would you like to try some? Looking at the snacks before her, Lilia's eyes shone brightly with excitement. I want to eat cookies. Lilia went over and sat at the table, enjoying the delicious cookies under Becky's hospitable gaze. That evening, she was carefully attended to by Becky again and changed into a nightgown. Lilia answered contentedly, her body relaxed and soft, strength leaving her limbs. Becky looked at her with a smile. The Duke said you must be very tired today, so he told me to have you eat dinner in your room. Hearing that, Lilia answered softly, then I'll leave it to you. Becky laughed and replied, understood. Please wait a moment. After enjoying dinner, Lilia lazily collapsed onto the bed. Moved by everything she had received today, Lilia said, I am being treated kindly. Is this really all right? She lay there dreamily, looking at everything around her. Then Lilia thought to herself, I also need to think about what I should do from now on. For now, my main goal is to survive, at least until I become an adult at 19. At that point, I can consider myself to have avoided my destined death. According to the rules, before that, I should try to resolve the alchemy lottery and let grandfather and grandmother escape their fate of death. Although I do not know the cause of grandfather's death, if it was illness, the divine medicine will definitely work. As long as I protect the two of them, the fate of the ducal family will also change. After I become an adult, I will return to the capital, Olaria, once again and undo the forbidden speech spell. The male lead of the original work, Doctor, holds the clue to solving it. On the day I kneel and apologize in the tower, at the birthday banquet held in the Imperial Palace, Juliana and Dr. meet. Vader was originally the child of a commoner, but he met a girl in a small alley. At that time, that girl was being deceived. It was a crisis involving kidnapping and slave trafficking. The girl Vader bravely saved was Juliana before she became an Imperial princess. At that time, Juliana was being abused by her biological father. The young man who rescued her from those adults held a special meaning for her. After that, Jupiter was adopted by the nobility, and Juliana became an imperial princess. In the end, they met again at the imperial palace. Thinking of this, Lilia sighed inwardly. It really is a fated meeting. Since they are the protagonists of a romance novel, it is only natural. Later, Joker will possess half of a pocket watch and gain tremendous power, becoming a swordsman. Through sacred power, he will become one of the warriors who defeats the Mad Dragon. Do I have to get away from that person and take half of the pocket watch? To undo the forbidden speech spell, I need the complete sacred relic. There is absolutely no way to take it by force. Even if I had several lives, it would not be enough. But there is one good opportunity. After the Mad Dragon dies and peace is restored, Vader and Juliana consider what to do with the sacred relic. In the end, the two decide to return it to the temple. Vader loses the sacred relic during that process. That is my chance to obtain the sacred relic. As long as I undo the forbidden speech spell, I can meet my friends again. After everyone defeats the Mad Dragon, they will probably be adults. Perhaps by then, they will have forgotten me. Even so, I still want to meet them. Everyone is the hope of my life. Is everyone living well? I hope Oscar no longer has nightmares. Callus, I hope your family is not too cruel to you. Riffid does not know how to take care of his own heart. I hope he does not push himself too hard. Romeo may not show it, but he is more timid than others. I hope he can rely on the people around him. Everyone, I hope all of you will be happy. I will definitely go to meet you. Kaylee silently stared at Lilia. With a flushed face, she silently looked toward him. The two sat facing one another without saying a word. The more Lilia thought about it, the more confused she became. How did it turn out like this? After arriving at Duke Huberon's territory, I lived a comfortable life. The maids, including Becky, all took devoted care of me. My grandmother, Duchess Lysandra. When Lysandra saw her appear, she smiled. Lilia, you've come. Thanks to grandfather introducing me when her mind was clear, she regarded me as her own granddaughter. Fortunately, while I was in the garden with grandmother, I discovered grandmother's medicine. One of the ingredients in a medicinal formula was fragrant herb. Lilia looked at the ingredient list. Fragrant herb, 36 of 99. Memory fragments, 0 of 10. Old cloth scrap, 0 of 1. Crystal of recollection, 0 of 1. Sparkling dust of sparks, 0 of 9,999. Seeing that, she was very surprised. I unconsciously collected 36 of them already. Aunt Atticus was standing far away, staring in our direction. I could not just pretend not to see her, so when I greeted her, she ran away without a sound like a stray cat in the street. That made Lilia feel helpless. Do not run so hurriedly in high heels. She really does not seem to hate me. What matters most now is gathering ingredients. I simply cannot collect the ingredients Callius does not have. In her room, she examined the system screen. Let's see. There are far too many additional ingredients needed. The moment I thought that, a message appeared. Master, ingredients not yet discovered in the stage can be opened with crystals. Special ingredients marked in different colors cannot be opened, but common ingredients can be obtained immediately. The screen displayed the required ingredient list. Fragrant herb, 36 of 99. Memory fragments, 0 of 10. Old cloth scrap, 0 of 1. Crystal of recollection, 0 of 1. Sparkling dust of sparks, 0 of 9,999. In this combination, sparkling dust of sparks cannot currently be unlocked. Crystals are a type of in-game currency. They can be obtained when increasing favorability with alchemy residents or when achieving accomplishments. In addition, there's another way to obtain crystals. That is, Lilia quickly realized the problem: spending money. The good news was that the in-game currency could be obtained by increasing favorability with alchemy residents. She was somewhat frightened by that information. Is this telling me to spend money? This is money. Alchemy was trying hard to tempt her. Worrying only slows down crafting. The little girl cheerfully pointed at the notification. A glowing glass box suggestion. Seeing it, Lilia fell into thought. Lately, I keep feeling as if alchemy has developed a will of its own. Is it just my imagination? Even if I want to spend money, I do not have any money. But I need 9,999 specks of glittering ember dust. I have to unlock it as soon as possible. It will be better to use automatic search. When did everything become so favorable to people who spend money like this? I want to earn money. Looks like my only option is to sell alchemical medicine, but I have no sales channels. How can I sell alchemical medicine without being discovered by the temple? I suppose the only way is to ask grandfather later. There may be a few small problems, but I should prepare slowly for the sake of a peaceful life in the future. aside from my current relationship with Uncle Callius. Lilia sat before the dining table, lost in thought. Forget improving it. Why does it feel even worse now? When grandfather is present, he does not show anything, but whenever only the two of us are left, he becomes like that. She ate with some gloom. But this fried chicken is so delicious, especially the seasoning. It is amazing. Suddenly, Lilia stared blankly ahead. Does he hate me that much? Does being with me make him unable to eat? In a novel, after Elizabeth died, Callius was badly hurt. For a time, he even lost the ability to speak. Perhaps that is why he cannot accept the possibility that I am Iris's daughter. Though I do sympathize with him, I do not want to spend my whole life living like an invisible person, always watching his expression. I can only keep a certain distance. That was what I thought. In the garden, Callius's voice drew her attention. Dad, I wanted to eat dessert with you. Yet somehow things turned out like this. At that moment, Becky looked somewhat flustered. Sir Callius, I have prepared the dessert you requested. A beautifully arranged cake was brought to the table. She thought with great anxiety. Though I know Sir Callius dislikes Lady Lilia, he is actually letting the young lady eat this dessert. Lilia was also utterly bewildered. Why? What's going on? Becky, why does your expression look so serious? Could it be poisoned? No, that is impossible. I know that no matter how much he hates me, he would not do something like that. So she cut off a small piece of cake and put it in her mouth. Seeing this, Becky cried out in shock, My lady, you do not need to force yourself to swallow it. Please spit it out quickly. Contrary to Becky's panic, Lilia praised it. It is truly delicious. This is so good. I never thought such a delicious dessert existed. Becky seemed stunned by the sight. Lilia even took the initiative to ask Becky, what is this dessert called? I want to eat it every day. Seeing this, Callius was deeply surprised. Hearing Lilia's question, Becky immediately answered, it is maglia. He suddenly remembered the past, when a woman had once commented, Elizabeth and Callius really do like this dessert. Callius thought back on it. Do not even mention children. Quite a few adults dislike this dish too. I was the same, she happily exclaimed. The cinnamon sauce inside is truly delicious. He spoke up with his own comment. I especially like the cinnamon sauce too. Callius knew well the deeper reason behind it. That was precisely why everyone refused to eat it. Praises rang out. The two of you really do have similar tastes. Elizabeth stared at him and said, Callius, we really are alike. Callius smiled and raised his head. Yes, sister. She continued to affirm, it is truly delicious. If only I could eat it every day. Returning to the present, he remained silent. Becky muttered blankly, I have prepared mouthwash for you. Lilia stared blankly and replied, I still want to eat more. Callius remembered the moment he had heard those reproachful words. This is the place prepared for my sister Elizabeth. This is not, but a place where the daughter of a wicked woman who tormented her, like you, is allowed to come. How dare a filthy rat like you crawl in here? Get out at once. He suddenly felt self-reproach. What on earth have I done? What did I do to such a filthy, frightened, trembling child? I was drowning in my own emotions. Not only did I fail to reach out and help, I even hurt that child. Using my hate-filled weakness as an excuse, I abandoned a 10-year-old child and left her to face death. Callius's hand suddenly clenched into a fist. My weakness and stupidity almost took away sister's daughter's life. He abruptly trembled and said, Lilia, what on earth did I do to you? I am sorry. I am sorry. I was wrong. That day, the day I met you, I should have saved you. I should have protected you, even if it meant exchanging my life for yours. I am truly, truly sorry. When the carriage stopped, a servant spoke up at once. Master, you have returned. Did this inspection go smoothly? Duke Huberon stepped down from the carriage and replied, yes. This year's harvest in the territory is much better than in previous years. We will also need to adjust the wholesale prices a little. Send a report to Jaren later. The servant obeyed. Yes, my lord. He suddenly remembered and said, also, move the things in the carriage to Lilia's room. I bought a few gifts for Lilia on the inspection trip. The servant answered briskly, yes, my lord. Duke Huberon suddenly felt curious. Where is Lilia? The servant immediately reported, Lady Lilia is out on the balcony. The moment he walked to the balcony and saw it, his expression darkened. Meanwhile, Callius was still sobbing. Seeing this scene, Lilia grew even more flustered. Duke Huberon asked in complete confusion, what is going on? Why is Callius? Seeing this, she awkwardly explained, gee, grandfather, it was not me. I did not do it. Seeing Lilia's panic, he froze and remembered the past. Elizabeth, did you make Callius cry again? She hurriedly explained, that is not it. Father, we were only discussing something. Callius suddenly cried. I did not do it. I am sorry, all right? So, Callius smiled for me. Recalling this, Callius suddenly laughed in self-mockery. Then Callias laughed like a madman. Lilia stared blankly at him. He suddenly burst into tears just now, and now he is laughing like a lunatic. He was still laughing, showing no sign of stopping. Then Callias murmured sorrowfully, "I really am a useless little brother." Lilia remained silent as she remembered that scene. Then she sighed gloomily. "Stop thinking nonsense. I have to pull myself together. Is that person ill?" He suddenly burst into tears, then suddenly laughed loudly. Anyone would think that was abnormal. Among the siblings, he was the closest to Elizabeth, and he is also the person who hates me the most. Lilia recalled the moment he had admitted it that day. "The day I met you, I should have saved you." Suddenly, a sound outside startled her. "Is that Becky?" The door to the room opened. She still thought it was Becky, so she said, "Come in." But when she saw Callias, Lilia was immediately surprised. Then she saw him cautiously say, "I have something I want to tell you. Can you speak with me for a moment?" A moment later, the two of them sat facing each other in the room. She stared at Callias and guessed, "Did you cry again after leaving? Your eyes are all red." He suddenly flinched as if realizing something. Then Callias gave an awkward smile. "I have made a fool of myself before you. No, I should say that I always let you see me at my worst. First of all, I apologize. That day at my sister's small cottage, when I met you again, I suddenly got angry at you. I am sorry. If I had been calmer and more rational then, perhaps you would not have had to suffer so much." Hearing Callias confide in her, Lilia suddenly blushed. He then asked curiously, "When you lived in the Imperial Palace, what kind of feelings did you carry? It must not have been easy to survive there. At the very least, I should have reached out to help you. I clearly could have done it, yet I did not. I truly feel ashamed of myself. Lilia, please forgive this foolish uncle of yours." She exclaimed in disbelief. "You believe me now? I am that person's daughter." Callias lowered his head and confirmed, "I believe you. From now on, I will never doubt you again." Then he unexpectedly knelt down. With utter sincerity, Callias said, "We are family. No matter what happens, I will always stand on your side. Will you allow me to stay by your side?" Lilia still could not believe the truth. "I never imagined a day like this would come. I once wanted to say, 'Please help me. Someone, please save me.' But I could not say it to anyone. In the Imperial Palace, no one needed me. As long as I disappeared, everything would become perfect. How could I not know that?" Seeing her reaction, Callias suddenly smiled. Then he said with deep gratitude, "Thank you for trying so hard to live until now. If I had lost even you, I probably would never have been able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. The fact that you are here is my salvation." "Lilia, thank you." Lilia was suddenly overwhelmed by Callias's words. She suddenly sprang to her feet. When Lilia rushed toward him, he cried out in disbelief. Callias was extremely worried. "Lilia, are you all right?" She could not help exclaiming, "I never thought you were that strong." Hearing this, he froze. Then Callias let out a soft sigh and said nothing. His hand stroked Lilia's head. "You have worked hard all these years, Lilia." A while later, Callias asked curiously, "You want to sell items made by an alchemist?" "Why?" Lilia awkwardly explained that. "I need money." He grew even more puzzled. "That is why I'm asking why. You're not short on money. Or is there something in particular that you want? If there is something you want, do not hesitate to tell me. Just tell me how much you need, and I will prepare it for you immediately. What do you want to buy?" At that moment, she thought gloomily, "This is really too hard to say. To be honest, I want to spend money in the game. Can you give me 10 million shillings? How could I possibly say that?" Earlier, Lilia had cried out in disbelief, 10 million shillings, master. To obtain all the ingredients and craft the special recipe, according to this world exchange rate, you need exactly 10 million shillings. After collecting all the ingredients, opening the special recipe system, and reaching enough special favorability, crafting will become possible. To obtain rare ingredients, the corresponding system must be unlocked. She suddenly felt worried. It can be said that, to craft equipment with special ingredients, please collect the complete recipe and open the system. The system screen displayed the required ingredients. Fragrant flowering herb, 36 out of 99. Memory fragments, 0 out of 10. Old thread scraps, 0 out of 1. Memory crystal, 0 out of 1. Glittering ember ash, 8 out of 9,999. Based on that, Lilia calculated. To make grandmother's treatment medicine, do I have to obtain all the recipes first? Visiting other areas will unlock new recipes. Please go to other places and gather all the recipes. She looked at the screen and thought, this is truly unreasonable. There are imperial interrogation posts everywhere. You want me to travel all over this world? That is completely impossible. Master, if you do not unlock intimacy, then even if you have all the special ingredients and collection conditions, you still cannot obtain the materials. Therefore, please collect all the recipes first. Seeing this, Lilia thought in frustration. In the end, is it not just telling me to hurry up and spend money? After thinking for a while, she answered, I want to accomplish something great when I grow up, so I want to accumulate all kinds of experience now. At present, the only things I can sell are items created through alchemy. After Lilia finished speaking, she thought, but that violates the temple's taboo. With such a trivial reason, I am afraid no one would accept it. After listening to her, Kalius exclaimed, You are already thinking about the future so early? How sensible. All right, I will do my best to help you. Lilia thought in disbelief. This person really has no limits when it comes to family. Meanwhile, he calmly continued, Items made by an excellent alchemist do indeed have a market. The problem is how to sell them outside. So you need to be clear about whether you want to sell them to people willing to risk their lives to buy them, or dilute the medicine's effects and sell them to people who do not know they are alchemical medicine. No matter which option you choose, we will need Father's permission. I will speak properly with Father about that part. And this is a deposit. Take it first. This is all I have right now. Sorry. Looking at the money on the table, she was stunned. This is all? There is this much? He spoke calmly. It is only 500,000 shillings. Lilia suddenly realized that nobles truly viewed money completely differently from ordinary people. Suddenly, Kalius recounted the past and assessed her. My sister was intelligent and courageous from a young age. You may even be more outstanding than she was. But do not push yourself too hard. As long as you discuss it with me, I will definitely cooperate as much as I can. With his help, she blushed and replied, Thank you, Kalius. After they talked for a while, Kalius left. Then I will go now. We can talk again later. Lilia made a soft sound in acknowledgement. Then his legs suddenly trembled. Kalius collapsed and sat down, muttering, Damn it. This is too cruel. Lilia had cried while recounting the things that happened in the imperial palace. For a child, it was truly too brutal. Emperor Ledios had abandoned Lilia in an uninhabited tower. After Emperor Perseus reclaimed the throne, he hated Lilia because he regarded her as Queen Iris's daughter. She could not find a single person to rely on to prove the secret of her birth. And the result of silently enduring everything was being driven out of the tower where she lived. Moreover, this was done by Lilia's own biological older brothers, who were also my nephews, Cedric and Damien. At first, when I learned that Cedric and Damien were still alive, nothing had ever made me happier. It felt as though I had hope to continue living again. I would protect my nephews in my sister's place as well. His gaze was filled with sorrow. This matter, do not tell grandfather and grandmother. They would be heartbroken. Then Kalius forced himself to stand without saying anything. Suddenly, a voice drew his attention. Kalius, have you spoken with Lilia? Kalius frowned and called, Father. Father, you were right. Lilia is sister's daughter. There is no mistake. Now Duke Huberon said helplessly, You really are both slow-witted and even cried in front of your niece. It was truly ugly enough to kill a man. He immediately retorted, in front of Lilia, Father, you keep trying to play the kind grandfather. Has the sun started rising in the west lately? I heard that before people die, they do things they have never done before. Father, are you about to die? After that, the two of them glared at each other in irritation. Then Kalius could not help sighing. Then he said seriously, Father, do you not intend to tell Emperor Perseus that Lilia is sister's daughter? After hearing this, the Duke replied, Lilia is a clever child. She must understand very well what it means for the Emperor's daughter to have gone missing. If she had been able to reveal her true identity back then, she would certainly have said it long ago. But in the end, she risked her life to flee the imperial palace. Lilia's choice already says everything, does it not? If Perseus learns the truth, he will certainly find a way to bring her back to the imperial palace. Even if Lilia does not want that, I do not want to let him do it. After hearing this, Kalius said, That is right. I also want Lilia to choose for herself. Besides, there is already a new empress and a new princess in the imperial palace. Duke Huberon suddenly asked in puzzlement, Did you not recently make a trip to the imperial palace? Kalius confirmed the information. The new empress is one thing, but the emperor has been utterly bewitched by his beloved daughter, Liana, to the point that he is spinning in circles. Cedric and Damien are the same. The Duke spoke somewhat helplessly. I truly do not understand why they are like that. Although they did say they would come to the territory for a while. Kalius suddenly requested, Please stop them, Father. Do not let them come here. The boys are still not mature enough. If they accidentally run into Lilia, news that Lilia is here will definitely reach the Emperor's ears. Duke Huberon was silent for a moment, then said, "If that is the case, could Lilia not simply hide while they are here?" But Callias did not want that to happen. Why should Lilia have to live like a criminal and hide? This is Lilia's home. The position of princess originally belonged to that child. Her father's love and her brother's love were stolen from her too. Must she suffer that kind of treatment, even in this home? The Duke was very surprised by this reaction. You have always loved your nephew so much. You can say such things? You must have learned something. That gentle child must have told Callias the words she did not dare tell me. At that moment, Duke Huberon fell silent and carefully pondered. A moment later, he spoke. Callias is right. Our family will always stand on Lilia's side, no matter what happens, no matter who the other party may be. Atticus was very surprised by the Duke's firm declaration. Yes, father. Meanwhile, the mysterious person spoke. Everything has reached its limit. The activity of demonic beasts everywhere is growing more and more violent. No one knows when a riot may break out. Although the holy mages and holy knights are trying to suppress them, no one knows how much longer they can hold out. Notify the 5 empires. The mad dragon is about to awaken. The scene shifted to a very peaceful street. Atticus pointed in one direction. A new shop has opened over there. I want to take a look too. Tessis said cautiously, "Lady Lilia, please do not go too far." Atticus reassured her, "It's all right. The Huberon territory is very safe. Besides, I'm about to marry a merchant. If a merchant's wife cannot even stroll through the market, what would that make me?" Tessis immediately said, "He is only a husband marrying into the family. My lady, you need not go along with him to such an extent." Atticus smiled. "Tessis, I understand, but I'm only strolling through town in disguise with my niece. It truly is enjoyable." At that moment, Tessis sighed. "Indeed, today my lady is more excited than usual. I do want to let her enjoy herself freely, but I cannot be too careless. Little one, no, Lady Lilia, I suppose I must stay close by your side today. Atticus has been this way all day. Do not leave my side, all right." Lilia smiled and replied, "Tessis, I know." The time she spent in the Huberon territory felt as if several years had already passed. Now, she was 13 years old, and Aunt Atticus, who had once seemed like some sort of owl, was now someone who suited her very well. Lilia remembered how Atticus had once said apologetically, "Lilia, I want to apologize for my unreasonable behavior before. In truth, I care about you very much. It is only that, if even I revolved around you, then I feared only your Uncle Callias would be left to be independent. Family can be troublesome at times." From that day on, Lilia understood that Aunt Atticus was an honest, considerate, and very gentle person. Her aunt taught her some noble etiquette and guided her studies very strictly. She even gave advice on selling the alchemical items she had made herself. Atticus offered her suggestion. "As your aunt, I do not agree with this because it is too risky. But the idea of wanting to trade on your own is actually a very good one, is it not? Many nobles only know how to settle into the status quo. They focus solely on land ownership and tax revenue, using their position to increase their wealth, taking those things and investing them back into the people of the territory. That is the true duty of a noble. Tax money is the trust the people place in us, entrusted to us for a safe today and a brighter future. It cannot be used to satisfy personal greed. Although I have not asked what you intend to use the money you earn for, you're also a member of the Huberon family. I believe you will use it for the sake of others." After hearing that, Lilia said, deeply moved, "Aunt Atticus." Atticus continued explaining, "As for the assets in the warehouse, they belong personally to my elder brother and my father. You do not need to worry. Just accept them." Hearing this, Lilia let out a small cry of surprise. At that moment, Atticus was happily looking around. Lilia looked at Atticus and judged sincerely. "I think Aunt Atticus is a very respectable noble. But Aunt, could you truly have become addicted to gambling and squandered the territory's assets? Could something like that really happen?" Her aunt's husband was Amos Galicia, a great merchant who personally ran a merchant company in the Huberon territory. But according to the novel, because he was busy with business, he almost never returned home. Lilia guessed that the reason Aunt Atticus fell into debt and gambling was perhaps loneliness from not having her husband by her side, along with the successive misfortunes that befell the Huberon family. But from what Lilia now knew of her aunt, Atticus was absolutely not that kind of person. Lilia began to speculate. Could the future have changed because I appeared? If that is really the case, then that is wonderful. But I still cannot let down my guard. According to the next developments in the novel, it was about to shift to an extremely luxurious palace. Atticus said to Lilia gratefully, "Thank you. I truly had a wonderful time today. Atticus, Becky, thank you both for always staying by my side. Becky politely replied, my lady, you are being far too courteous. Tessis smiled and said, there is no need to thank us. But look over there. There is a strange carriage. Only then did Atticus realize it. Really? I was not told we would have guessed today. How strange. Seeing this, Lelia fell silent. She was suddenly alarmed. Who are those people? The white-haired person at the door said, then we shall take our leave. Callias said politely, you must be tired after coming such a long way. After hearing this, she continued, of course we had to come visit. Lelia quickly recognized them as high-ranking officials of the Creus Church. Seeing that the situation was not good, Atticus warned Lelia, hurry and hide behind me. Priests? Why they come here? Could they have discovered that I used alchemy? But Lelia did not think so. No, their target is my uncle, Callias. According to the contents of the novel, Callias was the second son of Duke Huberon's family. He took part in the battle against the Mad Dragon and achieved great merit. But after he returned, one day, he suddenly disappeared. After the Mad Dragon's death, a group of heretics appeared who worshipped the Mad Dragon as a god. Perhaps Uncle Callias had been murdered by them. Now, Lelia thought carefully. According to the novel's developments, during the years when Uncle was part of the subjugation force, nothing should happen to him. Lelia muttered sorrowfully, I have always tried to change the future, yet I hope this part does not change. Is it too selfish of me to think that? After the Mad Dragon awakened, the Empire formed a subjugation force centered around the nobility. Many people were punished. Hurried footsteps rang through the corridor. Becky ran over excitedly and announced to Lelia, my lady, Lord Callias has sent a letter. Lelia turned her head in slight surprise and asked, really? Becky quickly confirmed once more, yes. Lelia worriedly turned to ask Becky, but why are you sweating so much? Did you run here? Only then did Becky dare to let out a sigh of relief and reply, the sweat? I am sorry. I only wanted to bring the letter to you as soon as possible. At that moment, Lelia said in a contemplative voice, Becky, thank you. Becky held the letter out toward Lelia and said with emotion, it feels like only yesterday. I still remember it very clearly. The day Lord Callias set out to kill the Mad Dragon, you cried until you had no tears left. I could not help crying along with you. Seeing Becky sobbing, Lelia stepped closer and comforted her. Becky, really now? Could it be so? How long has it been since that day? 6 years. On the battlefield, Callias tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and spoke. Didn't you say last time that as long as you could date a woman, you would be content even if you died? Come on, here is your chance. The monster was charging toward them. Hearing this, Romeo was furious. You're insane. I said a human woman. As he fell, he could only stammer and retreat helplessly. A scream rang out thunderously amid the monster's attack. It turned out that Callias had appeared and blocked the attack in front of Romeo. He coldly gave an order. Fall back. Romeo stood up and tilted his head, warning Callias, you too, do not casually step in among the demonic beasts. If you get caught up in it, I will not save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Romeo swung his arm and launched a magical attack at the monster, making it howl in pain. Callias was also startled and retreated several steps, sighing, that was dangerous, Romeo. You. But Romeo merely laughed and reassured him, I calculated that strike carefully. At that moment, Callias could only scratch his head and sigh. As long as we can kill the monster, anything goes. Suddenly, Oscar shouted from behind them, it is not over yet. This made both of them turn back in slight confusion. The monster roared again. Oscar drew his sword, leapt forward, and slashed. His decisive strike cut straight into the monster's body. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. All that remained was the monster's roar. Oscar's entire body was also soaked in blood. He sheathed his sword, turned around, and left, reminding them, do not let your guard down until the very last moment. Romeo looked after his back in some confusion and called Oscar. In the end, everyone entered the healing tent. The wound was deep, and even when it healed, there was no avoiding the pain and the cries. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, it really is completely healed. Thank you, Griffith. You really are amazing. Griffith looked at him coldly and replied, I am not as amazing as you say. Rest for a while. Immediately after he went outside, the sound of discussion arose again. The demonic beasts appearing now are becoming stronger and stronger. That proves we are very close to the place where the Mad Dragon is hiding. Demonic beasts attack day and night. Even when setting up camp, we must risk our lives. We have lived like this for 6 whole years. I truly hope we can return home soon. Just then, Cedric ran over, put an arm around his shoulders, and called out, "Come now, don't make such a gloomy face." This left him flustered. Damien? At that moment, Damien stepped forward and explained, "No, it's Cedric. I stole a bottle of wine. How about we drink a glass together?" Romeo called out in bewilderment. "You people really are." Cedric continued persuading him. "You should recharge your energy once in a while. Look at this. Just seeing it will give you strength." It was a portrait of Juliana. He had started bragging about the twins again. Then Oscar approached from afar and muttered, "A useless man who does not dare step onto the front line. Cedric and Damien, the sons of Perseus Olaria, the man who killed Leo's father, Dios Olaria, and seized back the throne. The ones who killed Leo were likely the Emperor Perseus's people." Callias stood there and spoke. "I truly only hope this Mad Dragon expedition ends soon. When we find the one who killed you, we will definitely." Everyone raised their heads and looked up at the high sky, lost in thought. Oscar's eyes were tinged with sadness. He lowered his head, covered his face, and told himself, "I will kill him with my own hands." 6 years had passed since the Mad Dragon Extermination Force was formed. At last, the Huberon territory received news. Atticus, flustered, gently touched her earlobe and asked, "Is Callias really coming back soon? Does that mean the war against the Mad Dragon is over?" Lelia quickly confirmed, "Yes. He said he would return by spring at the latest." Hearing this, Atticus burst into laughter. "Is that so? Come to think of it, he told you this news first. When he sees you again this time, he will surely be surprised. The adorable little Lelia from back then has now become such a beautiful young lady. Even the moon goddess would have to flee if she saw you." Lelia blushed in embarrassment and replied, "That is not true, Aunt Atticus." Atticus sighed, "But I do think it is a bit of a pity. Are you truly not going to hold a coming-of-age ceremony? There would be many handsome gentlemen wanting to marry you." Lelia tilted her head and replied, "It is all right. I do not want to accept a proposal from a stranger." Atticus heaved a long sigh. "Oh, my heart, it is already difficult enough to find someone father could be satisfied with. And now even you are this negative? If it is because of the vassals, then do not concern yourself. No matter what others say, you will always be a member of our Huberon family." Lelia had lived in the Huberon territory for 9 years. Quite a few people had openly opposed that. Lelia sorrowfully recalled the times she had been bullied. Someone had stepped forward to stop them. "What are you doing to my lady?" Becky hurried over to support her, but the boy kept mocking her obstinately. "Her mother is no lady. She's a fake." At that moment, Lelia shut her eyes tightly in great pain. Remembering that time made her feel awful. That stupid son of the Chris family dared to throw sand at me. That incident made her grandfather extremely angry. But the Chris couple were good people. Among the vassals, they were the first to accept her. Lelia did not want to cause conflict with them because of that incident. At the time, she could only smile, endure it, and let it pass. Although people did not show it too openly, their prejudice against a girl with a face like Elizabeth's had never disappeared. If a banquet were truly held, those vassals who disliked her would certainly show their displeasure and ruin the harmony of the entire party. Her family truly treated her well. Precisely because of that, she did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, Atticus spoke again. "If it were my brother, he would certainly be very happy. His niece's first ball, and the chance to ask her for the first dance has not yet been stolen by anyone." After laughing, Lelia returned to a thoughtful expression. She sank in her own thoughts. "At last, I will soon meet Uncle Callias again. I hope he is not seriously injured. I hope everyone is safe as well." Then suddenly, Lelia called out, "Could you help me with something?" The recovery medicine Lelia sold spread by word of mouth and became famous everywhere, and sales rose sharply. Before long, she would gather enough 10 million gold to be allowed to read the alchemy recipes. Most of that money was being held for her by the merchants who helped sell the medicine, people who had to avoid the temple's watchful eyes. This medicine was selling too well. If the temple had not been busy with the extermination of the Mad Dragon, something might already have happened. And so, she used the money she had saved to open all the recipes for everyone to see. She had collected most of the ingredients in the blink of an eye. During this time, she had never left the Huberon territory, so collecting them so quickly was truly surprising. To be able to gather so many ingredients in one place. Thinking carefully, it was understandable. This system had originally been a game from the start. Therefore, it was reasonable that the necessary ingredients would be located right around her. The memory crystal. Only one final ingredient remained, the memory crystal. Perhaps it would appear in a place where someone needed the medicine, or somewhere connected to her grandmother. Lelia had always thought about that, and had always been searching. In the end, she still could not find it. The remaining portion of her grandmother's memories, that is, the things related to Elizabeth, might be at the small wooden cabin. In the menu at the cabin, there were still many items that had not been unlocked. Depending on the surrounding environment, Lilia had received ingredients before, so the reason she had not collected the memory crystal might be that she had not yet met the special condition. Although she had no clear basis, as long as there was a sliver of hope, she was willing to go there and investigate in person, because this matter concerned her grandmother's life, and she also had to obtain it from the male lead of the novel. Later, she had to recover the other half of the sacred relic because of that. Early the next morning, Duke Huberon asked Lilia in confusion, "Do you truly intend to leave?" She gently tilted her head and replied, "Yes, grandfather. I need a very important ingredient. I must go to the capital." The Duke, full of affection, stepped forward and placed his hand on Lilia's shoulder, telling her, "I ask only one thing of you." Lilia happily accepted it as well. "You must return. I will definitely return. This place is my home." The grandfather and granddaughter embraced each other for a long time. Leaning her head against Duke Huberon's chest, Lilia blushed and declared, "I will definitely find the medicinal ingredient for grandmother. Grandfather, while I am not here, you must take care of your health." He was also deeply moved. Lilia, if, on that day, he had bent down and asked, "You followed me all the way here from the capital?" How impressive. Remembering his face, Lilia was moved. "My lord," with that gentle voice. If she had not met him then, she surely could not have continued living such a peaceful life. "This time, it is my turn to protect them." When she heard that Amos, Aunt Atticus's husband, would be setting out for the capital together with the Galicia merchant group, Lilia asked her aunt to let her accompany the group there. Just thinking about returning to the capital made her a little afraid, but it was all right. The heroes who had completed the campaign to exterminate the Mad Dragon would soon return to the Olaria capital. She could meet Uncle Calius there, then she could return with him. If she was lucky, perhaps she might even see all 4 heroes. Lilia lowered her head and smiled. Just then, Becky suddenly called out, My lady, please let me go with you." Lilia also hesitated and opened her mouth. "Becky." Atticus quickly reassured Becky. "Becky, it is all right. If you are worried that no one will take care of Lilia on the road, I've already asked my husband to handle it." "Lilia, this is your first time traveling with a merchant group. There will certainly be many inconveniences. But if anything happens, you must tell your uncle-in-law." "All right," Lilia answered, deeply moved. "Yes, Aunt Atticus." "Thank you." "Becky, thank you too. I will prepare a gift for you, so look forward to it. Then I will be going." The journey to the imperial capital went very smoothly. Amos, Galicia tilted his head in confusion and asked Lilia tentatively, "Is there anything that has made you uncomfortable?" Lilia stepped down from the carriage and replied gently, "Uncle Amos, nothing has been inconvenient at all." He also looked embarrassed and scratched his head. "That is a relief. If I made you suffer, Atticus would surely scold me severely. But at first, I had planned to arrange for a woman to look after you. Something troublesome happened halfway through. I am truly sorry. She suddenly came to me and said she was ill. Besides that, I didn't know what else to do." Hearing that, she could not very well say anything more. If the woman had suddenly fallen ill, there was nothing to be done. "Everyone has taken very good care of me. It's all right. How is that woman now?" I didn't even have time to greet her. She didn't look very well. Amos Galicia's face darkened. Perhaps because she wants to recover, she has not left the carriage from the very beginning. "I originally meant for her to take care of you, but it ended up like this." Hearing that, Lilia grew worried. If she stays shut up in the carriage like that all the time, her spirits will only sink further. "Is there anything I can do to help? Perhaps among my medicines, there might be something useful for her." At that, he merely smiled and refused. "Thank you, but it would be bad if you caught the illness. In any case, I'm very grateful for your kindness. We will soon arrive at the imperial capital. Once we get there, we can find a priest or a skilled cleric to treat her. Don't worry anymore. Compared to her, I'm more worried about you. Because I'm busy with matters concerning the merchant group, I won't be able to stay with you in the imperial capital. How about bringing a maid or a knight along with you?" She stammered in reply, I want to be free to stroll around by myself." At that, Amos Galicia could only stare blankly. "Is that so? I suppose you're already an adult now. But it really is surprising. I didn't think my father-in-law, your grandfather, would agree to let you go alone like this. He dotes on you so much. If he loves you that much, why would he do this?" At that moment, she suddenly lowered her head in thought. "The reason grandfather allowed me to come to the imperial capital alone is because he realized my alchemy is different from ordinary people's. He saw that I could concoct many medicines in just one night. He must have had many questions in his heart, but he didn't ask me a single thing. He knew that if he arranged guards for me this time, I would find it inconvenient. Then she raised her head, looked at him with a smile, and answered, "Grandfather trusts me that much, so I will definitely act very carefully. So please don't worry too much either, uncle." At that moment, she suddenly lowered her head and thought again. But he nodded and replied, "All right, then I'm counting on you. If anything happens to you, I won't have the face to meet Atticus anymore." Over the past 9 years, Emperor Ledios had issued a series of policies to cultivate mages. One of them was the establishment of teleportation magic circles throughout the Oleria region, shortening what had originally been a month-long journey to just 2 weeks. As Lelio walked, she sighed with emotion. The world has really changed a great deal now. The surrounding space was extremely warm and lively. Looking at everything around her, she could not help being truly moved. At last, I returned to the imperial capital. Then Lilia blended into the crowd and slowly walked on. She vigilantly looked around, then said with emotion, "Come to think of it, it really is lively. Perhaps it's because news of the Mad Dragon subjugation has spread. First, I need to find a place to stay. Before long, the welcoming ceremony for the heroes who subjugated the Mad Dragon will be held. The area around the Imperial Castle will host a festival lasting several days. And inside the Imperial Castle, there will be lavish banquets for an entire week to entertain the heroes. On the final day, I will sneak into Oleria Imperial Castle. The final day is when the most people will be moving around. It's exactly like 9 years ago when the palace held a banquet for Princess Juliana. That's right. Back then, I managed to sneak out, so now I should be able to sneak in too. If I succeed, I'll go to Elizabeth's wooden cabin to investigate and confirm whether the final ingredient has appeared. Since I've already come to the Imperial capital, it would be best to look into Ruth's whereabouts as well. It probably won't be that easy, although Rudder will attend the banquet. If I act rashly and let the Imperial family know I'm still alive, it will become a huge problem. However, I've been away from the palace for 9 years now. Most of the people in the palace probably no longer recognize me. Surely no one will recognize me as Lilia Oleria anymore, right? At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, drawing her attention. Come, everyone come take a look. These are portraits of the heroes of the Mad Dragon Extermination Party. There are also exclusive interview contents from our reporter. Lilia became extremely interested and looked over, thinking, maybe there will be information about Razor inside. Then she immediately requested, "Please give me 1 copy." At this time, outside the battlefield, Oscar was leading a large horse by the reins and announced, "Once we pass through the teleportation magic circle, the next stop will be the Imperial capital." Behind him, Romeo was riding another horse. He shook his head and complained, "If I'd known earlier, I would have leisurely traveled with Callius and Griffith by carriage." We rushed back like idiots. Suddenly, at that moment, he spoke up and said, "Griffith aside, Callius is different. His eyes. He can no longer ride a horse." Those words made him lower his head sadly. But immediately afterward, Romeo shouted, "He can ride a horse. That guy even rode on the Mad Dragon's back to kill it. A horse is nothing at all." After so much time, we finally reached this place. The final day, Leo sent the letter. From that day on, it was as though our time stopped. But now we have finally set foot here. Captain Oleria's country. We will definitely find out what the captain wrote. And at last, the woman named Lilia. The imperial capital of the Oleria Empire on the day of the triumphal ceremony. Everyone shouted excitedly. The heroes have returned. Thank you all so very much. Thank goodness everyone returned safely. Long live the Mad Dragon Extermination Party. Look this way. Was the Mad Dragon huge? You're so incredibly cool. Suddenly, Lilia saw something and froze in astonishment. It turned out her gaze had fallen on Callius, who was approaching. Lilia stared blankly and thought to herself, "Uncle Callius, it has already been 6 years, but you're still the same as ever. Thank goodness you weren't hurt." But immediately afterward, she hurriedly put on her hat. Looking toward Damien and Cedric, who were putting on a show, she also quickly recognized the 2 twin princes. The people around them cheered with great excitement. "You worked so hard, your highnesses. Marry me." Lilia was utterly speechless and thought to herself, "Everyone has been fooled by them. They are not worth your effort to shout like that at all. That other person is. His aura is completely different from ordinary people. Could he be the male lead, Lute?" Right then, the person beside her also cried out, "Wow, Lord Lute." Lilia let out a sigh of relief. As expected, my guess wasn't wrong. Lute was bowing his head in embarrassment at that moment. She also silently calculated in her head. "Now I know what he looks like. I need to think of a way to approach him." The banquet in the Imperial Palace will begin tomorrow. There are still 7 days left. Suddenly, everything became quiet again. Lilia kept looking east and west, searching for something. A moment later, she stood still again and thought, why don't I see the other four? That's normal too. After all, they are royalty. Having just completed the demon beast extermination, they must have returned to their own countries. I originally only intended to look at them from a distance. Not being able to meet them really is a pity. Will I really be able to meet everyone again? At that moment, in a room, Griffith was asking Romeo, are you really all right not participating in the triumphal ceremony? This is a chance to receive everyone's attention. Romeo walked in, scratched his head in annoyance, and replied, are you joking? At this point, what would I participate for? It's annoying as hell. You're not participating for that same reason too, aren't you, Griffith? He leaned to the side and confirmed, yes, you're right. What matters to us is tomorrow's banquet. Romeo, starting tomorrow, we're counting on you. That's right. Extract information from the mouths of the Olarian nobles. Romeo asked in confusion, don't you plan to do it yourself? Griffith looked aside with a hint of sadness. Everyone knows the Holy Emperor has acknowledged my divine power. Needless to say, as for the Nijia Empire, no one is willing to marry their daughter to someone from the Holy Land. Nobles who want to marry off their daughters absolutely won't come near me. We need to gather information, at least from the past 9 years. But we won't be able to draw anything out of the mouths of young ladies. We also can't tell Oscar to be gentler with others. Callias's eyes will make everyone avoid him. Romeo, the only one who can attract them right now, is you. You are a beautiful hero who gave up the right to inherit the throne for your younger half-brother. Olarian nobles who want to marry off their daughters definitely won't let you slip by. After hearing that, Romeo could only sigh and turn away. Even so, he still agreed. I really lose to you. I'll handle it myself. I've been using search magic all along anyway. That's right. Why does it feel like I'm the only one bearing the mission? Griffith smiled and explained, those with ability must do more. That is the law of nature. Romeo sighed again in utter helplessness. I'll take that as you praising me then. As long as we can avenge Leo, that's enough. I'm willing to do anything. The celebration banquet for the victory over the Mad Dragon. First day, someone opened the conversation. Look, I knew it. Instead of returning to your own country, you would definitely come to Olaria first. Although it may be somewhat impolite, is there any special reason? At that moment, Romeo hesitated slightly. About that, actually, I'm very interested in the Olaria Empire. When I was young, I lived for 3 years in the temple with people from various countries. I heard many stories. In my heart, I kept imagining it. The person opposite him merely looked over in silence. He blushed and continued, although I am a mage now. When I was little, I once dreamed of becoming an engineer. I wanted to come to Olaria, where Landinium, the sacred land of engineers, is located. I wanted to see the scenery the 5 legendary knights once gazed upon. The person opposite him immediately burst into laughter. Young master, you yourself are a living legend now. In his heart, he had also realized it. Is that Romeo Roseberry? He is handsome and has a good personality. Although he gave up the right to inherit the throne, he still maintains good relations with his family. If I marry my daughter to him, I can connect with the Roseberry Empire. Most importantly, he is also one of the 4 heroes. Thinking that way, Griffith of Nijia is not bad either. But I cannot marry my daughter into the temple. As for Yamarlis Aska, he is fundamentally unqualified. Although he is of royal birth and very famous among mercenaries, I cannot marry my daughter to a blind man. Right then, he froze again. His gaze happened to meet Oscar's, who was standing in the corner. His eyes were red like a demon's. That could not help making the man shudder. Oscar Herbert is indeed as beautiful as a painting, but absolutely not. His aura is too cold, even making people suspect whether he might be of the demon race. Instinctively, I feel he is very dangerous. At that moment, Romeo also got to the main point. Sir, do you know someone named Lilia? A friend I knew at the temple once mentioned that name. It seems she was someone from the Olaria Empire. Hearing that, the man froze slightly. Lilia? That. At that moment, someone walked over and answered, Lilia? Are you referring to her? The one who left the imperial capital 9 years ago. The daughter of the late imperial princess Iris. Princess Lilia of the Olaria Empire. After hearing that, Romeo fell silent, then spoke. Could you tell me a little more about that? The scene shifted to a magnificent, splendid palace. Griffith stood in a daze, raised his head, looked up, and asked, that princess named Lilia lived here, right? Romeo approached from behind and confirmed, "That's what I heard. Everyone says she fled the imperial castle to avoid a political marriage. Although they searched throughout the empire for a long time, in the end, they still never found her. Some opinions say that the benevolent emperor deliberately turned a blind eye. But in any case, what is this tower?" Kalius pulled off his eye covering and observed. "Why is it so flashy? It's probably only the sort of thing people like Cedric or Damien would like." It hurts." Griffith turned and scolded him. "You idiot. Why did you take off your blindfold?" Kalius replied irritably, "I'm not an idiot. Besides, no matter how much she hated a political marriage, what reason would a 10-year-old child living comfortably in a place like this have to escape from the imperial castle?" Romeo lowered his head and hesitated. "That isn't something completely impossible. Or perhaps she had someone else in her heart." Suddenly, Griffith spoke up and cut him off. "I doubt that. If that were true, then Lelio Ilaria would be the heroine of an elopement or a tragic love story. If so, the rumors would have spread in an equally sensational manner. In short, Lelio Ilaria left the imperial castle alone. At the very least, there was no help from anyone that could have spread such rumors. Yet she still escaped successfully without being discovered. Investigate that." Kalius tilted his head in confusion. "No, it really is strange. Could an ordinary princess do that? It's not as though she was a spy." Griffith spoke calmly again. "Therefore, in order to fill in those gaps, people whispered that the emperor showed mercy and turned a blind eye. In the end, most of the information is only rumor." Oscar quickly added his opinion as well. "What is certain is only the fact that Princess Lelia disappeared. It's possible the emperor is hiding something. The one who benefited most from Leo's death is the current emperor. If Lelia is also a member of the current emperor's faction, then what?" Kalius quickly answered. "On the contrary, when thinking that killing Leo raised his own order of succession to the throne, perhaps Perseus returned with his children. Perhaps she knew the emperor regarded her as an obstacle, as a hindrance, and intended to assassinate her, so she ran away. This directly made everyone fall silent." He scratched his head in embarrassment. "Well, I really don't know either. How can we possibly find accurate information on someone who disappeared more than 9 years ago?" Romeo cleared his throat and suggested, "Since there are still 6 days until the banquet, we should investigate thoroughly during the remaining time. And at the same time, the search for magical power will continue." Kalius's face was full of question marks. "Detecting magical power? If there are no clues, what are you going to do?" Romeo answered awkwardly, "It's not tracking the princess. It's tracking the fountain pen." Oscar spoke in confusion. Was it the magic stone in the fountain pen already separated, making it impossible to track? Romeo immediately explained, "That's right. That was how it was before. But now, after absorbing the light dragon's magical power, I may be able to track even a fountain pen whose magic stone has been separated." Hearing that, Kalius called out with some irritation, "Say it with certainty." Griffith tilted his head and spoke in his stead. "From the very beginning, we can't be certain that the one who killed Leo is holding that fountain pen. What if it was thrown away long ago and the fountain pen no longer exists? Even so, the problem is that we have no clues to the point that we have to ask Romeo to help track it." Kalius helplessly held his head and sighed. "Father won't be that easy to deal with." Then Griffith also brought up another unfavorable point regarding the Emperor's faction. "We must continue investigating that as well. Everyone, don't make any mistakes. Especially you, Kalius." Hearing that, he immediately bristled. "What?" "The third day of the celebration banquet for the conquest of the Mad Dragon. The Master of Ceremonies began the introduction. His Highness Prince Cedric, first Prince of the Olaria Empire. His Highness Second Prince Damien. And this is First Princess Juliana." She quickly stepped out in a beautiful dress. The people around them immediately began buzzing with discussion. "Good heavens, she really is so beautiful. She's like a fairy. The two princes are wonderful as well. Why is their sibling bond so good?" At that moment, Jack, standing to one side, was also flustered. "Juliana." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "By the way, have you heard that story? I'm talking about the 4 heroes who made their names this time. They visited Olaria before returning to their own countries, didn't they? Now wasn't it to meet Princess Juliana? Actually, I heard there are many people like that at the banquet. Unable to forget Princess Juliana's portrait, they said they wanted to see her even just once. Good heavens, oh my, look there." It seems they are sending burning gazes her way. 3 men standing in the distance were staring fixedly toward Juliana. Rudder was extremely flustered and thought to himself, "They really are staring openly. Did they come for that reason?" At that moment, the noisy voices rang out again. "How wonderful. If those people spoke even a single word to me, it would be amazing." Suddenly, Juliana called out, making Rudder freeze. "Rudder, you came?" He stammered shyly, Juliana, to today. Today, you truly are very beautiful. She laughed and replied, thank you. You're also very handsome today. Rudder, just now your expression didn't look very good. Is something wrong? Rudder explained in confusion. Ah, that? Those guys are. Juliana was somewhat bewildered. Who are those guys? He asked again, are those people the rumored heroes? She immediately confirmed, yes, that's right. Then Rudder sighed again and asked further, then are you interested in them too? Juliana stared at him blankly and thought. Then suddenly, she called out Rudder. Why are you worried about that? Rudder blushed crimson and tried to explain, oh no, that isn't it. That's not it. Right at that moment, someone else called out to Juliana. The two of them quickly turned their eyes toward the source of the voice. Rudder felt secretly displeased and resentful. Cedric, Damien, and Perseus approached from the front and asked what they were talking about. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty. Juliana cheerfully came forward and called, Father, we were talking about the heroes of the extermination party. Damien spoke up with an annoyed look. They came here to meet you. Cedric quickly added, they even left their homelands behind. Perseus then asked, is that so? Blushing with embarrassment, she said, that is not true. Cedric pressed her again. If all of them proposed, who would you marry? Juliana hesitantly turned and answered, I. Her eyes had fixed on Jupiter, but before she could finish speaking, Perseus cut in. I suppose I must issue a ban on marriage. The two princes cried out in unison. I agree, Father. Juliana shyly lowered her head. Oh, Father, honestly. Rudder's gaze also swept around at that moment. Huh, where did those men go? Meanwhile, down the corridor, everyone gradually became hurried. Romeo, did you find it? He quickly confirmed, yes, I found it. It is even very close. The fountain pen is in this capital. The fairy stopped and read the lines with a faint smile. Thank you for helping me. It is nothing great, but this is your reward. Immediately afterward, the words affection level, max, appeared on the screen. Lilia joyfully swung her fist in celebration. Great! I reached max affection with every resident. It is finally done. Alchemy quickly appeared as well and shared her joy. Congratulations, Master. The affection levels of all residents have reached the maximum. The reward is the option to buy 100,000 crystals with a special 20% discount. Hearing that, she cursed inwardly. I knew it. This rogue system showed up again. A while later, Lilia stepped over to the window and softly compromised. Fine, I will buy them, all right? There are plenty of places to use them anyway. Alchemy immediately began flattering her. As expected of Master. Immediately afterward, a series of notifications and items appeared. You have obtained all formulas. 10 million shillings. System mission. The affection levels of the residents in the game have been unlocked. If you help them or craft items, the affection levels of the residents will increase. And sometimes you may also receive special materials as thanks. And finally, today you have reached the maximum affection level. Both excited and exhausted, Lilia grumbled. That took too much time. No game makes you repeat quests over and over like this. And there definitely is no game where the minimum required payment reaches tens of millions. Alchemy paid no attention to her words and cheerfully changed the subject. Congratulations, Master. Then we will now open the special affection system and hidden quests. Lilia curiously looked at the screen. What? Wait, then what about everything I've been raising until now? That was not special affection. Following her question, two status lines appeared. Price of crystals needed to obtain all formulas. 10 million shillings in this world's currency. Tip: once all formulas have been obtained, the special formula system and special affection level will be unlocked. To obtain special materials, this system must be opened. Alchemy tilted her head and explained with a bright smile. They are completely different. Affection level is a prerequisite mission. Only then did Lilia let out a breath. So that is how it is. Then the little girl continued introducing another offer. To celebrate the opening of the special affection system, 50,000 crystals are being offered at a special 20% discount. Seeing that, Lilia could not help exclaiming, isn't charging money happening way too often? Alchemy continued probing. Master, to gather materials more quickly, should we capture another new dragon? The nest can be expanded for 500 crystals, and bait to lure a dragon costs 100 crystals. Hearing that, Lilia felt a headache coming on. Then, it would be difficult, wouldn't it? You mean hesitating will only slow down crafting, right? The little girl quickly answered, Master, you truly are generous. She could only sigh helplessly. Ugh, I hate this. I'm going to eat now. The allowance is in the necklace too. After saying that, she suddenly blushed and thought, while I am here, I also have to gather materials from the capital. At the same time, On a deserted street, a voice rang out. It is inside this inn. First of all, though I do not know who has it, Leo's fountain pen is definitely in this inn. Callias suddenly spoke in a low voice, sounding puzzled. But why would the fountain pen be in a place like this? Romeo, who was standing beside him, voiced his guess. This isn't infrequented by nobles. Perhaps the one who stole it did not keep it. Griffith also rubbed his chin, appearing to agree. Could a noble have bought the fountain pen from the thief and be staying here? Oscar's cold eyes darkened slightly as he asked softly, "Is it true that the one who killed Leo still has it?" We have no choice but to watch and confirm the guests going in and out. To gather information, I must continue attending the banquet. Callias rubbed his head and let out a weary sigh. Are we really close to the answer? Do you remember the story Leo told us when we were still in the temple? Back then, I asked him along with Griffith, how did you know a wolf would appear? You remember what Lelia had once said. Callias raised his face and recounted in a grave voice. In the end, he answered that he had had a prophetic dream. Thinking back on it, sometimes he spoke as though he had seen the future. At that moment, her words all came back to his memory. Is there some force targeting you? Ah, yes. There are people targeting the throne I am supposed to inherit. Because I am weak too, I may not be able to go with the extermination party. I might die even before then. So even if I cannot join the extermination party, Mad Dragon, please do not be too disappointed. At the very least, you all must fight and return safely. Callias lightly touched the eye patch over his eye, then analyzed. Clearly, he predicted that the future would turn out like this. That was the name someone like him deliberately wrote down. Romeo quickly added, Lelia Oleria. We must find some way to investigate that side too. If only there were even one clue. Time passed just like that, and on one fine day, Lelia stretched her shoulders in relief. She lay sprawled on the bed and let out a sigh. Her eyes were still somewhat hazy as she thought, I have gotten too used to being taken care of. I must not waver. It was already the 4th day of the banquet held for the heroes. 3 days remained until the infiltration operation was to be carried out. Lelia left the bed and went to a small mirror placed on top of the cabinet. She stared blankly at herself and continued thinking idly. After breakfast, I will take a little walk around the capital. Fortunately, the new dragon I got this time is a silver dragon. Its material gathering efficiency is the best. I have to gather as many materials as possible from the capital. A long while later, in a deserted alley, Lelia put on a hood and walked through the alley alone. I heard there's a good brunch place nearby. The route is rather complicated. Almost no one comes and goes here, so stepping out for a moment should be all right, shouldn't it? Perhaps because I have been so tense, trying not to be discovered, my shoulders are stiff. With the clue being only a silver-haired girl, no one should recognize me. But there is nothing good about standing out for no reason either. Now I understand very well just how much my family protected me in Superior. Suddenly, Lilia's eyes widened in shock as she looked at something. Huh? What? Allowance? What is going on? She looked at the virtual screen in confusion. Alchemy's voice suddenly rang out. Master, 4 targets with special affection are approaching within 2 meters. Lelia was dazed, unable to understand what was happening. What? Targets with special affection? What exactly is that? At the same time, the quest interface appeared. Carry out hidden quests to raise affection. You can receive a special formula as a reward. Sweating nervously, Lelia muttered in confusion. Hidden quests? They are approaching now. The interface appeared again, optimizing user interface exclusively for special affection. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind her. Lelia Oleria. Startled, she quickly turned her head, but when she saw the people before her, her eyes could not help lighting up. That cold voice rang out once more, interrogating her. Was it you? Did you kill my friend? Did you kill the crown prince, and then try to live in luxury as the only princess left? Romeo stared at Lelia with eyes full of hatred. You are the one who killed Leo. As soon as those words fell, Griffith also looked at her with the same hateful gaze. Callias's brow also furrowed tightly, showing the discomfort he felt at that moment. Finally, Oscar spoke up. We will never forgive you, Lelia Oleria. Her shimmering silver hair rippled in the air. Fear appeared in Lelia's emerald green eyes. Oscar lowered his head, placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and murmured, silver hair and green eyes. At the same time, Griffith summoned his own sword. She is definitely Oleria royalty. I never imagined we would find this girl. But she looks so much like Leo, it is unpleasant. To one side, Callias was cracking his knuckles as he growled, Lelia Oleria. Romeo raised his fist, his lifeless eyes staring fixedly at her. Answer me. Why did you kill Leo? Lilia's face turned pale as she stammered, "Wait." Her mind was thrown into chaos by this situation as well, and she could not react in time. "Wait, what on earth is this? And these 4 people, could they be?" But then she suddenly froze, staring blankly with wide eyes. A second later, Oscar struck her on the back of the neck. Unable to withstand it, Lilia's consciousness began to blur, and she collapsed. The last thing that appeared before her eyes was Oscar's cruel, cold gaze. After that, Lilia sank into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a wooden floor. She could not help thinking, where is this? Then she swallowed hard with difficulty, feeling a burning pain scrape through her throat. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared before Lilia's eyes. On it was a notification. User interface activated. UI exclusively for the Special Affection System. Developing Special Affection System. Note, if you do not complete the mission within the time limit, you will be punished. The system will be partially transformed. Before she could react, the screen fell into static. What? Punishment? What does that mean? Just then, a voice rang out and made Lilia flinch. "You are awake?" As soon as those words fell, the distorted system noise grew even more intense. Immediately afterward, the familiar interface appeared, leaving her confused. What is this? I have not touched the necklace at all. Why did the system screen appear? At that moment, Lilia was tied tightly to a chair. She looked up in fear, and her body could not stop trembling. The person opposite her once again questioned her. "Is this your name?" Romeo stood there, looking at her with cold eyes. Lilia Oleria. Hearing that, she stared blankly and remained silent. After a while, Lilia's lips moved slightly as though she wanted to say something. Even so, she could not utter a word and only silently observed him. As expected, it was not an illusion. This person is Romeo. Thinking that, Lilia's eyes unconsciously filled with tears. Suddenly, another voice rang out, making her flinch again. "Are you crying because you do not want to die?" Griffith stood coldly with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, looking at her with little goodwill. "The only thing you can do now is answer my questions honestly." Lilia also recognized him at once. Griffith. Just as she was becoming even more emotional, another voice cut in. This name, Kalius stood in another corner, frowning as he removed his eye patch. "Is she the girl who lived in that luxurious tower?" Lilia also recognized him. "It is Kalius. That looks painful. It must hurt a lot." It seemed his eyesight had not been completely lost yet. Suddenly, at that moment, a sharp sword point was aimed in front of Lilia's face, frightening her. Oscar looked at her without a trace of emotion and threatened. "From now on, every time you are slow to answer a question, I will cut off one of your fingers. This is the only warning I will give. I will ask again, is your name Lilia Oleria?" She was silent for a moment, then confirmed, "Yes." Inwardly, Lilia thought, this person has silver hair and red eyes. Could this be Oscar? When Lilia realized this, her face turned pale. Oscar, the one I knew. I never thought a day would come when he would point a blade at me. All this time, I have missed him so much. Do you know how badly I wanted to see you? But why, in the end, have your gazes become so terrifying? Those terrifying gazes are directed at me. Oscar questioned her in a cold voice. "Why did you kill Leo?" Those words caused Lilia to freeze for 5 seconds. Her expression darkened. Question marks appeared in her mind. "I killed Leo? Wait, I think I heard that before I fainted too, didn't I? Why on earth do they think that?" Lilia hurriedly spoke up, wanting to explain. "Wait, it seems there is some kind of misunderstanding. I did not kill Brother Leo." Sincerity appeared in her eyes as she looked firmly at the people before her. Inwardly, she also affirmed, "How could I kill Leo? I was only 10 years old back then. Besides, the Leo they knew was me. How could I kill myself?" But because the magic of the curse had not yet been lifted, even though she wanted to say it, she could not. Suddenly, someone spoke, startling Lilia. "Leo always told us that someone was trying to take his life." Griffith crossed his arms and tilted his head as he looked at her. "And what Leo left behind before he died was your name." Immediately afterward, Romeo continued, "And you also have Leo's fountain pen. You must have left it at the inn, right?" Lilia was surprised by this information. "How does he know that? Though I cannot use it anymore now. Even so, I have always carried it with me, because it is a precious bond connecting me to my friends." They questioned her again. "Did you kill Leo to steal it?" Lilia immediately shouted in denial. "I did not." But what answered her was a merciless blade pressed to her neck. The sharp edge did not hesitate as it drew a thin cut across Lilia's skin. Oscar stepped closer to her, his sword hand showing no sign of loosening. "If not, then try explaining. If you cannot explain, you will die." If I answer wrong, I will die. If I reveal the truth, I will die because of the curse. Trapped in a dilemma, Lilia squeezed her eyes shut and asked herself, what on earth should I do in this situation? After a while, Lilia had no choice but to let out a breath and calmly explain. First, I will tell the truth. The one who poisoned Brother Leo was Count Hater, a close aide of the former Emperor Ledios. Griffith did not immediately believe her and asked bluntly, is there anyone who can prove those words? Lilia answered fluently, I heard that the Count was executed by Ledios immediately afterward. Then the current Emperor, Perseus, took back the throne, and everyone on Ledios' side who might have known the details. Oscar still did not lower his sword and refuted her. We're all purged and dealt with cleanly. In the end, there are no witnesses at all. Hearing that, Lilia's expression darkened. If you put it that way, the reason you are suspecting me now is just as weak. It is only because of the name left behind and the location of the fountain pen. I never thought the very name I left behind in the hope someone would understand would instead come back to hurt me. From the beginning, with people who have no intention of believing me. Even if I tell the truth, without evidence, it is useless. If I cannot prove that I am not their enemy, they will not listen no matter what I say. But how can I prove the relationship between Lilia and Leo? Thinking that, her eyes suddenly lit up. Lilia slowly parted her lips and said, Sir, my birthday is the 27th day of Celeste. Do you really not remember anything, sir? The man she singled out panicked and repeated, Do I really not remember anything? No, wait, that day is... An old memory suddenly surged into his mind. Happy birthday, Griffith. Back then, he had answered indifferently. Right, I remember now. Tomorrow is a birthday too. It belongs to someone important to Leo. But he could not remember what Lilia had said then. Only one sentence echoed in Griffith's mind. Someone I have known since I was very young. Oscar seemed to have remembered as well, and his expression changed. The blade pointed at Lilia slowly lowered. He lowered his head in silence and turned away. Lilia wondered anxiously in her heart, have I made it through the danger? Just then, Romeo spoke up, snapping her back to her senses. Then what about the fountain pen? Why did you keep it? Lilia calmly raised her bound hands and answered without the slightest hesitation. Brother Leo gave it to me before he died, along with the letters he exchanged with his friends and the stuffed rabbit too. They are all in my rented room. If I were the one who killed Brother Leo, would I have any reason to preserve those keepsakes like treasures? Even after Lilia had said that much, there was still one thing that troubled Callias. Then why did Leo leave your name in the letter? Hearing that, she tilted her head and gave a faint smile. Perhaps because he wanted to tell you to look after me, his younger cousin. After all, I had no one to rely on besides Brother Leo. After saying that, her gaze sank with sorrow. Actually, the Leo the first knew would charge at me every time we met and say, time to practice kicking. And now, when I've only just met everyone again, I have to tell a lie like this. Thinking that, Lilia called out, Lord Romeo, Lord Callias, Lord Griffith, and Lord Oscar, correct? I heard that when you were still at the temple, all of you celebrated my birthday with Brother Leo. When I heard that story, I was so happy. At least this feeling is real. I was truly happy that everyone celebrated my birthday. It felt as if I had been acknowledged as someone still alive, no matter how cold, hungry, and lonely I was. Thanks to those memories with all of you, I was able to live until now. I truly care for all of you. I'm so happy that everyone is still alive and that we were able to meet again, even though there are no words left that can be sent. After a moment of silence, Lilia spoke again, her voice choked with tears. Brother Leo told me so many stories about how he almost died because of wolves in the mountains, about receiving dolls after leaving the temple, about how everyone called him boss, about how you all hugged identical dolls and talked all night. He said he had 4 childhood friends who were the most precious people in the world. If I had someone I could tell the truth to, I'm sure I would say the exact same thing. I did not kill Brother Leo. Please believe me. A while later, in the small town, all the girls were blushing brightly and looking in one direction. Lilia was also embarrassed as she listened to the person in front of her explain. We truly have no excuse. We thought you really were the murderer. Standing before her now were the other 4. Callias kept apologizing in confusion. I never imagined you were the little sister Leo always cherished. I'm sorry we tied you up without giving you a chance to explain. Lilia answered softly, it's all right. Inwardly, however, she was reproaching them. That's right. I thought I was done for. After that, they questioned her relentlessly, Only after personally checking the keepsakes in her rented room did they believe her, saying that if she had truly killed Leo, there was no way she would have preserved those things so dearly. At that moment, Kalius turned to everyone else and awkwardly urged them, "Come on, hurry up. You guys need to apologize properly too." Romeo paid him no attention and propped his chin in his hand, replying wearily, "I think the people who caused the misunderstanding are also at fault." Hearing that, Kalius snapped, "This isn't the time to say that. Are you a child?" Griffith, who had been silent until then, also sighed and spoke up. "I healed all your wounds, you know. Your head, your wrist." As Griffith listed them off, Kalius shouted irritably, "I got all those injuries because of you people. Of course you had to treat them. Stop making that gloomy face. Oscar, out of all of us, you're the one who needs to apologize the most. Don't pretend you didn't hear me." Seeing everyone so tense, Lilia smiled and tried to smooth things over. I'm fine now." Inwardly, she could not hide her astonishment. "I never expected Kalius to be the first to apologize. It must be because of all the experience he gained as a mercenary. Now he feels like the eldest brother of the group." Meanwhile, after arguing with the others, Kalius looked toward Lilia and asked tentatively, "So what do we do now? We came to Ilaria to avenge Leo, but it turns out the culprit died long ago. I'll just return to life as a mercenary." Romeo immediately turned to look at him. "Are your eyes really all right?" Kalius burst in a loud laughter and answered, "They're recovering completely, really." Though he said that, Lilia still silently realized the truth. He's lying. The light dragon burned his eyes out. How could they possibly get better? I thought he'd change a lot, but Kalius still keeps pretending everything is fine. At that moment, Griffith closed his eyes and said with a tired expression, "I'm going back to my country. I have a mountain of work to do." Hearing that, Lilio wondered in surprise. Work to do? If things follow the original course, right after defeating the Light Dragon, Griffith will sever ties with his family and become the master of the Holy Sword in the Sacred Neutral Zone. Oscar lowered his head and said in a somber voice, "I'm returning to my country too. There's something I need to deal with." Hearing that, Lilia seemed to remember something, and her face turned pale. Now that I think of it, Oscar, what did he go through to become this cold? But then she suddenly froze when she heard a teasing voice beside her. Princes really are busy people, aren't they? At that moment, she was still lost in her memories. My Oscar was like a winter fairy. Where did he disappear to? No, I mustn't think about that now. If Oscar returns to the Herbert Empire at this point for work, that means he is going to kill his father. Thinking that, Lilia could not help but gasp. She raised her eyes and looked at Oscar's cold expression. His blazing red eyes were also fixed intently on her. Meeting that gaze, Lilia could not help but shudder in fear. Then, unable to endure it, she tilted her head and turned away. Lilia awkwardly raised a hand to touch the back of her neck, thinking I avoided his gaze. Never before have I felt Oscar's eyes were this frightening. Suddenly, a voice rang out and drew her attention. Then what am I supposed to do? Romeo leaned back in his chair in boredom and complained, I have nothing else to do. Hearing that, Griffith exclaimed with envy, must be nice. Romeo scratched his head and replied, compared to you guys, I suppose it is. Even if I don't inherit the throne, I'll still receive support from the imperial family. So of course I can live comfortably. What about you? What are you going to do now? Suddenly called on, Lilia stared blankly as 4 pairs of eyes turned toward her. Huh? What? Me? Oh, well, that. Before she could finish speaking, Kalius folded his arms and muttered, your life has certainly been full of hardship. Leo died. A rebellion broke out. The emperor and the princes started seeing you as a thorn in their side. Then you feared a political marriage order from the emperor and had to flee the imperial castle, right? Come to think of it, you really are Leo's little sister. You got guts. Hearing that, Lilia could only let out a strained laugh. Inwardly, she broke into a cold sweat. I only gave these people a rough explanation, but thinking about it carefully, it really was reckless. In truth, aside from running away, I had no other choice. It isn't exactly a lie, but it isn't the whole truth either. Thinking that, she explained aloud, the truth is before I fled the imperial castle, I left something behind. I came back to the capital to retrieve it, so I plan to go to the imperial castle to find it. Griffith asked curiously, how do you plan to get into the imperial castle? I heard you've been missing for a long time. Lilia immediately became flustered. I'll have to think of a way. I absolutely shouldn't mention using alchemical medicine to knock out the guards, right? If the trust we've only just gained shatters, that would be terrible. At that moment, Kalius grew curious. Is the thing you left behind in that luxurious tower? Lilia exclaimed in surprise. Luxurious? The tower I lived in was very old. Long ago, it was built for observing the stars. Suddenly, Romeo spoke hesitantly. Ah, perhaps the tower you lived in no longer exists. After you disappeared, they probably built a new tower. Lilia lowered her head sadly and thought, of course. From their point of view, it was only an old, filthy, run-down tower. Thinking that, her hands fidgeted and twisted tightly together. Only after a while did she collect herself and answer, "It's all right. Fortunately, the item I'm looking for isn't there." Romeo immediately suggested, "Shall we look for it for you?" Lilia smiled and refused. "No, I have to go myself, because I have to begin the search from Elizabeth's hut. That hut should still be there, right? To Emperor Perseus. It's a place that holds precious memories." Lilia stroked her chin and pondered deeply. The problem is whether the materials are there. And lately, my alchemy has been malfunctioning too. On top of that, the information panel keeps appearing before my eyes. Suddenly, an enthusiastic voice rang out beside her, making her flinch. "Then let's do this. Oscar, Griffith, you two go back to your countries and finish everything you need to do. Romeo, you come with me." As he spoke, Callias waved the hand that bore the mark. He threw an arm around Lilia's shoulders and proposed cheerfully, "Let's help this kid together." This action made her face flush bright red as she screamed inwardly. What? The evening sun had fallen over a solitary grave. The four of them, Griffith, Oscar, Romeo, and Callias, stood in a line before that grave. "Then let's gather here again in a month." Oscar spoke sadly. "A month from now is Leo's birthday, isn't it?" Beside him, a notification appeared, -700. Griffith also added, "I'll be back by then." He had -520. Next, it was Romeo's turn to speak. "Maybe that'll be the last time we all gather together." He was only at -200. Callias reached up and pulled down one side of his eye patch, smiling in agreement. "Yeah, that's right. After that, each of us will have to live our own lives." Yet beside him, a strange question mark appeared. Lilia stood behind them, silently observing. She frowned slightly and wondered. These numbers started appearing after I fainted and woke up. They keep showing up. I only see them above these four people. At first, everyone's affection level was at the maximum negative value, -999. Right before Oscar knocked me unconscious, I think I saw a notification about special affection targets or something. Does that mean these four are capture targets? The numbers also changed during our conversation just now. They must be their affection levels toward me. Oscar's is almost unchanged. Griffith's is violently negative. Romeo's probably means he utterly hates my guts. And Callias has a question mark. Suddenly, the voice of alchemy rang out. "Master, optimization of the special UI mode is complete. It can be set not to display affection values. In particular, once the value turns positive, it will be displayed as a question mark. If you wish to know the exact number, please use a crystal or complete hidden quests." Lilia folded her arms and looked at the several screens that appeared before her, pondering. Why does this exist? The game system is interfering to this extent, and it is specifically targeting these four people too. Well, worrying about it won't solve anything. There is something more important right now. As she thought that, her expression suddenly darkened and anxiety filled her eyes. Just then, Callias's gentle voice sounded. "Leo, rest easy. Your precious little sister will protect her for your share too. If she's your little sister, then she's ours too. So leave her to us. I'll allow you to call us big brothers. Go on, try it. Call me big brother." Seeing him decide that on his own, Lilia flushed with embarrassment. She stammered, "Yes, ahem, big brother." The instant those words came out, her mind felt as if it would explode as she screamed inwardly. I'm clearly the party leader here. This is so humiliating. Callias, who gave this guy permission to become anyone's big brother?" While Lilia was still drowning in embarrassment, someone spoke up to comfort her. "Don't worry, we'll help you and complete it." But that did not reassure her at all. That is exactly what worries me the most. I even prepared alchemical medicine, so I could sneak into Alaria's imperial castle. My original plan was to infiltrate quietly and peacefully, but now Callias wants to get involved. "Just trust me, little sister." This made Lilia wonder helplessly, can we really get in quietly and peacefully? Night gradually fell, and lights began to glow inside the inn. Romeo tilted his head and asked curiously, "What are you basing that confidence on? Under what title do you plan to bring her in?" Hearing that, Callias scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "I'll start figuring out the specifics now." Looking at his foolish appearance, Romeo could not help lamenting, "Good grief. Oscar, Griffith, hurry back. Callias is no help at all. Still, you really do eat a lot." Lilia froze while eating. Romeo stopped teasing her and asked seriously, "In any case, you only need to get into the imperial castle, right? What if someone in the castle recognizes your face?" Lilia blushed and covered her mouth as she replied, "That should be fine. When I was in the tower, I almost never met anyone from the Imperial Castle. As long as it isn't the Emperor, probably no one will recognize me." Hearing that, Romeo relaxed and took a sip of water. "Then you should just go in openly," she immediately asked in surprise. "Openly?" Romeo confirmed, "Yes." But then he suddenly raised his eyes and stared straight at Lilia. After that, he said softly, "Say you are my fiancé." Hearing that, her eyes widened in disbelief. "What? I heard that on the final day of the banquet, the Emperor will not attend." Callias also brightened up and praised Romeo. "Nice. That's a great idea. Normally, attending a banquet with your fiancé is perfectly natural. That way, we can bring her in." Meanwhile, Lilia felt stiff with awkwardness. If it were someone else, maybe... No, this method isn't bad either. But using the title of an Imperial Prince's fiancé is too dangerous. Thinking that, she spoke up to point out the problem. "If I'm an Imperial Prince's fiancé, everyone will definitely assume I'm a high-ranking noble. If someone investigates, it will be exposed immediately. The news might even reach the Roseberry Empire." Only then did Romeo realize it. "That's true. Then how about saying you're a distant relative?" Lilia sighed in relief and answered, "If it's just a relative, that should work." Even so, inwardly, she was still very uneasy. Will that really be all right? I was caught before just because of one tiny slip. It would be best to minimize attention as much as possible. As expected, going in openly won't work. Maybe I have to talk about the alchemical medicine. But what if they connect it to Leo's poisoning? In the end, Lilia decided to voice her thoughts. "No matter what, I think sneaking into the Imperial Castle would still be better. That was what I originally intended to do." Callias frowned slightly and objected. "What if you're caught? Do you know swordsmanship or any martial arts?" She immediately shook her head vigorously. "No, but I have alchemical medicine." Romeo asked in surprise, "Alchemical medicine?" Lilia gave an awkward smile and explained, "Yes. The people who raised me gave it to me for self-defense while traveling alone. I can use it when I'm in danger. If I use it, it can make the other person fall asleep instantly." So, after hearing her out, Callias fell silent. A while later, he agreed with her. "All right, then it's decided. I'll help you. Sneak in with me. Romeo, you attend the banquet." Hearing that, Romeo jumped in shock and shouted, "What? Why am I the only one who has to attend the banquet?" Callias immediately explained, "Isn't it obvious? If no one shows up and something happens, people will suspect we were involved. They'll also ask why you came here before returning to your country." Even so, Romeo still refused to accept it. "It sounds so reasonable that it irritates me even more. Then you go in my place." Callias immediately retorted, "I'm not comfortable in a banquet hall." Romeo's face darkened as he snapped angrily, "No one is comfortable there. You just don't want to go." But then Callias's voice suddenly turned serious. "The bright lights in a banquet hall. They make my eyes ache terribly." Only then did Romeo stop making a fuss. He pouted and turned his head to the side. In the end, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I'll handle the banquet." But Callias, Lilia, don't mess things up in Alaria. On the final day of the banquet, before the northeast gate of Alaria's Imperial Castle, Callias hid behind the corner of a wall and said quietly, "Good, just as expected. There are few guards too. We'll enter through this gate. But did we really need to wear these old people outfits?" Lilia, who was crouching and peeking outside, answered, "In case we have to pretend to be banquet guests." Hearing that, he finally murmured in understanding, "I see. For today, I prepared alchemical sleeping medicine in this perfume spray bottle." Lilia thought confidently, just one spray of this, and even a tough guard will fall asleep immediately. Not long after, the guard fell asleep. Watching the scene, Callias found it hard to believe. He's really sleeping standing up. That was too easy, wasn't it? Lilia happily cheered inwardly. "Perfect." Then she laughed and said, "The plan to pretend to be a lost guest, approach him, and spray him worked." Callias recalled the scene from moments before, when Lilia had approached the guards. "Excuse me, I seem to have lost my way." They had not suspected her at all, and had even helped. "Oh, that's a problem. I will escort you there." He wondered suspiciously, is this country's security really all right? Lilia's voice rang out in answer. "That's what happens in a great nation that has just regained absolute peace." Callias was briefly satisfied, but when he saw one of the guards move slightly, he urged her on. "All right, before he wakes up, let's get inside." She quickly obeyed. "Yes." However, before they could leave, that guard suddenly took a step forward. Callias shouted in panic, "Wait, I think he woke up." Lilia went closer to check, then turned and reported, "What? No, he's just sleepwalking." Even so, Callias swiftly threw a punch at the guard. The smile on Lilia's lips instantly froze. His face turned pitch black in an instant, as if he had swallowed poison. The guard had been knocked to the ground by Callias, but he still had not woken up. The atmosphere unconsciously fell into an awkward silence. After a while, Callias finally blushed in embarrassment and said, "Did I overreact a little? Was that a little too noisy?" Lilia smiled faintly and replied, "It seems so." But in her heart, she thought the opposite. What just happened was not a little by anyone's standards. Then Lilia tilted her head and looked at Callias, reassuring him. "It will be all right. If we had been discovered, the soldiers would already have rushed over." Only then did he slowly stand up. "That is true." Hearing that, she spoke seriously again. "But there is no guarantee that other patrol soldiers will not come. If this scene is discovered, then the alchemical medicine meant only to put him to sleep for a short while will be useless. In the worst case, the gate may be closed. Since we have to return by this route, we must avoid anything like that." Callias felt a little guilty after hearing her explanation. He pointed at the guard and asked hesitantly, "Then what should we do now?" "Tie him up tightly and hide him somewhere." After saying that, he tilted his head and listened to Lilia's plan. "First of all, Lord Callias, please stay here and keep watch to see whether this soldier wakes up. And if any other soldiers come, please make sure the entrance and exit are not blocked." Hearing that, he flailed his hands in confusion. "No, wait a moment. Are you planning to go alone? That is dangerous." Seeing Callias like that, she inwardly despised the idea. Going with you would be even more dangerous. Even so, on the outside, she still smiled brightly and reassured him. "It is all right. Even if I am discovered, I still have alchemical medicine I can use to hide for a while." Callias exclaimed in surprise. "Alchemical medicine can even do that?" Lilia did not answer him immediately. Instead, she smiled faintly and assessed him. "This Callias, he does not suspect me at all. In any case, I have to leave Callias here. If he comes with me, he will stand out too much. His build is too large as well." For that reason, she immediately decided, Lord Callias will wait here. He can no longer continue stopping her. "All right, trust me, little sister. Then let me take off this armor and see if you can wear it. Use it as a disguise." Hearing that, Lilia could only think helplessly, "Stop doing useless things. And who is your little sister?" A while later, a guard carrying a lamp passed through the night forest. Lilia hid behind a bush and observed silently. "There are patrol soldiers here too. I'm so nervous my heart feels like it is about to jump out." Since the banquet was in full swing, perhaps security in this area would be looser. Thinking this, she suddenly fell silent. There had been no problem that day either. Not until I returned from the small house. Not until I met Juliana and the twin princes inside the tower. Back then, I hurt Juliana when she was still young. Lilia's face filled with guilt. If only that scar were gone. Whenever she thought back to what had happened that day, her mood sank again. I felt so ashamed and pained that I wanted to disappear right then and there. But this time, I am not alone. To be honest, I was very happy. Being treated like a little sister also made me very angry. And the plan going wrong was very stressful. Callias stood on my side, so I felt truly reassured. Actually, returning to the Imperial Palace alone was a little frightening. Romeo must be struggling to force a smile at the banquet right now. Actually, I know very well that you do not like places like that. I am sorry, but I can clearly see the boredom in your eyes. Even so, Lilia still clenched her fist firmly. At last, I met the friends I had always dreamed of. 1 month later, until the day everyone meets again. If I break the forbidden magic and reveal the truth, returning to the way things were before. Suddenly, she stopped blankly. Her eyes narrowed with worry. Looking at the magnificent tower before her, she wondered. Could that be the new tower the children were talking about? Did he go this far for Juliana? Whatever. Now, for me, I have a home and beloved people to return to. I will not be hurt just because you people do not love me. The Huberon family loved me without asking for anything in return. Even if it is for their sake, I will complete the alchemical medicine and cure grandmother's illness. At the same time, in another place, snow and wind swirled violently through the air. A heavy voice rang out. The bone-piercing cold, the terrible hunger, simply having to endure and bear it in order to live. Having to force your eyes to adapt to the darkness. And, in the end, having to see things you do not want to see. Elizabeth stood by the window, silently watching the falling snow. If you have to live through nights like that alone, you will be very lonely and in pain. After saying that, she paused for a moment, as though deep in thought. Then she opened her hand and murmured softly, "Become the light, Perseus, so that anyone born in this country can regard it as a blessing. Shine brightly and lead the way. Become a great emperor. If it is you, you will surely be able to do it. Do not worry, because I will be by your side to help you." In another place, inside a dark room, empty wine bottles rolled across the table. Perseus, his clothes disheveled, sat in a corner, clutching his head in despair. His face now showed agony. Cold sweat poured down without stopping. Then he raised his face and leaned back. Perseus looked up at the pitch-black ceiling and murmured softly, "It is too dark." Then he suddenly choked back a sob. His eyes were vacant, without the slightest vitality. But suddenly, he lowered his gaze and looked in one direction. Immediately afterward, a sound rang out, making Perseus flinch, his entire body tensing instinctively. Outside, a figure appeared. Long platinum braids fluttered faintly in the wind. Emerald green eyes widened in astonishment. The moment Perseus saw Lelia, he sprang up from his chair. Had she come back? Her hands were clenched awkwardly in front of her chest. Her heart was also extremely bewildered. No, why? Why did it have to be today? Is Emperor Perseus here? I was far too careless. Because the lights were off. Because I thought no one would be here. I should have hidden. The moment that thought flashed through her mind, Lelia's feet reflexively stepped back. Perseus seemed to realize her intention and rushed toward her, shouting loudly, "Wait, wait. Do not go. Please stay by my side right now." Elizabeth. The moment Lelia heard that name, she cried out in astonishment. What? On a beautiful day at a magnificent and splendid mansion, a voice suddenly rang out. In the end, I do not resemble Mother. No, I do not resemble Mother at all. Hearing that, Callias turned his head to look over. What are you talking about? From your tastes in food, to your intelligence, to even your gentleness. You are exactly like my sister. Lelia immediately pouted and retorted, "That is not what I mean." Seeing that, he smiled and corrected himself. What I mean is that your appearance also seems similar. If one sets aside unnecessary preconceptions, especially your eyes, they're exactly like hers. Of course, if I say this, it will probably be hard to believe. But truly, alright, there is something I want to show you. I wish I had shown it to you sooner. A portrait of my sister. You may find it difficult to recognize her, since this portrait was painted after she had grown up. But I still think you look very much like her. Lelia looked at the painting and flushed with happiness. Is this person my mother? Back in the present, Perseus staggered forward. Elizabeth. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Lelia looked at the wine bottles scattered all over the floor. She thought uneasily, these bottles. It seems he is very drunk. So that is why he mistook me for Elizabeth. Lelia's face darkened, and she remained silent without saying a word. Immediately afterward, she suddenly stepped closer and sprayed something into Perseus's face. He instantly collapsed face first onto the floor, unable to resist at all. Lelia lowered her eyes coldly and looked at him. How annoying. When she recalled Perseus's reaction just now, she immediately reproached herself for having harbored a vague hope. Lelia rubbed the back of her neck and sighed. What should I do, since I have done this to the emperor of a nation? No, did I not fail from the moment I snuck into the imperial palace? Even though I heard he would not attend the banquet. Why did he have to be here today, of all days? Now that things have come to this, there is no choice but to continue like this. Please let the memory stone appear. After Lelia pressed search on the virtual screen, a loading bar appeared. Her face unconsciously flushed, and her eyes filled with expectation mixed with pleading. Please find it quickly. Suddenly, a faint groan rang out, making her go cold. Although Perseus was still unconscious, he continued murmuring, "Elizabeth, please." 3 years had passed since a new prince was born in the Olaria Empire. Marian, Juliana's birth mother, and the current empress of the Olaria Empire. The child newly born between her and the emperor. His beloved daughter Juliana was also by his side. The two princes had also returned safely after exterminating the Mad Dragon. And yet, why are you still in such a dark place? Just then, a voice sounded from outside, making Lelia flinch. Your Majesty, I believe I just heard a loud noise. Are you all right? May I come in? Forgive me, Your Majesty. I will enter. Your Majesty. His Imperial Majesty. What on earth is going on? While the guard was still focused on Perseus, Lelia reached out from behind. Immediately afterward, a loud sound rang out throughout the forest, attracting the attention of 2 other guards. What was that sound? It came from the direction of the wooden house, where His Majesty is staying. Your Majesty, are you all right? No, why did this happen? Meanwhile, Lelia had seized the opportunity to flee. Panting, she ran desperately forward. Just a little more. At the same time, the search bar had reached 95%. Right before it completed, it was canceled. Because she had moved away from the target point, the search was stopped. Lelia was so frustrated, she nearly burst into tears. She gritted her teeth and thought it really was only a little more. No, if I had stayed any longer, the soldiers would have found me. Even if I had hidden until it fully charged, there is no telling when the castle gate would have closed. Running away was the best choice, but still, it was clearly only a little more. At this moment, outside the castle gate, a figure was sitting there. Callias was still endlessly fumbling with the guard's armor. How on earth do I take off this armor? Have my eyes gone blurry? No matter how I look at it, I cannot understand. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked in one direction. The moment he saw that the person running over was Lilia, Callias was shocked. Huh, you're already here? Did you succeed? She did not answer his questions and hurriedly urged him, we have to run. I failed. Hurry. Callias paused slightly, then said quietly, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Lilia. Callias held her tightly in his arms and ordered, hold on tight. I will help you escape safely. Now leave it to me. Inside the brightly lit palace, Callias carried Lilia toward a chair. He set her down and asked with concern, are you all right? Lilia looked at Callias and replied, yes, thank you. Callias, over here. Seeing him, he answered, thank you. Then what exactly happened? What? You faced Emperor Perseus. So that is why you came back in such a panic. See, it would have been better if I had gone with you. She looked at him somewhat helplessly. If that had happened, you would have been so shocked that you would have knocked the emperor down. Do you want to cause an international incident? Callias suddenly felt curious. Then what exactly were you looking for? Lilia did not know how to explain. About that, he did not force her too much either. If you do not want to say, then there is nothing to be done. Now, Lilia dejectedly raised her hands to cover her face. She thought with deep regret. There was only a little left before the search was complete. What should I do? I probably cannot sneak in using the same method anymore. Now perhaps there is no other way but to pretend to be Romeo's relative and enter. But the emperor saw me not long ago, so the risk is very high. Although, thanks to the alchemical medicine from that time, he should not be able to remember clearly. Then she sighed and thought, in any case, when Romeo returns, I will have to discuss it with him. Also, why has my lodging suddenly become a base like this? He suddenly asked, is there anything interesting? Lilia quickly answered, no. Then she turned her gaze toward Callias. He was standing there awkwardly, motionless. Lilia secretly calculated in her heart. Should I check Callias's affection level? The number is displayed as question marks, which means it is positive. Manager On said that crystals were needed to verify it accurately. The amount of crystals I have now is enough too. Now, she looked at the system screen in great surprise. Would you like to check the affection level of the special target, Callias? Since there is no confirmation ticket, 1,000 crystals will be used. Seeing that, Lilia could not help exclaiming, wow. Hearing that, Callias asked in confusion, what is it? She hurriedly denied it. No, it is nothing. Then he guessed, hiccups. Lilia smiled awkwardly and replied, yes, it seems so. Then she secretly calculated, 1,000 crystals, converted into cash, that is a whole 1 million shillings. It is only to check a little affection, so why is it so expensive? Checking the current status is very important, master. Seeing that, Lilia judged, even so this is too much of a scam. Then please use an affection confirmation ticket. You can obtain tickets upon completing hidden quests. Hidden quests can be carried out from a moment the target's affection level becomes positive. The screen was displaying a hidden quest. Affection target. Callias seems to have something troubling him. Please help resolve his trouble. Quest story progress. 0%. Accept. Decline. Reward items. 1 affection level check ticket. 1 special formula fragment. 1 level 1 random gift box. 1 retirement lottery ticket. She was very surprised by that information. What? There's so many things. I have to know what is what before I can accept or decline. An affection level check ticket. As the name suggested, it was a ticket to check affection level. A special formula fragment. Does that mean I have to collect fragments to complete a specific formula? Next is a random gift box. Judging from the level, it does not seem particularly special. I wonder whether it will give ingredients or a formula. And finally, the retirement lottery ticket. It could be guessed from the name of the game, but the protagonist of this game was both an alchemist and operated a lottery shop. Therefore, the game had a scratch-off lottery system. Does that mean that system has also been reproduced in this world? Lilia raised her hand and selected accept, thinking, I do not know, so I will just try it first. Meanwhile, Callias asked with concern, are you really all right? You have been staring into empty space for a while now. She hurriedly reassured him, I am fine. It is just that, in any case, it seems that according to Romeo's suggestion, I must return to the imperial palace with the identity of his cousin. He felt that was not a bad idea. That is right. That would be better. I would also feel more at ease with that. Lilia gave an awkward smile. I suppose so. After saying that, she thought, but I wonder what Kalius's trouble is. How should I ask? Suddenly asking, do you have anything troubling you? Would be a little strange, right? In the game, as long as you accepted the quest, the character would automatically reveal their trouble. How do I get him to naturally confess his trouble? Kalius's trouble, of course, his gradually worsening eyesight, must be his greatest worry. If that was something I could solve, I would have solved it long ago. If he has some other trouble besides that. Kalius suddenly walked over and grabbed Lilia's shoulders. She was very surprised by his action, so Lilia asked curiously, is there something weighing on your mind? After hearing that, Kalius was flustered. I am sorry. It is because I do not have my sword in my hand, so I feel a little uncomfortable. She caught on to the information and asked, do you feel uneasy if you do not have your sword? He stood there and explained, it is not that I cannot fight without it, nor am I worried that it will be stolen. After all, no one besides me can lift that sword. It is the sword I received from my master before leaving the Empire. Although I call him my master, he was only an ordinary mercenary, not a sword instructor hired by the imperial family. Perhaps master only meant to give me that sword as a joke. In truth, that sword had been around for a very long time, and no one had been able to lift it. Naturally, he thought that a child like me would never be able to lift it, and yet I lifted it. To me, it was not heavy at all. At that time, Kalius had been extremely surprised. Now, he was still talking on and on. Even so, because it is too large, it also gets in the way. And I'm also in a situation where I have to move around a lot at awkward banquets. And because he keeps going everywhere trying to find and kill you, if I carried it with me, it would stand out too much, so I left it behind. But if I keep leaving it like that, the sword will sulk. That is what I'm worried about right now. Lilia was silent as she listened to Kalius pour out his heart. If anyone else had said the sword would sulk, I would have wondered whether they were sane. But in truth, Kalius's great sword had a consciousness. Everything Kalius had said so far was true. Because the sword had chosen its owner of its own accord, it was not heavy to Kalius at all. Lilia sat there thinking. The problem was that it was too large, so it was very inconvenient when it drew everyone's attention. Suddenly, something caught Lilia's attention. Special favor target. Kalius had revealed his worries. Find a way to resolve his worries. Through that, she realized it. The worry of Kalius mentioned in the main quest was this. Then could it be solved right now? Size-adjusting medicine. There is clearly a special alchemy formula that allowed an object's size to be changed at will. Very quickly, Lilia found it. You found it already? But it requires a special ingredient. There is only one of it. I do not know when I will be able to use it. If it becomes necessary, I will think about it then. After that, she called out to Kalius. Startled, he asked, You told me to call you brother, didn't you? At that moment, Lilia explained carefully, I have a kind of medicine that can adjust the size of the object you want. If you need it, Kalius exclaimed in disbelief. Really? Give it to me. When Romeo and Griffith took out their weapons with magic, I was so jealous. They just appeared with a pop. She explained the origin and benefits of the item in her hand. I only received one of these as well, but its effect is permanent. After hearing that, he said excitedly, Really? That is amazing. By the way, can it be returned to its original state? Lilia immediately smiled and confirmed, yes. If the user gives the command in his heart, it will return to its original size. Kalius could not help praising it. Alchemy really is incredible. Somewhat helpless, she said, You are speaking too loudly. Alchemy is forbidden, Brother Kalius, and it seems to have swollen too much. Lilia stared at him, thinking his eyes are sparkling like a child's. Even though his body has grown bigger, he is still the same Kalius from before. Someday, I will definitely save your world. I will return those sparkling eyes to you as they were at the beginning. If it is alchemy, then it can surely be done. She silently made up her mind and said, I will definitely bring them back. In order to do that, I will do anything. Quest complete. Item reward received. Reward. Affection confirmation ticket. Special formula fragment. Level 1 random gift box. Alchemy lottery ticket. Kalius looked at the small sword in his hand and commanded it, Grow. Wow, it really got bigger. This is amazing. Shrink. Oh, it got smaller again. This is way too impressive. Lilia was somewhat helpless as she watched the scene. How many times is he going to test it? He suddenly asked excitedly. Can I go back to the dormitory and get my sword? She confirmed aloud. You can. Ever since he had brought the sword back, he had been like that the whole time, like a child with a new toy. She checked the rewards for the quest to resolve Kalius's problem. Item reward. Affection confirmation ticket, 1 special formula fragment, 1 level 1 random gift box, and 1 lottery ticket. No, none of them could be used, because the next quest was, please increase the affection, especially Kalius's affection, by 10 points. Minor story quest progress, 10%. Accept. Refuse. Because of this quest, she had to raise his affection no matter what. She would use the affection ticket later. As for the special formula, with only one fragment, she could not do anything. The random gift box only contained a few useless materials. It could only be used after the alchemy lottery and a few other selected shops opened. After completing the quest, you can open the shop. Lilia suddenly became excited. Finally, the alchemy lottery. A side quest, and now companion 2? This is something new. The situation was very complicated now. Suddenly, a noise outside startled both her and Kalius. Romeo pushed the door open and sighed in complaint. I am back. I am exhausted. Seeing him, Kalius spoke up to encourage him. Romeo, you worked hard. At that moment, Romeo looked inside seriously. Then Romeo asked curiously, did you fail? On the way back to the Imperial City, things were a little noisy. The Emperor is looking for a woman with blue eyes. Lilia was startled and panicked when she heard this information. After the Emperor got drunk, and with the medicine I gave him as well, I thought he would not remember clearly. Romeo walked in and asked in confusion, do you know what that means? Now I cannot follow the plan I proposed. If I bring a silver-haired, blue-eyed girl into the Imperial Palace, the Emperor will definitely catch her. Even if I lie and say she is my relative, I cannot bring her into the Imperial City. Right now, she was panicking and did not know what to do. What should I do? I cannot sneak in like yesterday now. Is there no other way? Kalius suddenly asked curiously, what is the current situation then? Romeo said, this little girl is still stubbornly saying she has to go get it herself. She will not tell us what we have lost. If she cannot enter the palace, then there is no other way. Right then, Romeo cut in. There's one way. Didn't I say so? It's just that we cannot follow the original plan. We only need to have Lilia Olaria turn into a man. When Lilia heard this suggestion, she cried out in surprise. The scene shifted to the palace as a voice rang out. Princess Juliana, have you heard? Lord Roseberry and Lord Aska, 2 of the 4 heroes of the Mad Dragon Subjugation Force, had decided to stay in the Olaria Imperial City for a few more days. Juliana spoke calmly. I heard it from my brother. The maid beside her did her best to flatter her. If they're staying here, they must want to become a little closer to you. Juliana could not help laughing. Why do your words sound exactly like my brother's? The maid said ingratiatingly, I am not joking. Today's banquet is being held to find a fiancé for you. Juliana smiled with satisfaction and delight. In the end, even father lost to mother's stubbornness. My mother is also very enthusiastic about finding a fiancé for me. The maid quickly praised her. That is only natural. All of this is for your happiness. After hearing that, Juliana said confidently, of course I know. After she finished speaking, Juliana thought to herself, what do Roseberry and Aska look like? I remember one had blonde hair and one had black hair. I should have looked more carefully back then. I hope both of them truly like me. She suddenly felt irritated. It is all Rudder's fault for not taking the initiative to pursue me. Although I could take the initiative to approach him, Damien and Cedric commented back then that it really would not be very good. My brothers looked disgusted and said that a woman who takes the initiative in love and pines for a man is undesirable. I am afraid Rudder will dislike me if I am too proactive. At that time, Rudder had firmly said, I need a doctor. I cannot take the initiative to chase after him either. In love, retreating in order to advance is very important. If the heroes who save the world like me, Rudder will surely become anxious, won't he? Juliana secretly calculated in her heart. Today, I must look at other men during the banquet and make Rudder jealous. The maid told her based on the information she knew. I heard that a relative of Lord Rose is also staying in the city. After hearing that, Juliana asked in surprise, is that so? Will that person also attend the banquet? The scene shifted to the banquet, where everyone had gathered. Perseus suddenly seemed puzzled. Your guest did not come with you? Romeo explained. Perhaps because the journey was too tiring. He said he was not feeling well. I confirmed that he had fallen asleep before I came out. Perseus took the initiative to suggest, when the banquet ends, I will send a doctor over. Romeo hurriedly refused. There is no need. After a good sleep, he will be fine. Please do not worry. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. Marion stared at Romeo and asked curiously, Sir Joe, do you have a lover? Perseus immediately turned to remind Marion. She said casually, what is wrong? Can I not even ask about a small matter? Seeing this, Romeo laughed. To be honest, I already have a fiancé in my hometown. After hearing that, Marion sounded a little regretful. Oh my, is that so? That girl is truly fortunate. Out of courtesy, Romeo replied, I am honored that you would say so. At that moment, Perseus spoke. Then please enjoy the banquet. Romeo quickly replied softly, thank you once again. In the banquet scene, Perseus was greeting the guests. Romeo suddenly wondered, what is the matter with you? Callias replied irritably, everyone is looking at me. Are you trying to cause trouble for me? After hearing that, Romeo looked around. He saw that everyone was whispering noisily. In particular, Rudder was directing a murderous gaze this way. Cedric and Damien were also looking unhappily at Callias and Romeo. Now Romeo could not help exclaiming, Callias, you really are impressive. You have attracted the gazes of all the men at this evening banquet. Your popularity is exploding. Callias growled angrily. Is this the time to joke around? Romeo said somewhat helplessly, there is nothing we can do. You're the main character today. Right at that moment, Juliana appeared in the banquet hall. Romeo looked at her and pointed out, she is looking at you with such earnest eyes. Are you interested? But Callias did not care about that. Why is it like this? She only cares about the cursed color of my eyes. It is disgusting. After hearing that, Romeo carefully reminded him, endure it. Callias knew his behavior had crossed the line, so he answered, I know. Romeo smiled faintly, somewhat helpless. I wonder if you will do well. Meanwhile, at the house on the outskirts, the room inside was completely empty, without a single person in sight. Search complete. Special ingredient found. Memory crystal. Special ingredient collection completed. Achievement reward. 100,000 crystals, with a 20% discount. Seeing this, he could not help laughing. As expected, it was here. Now, let us begin conquering the main character. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story is still continuing, with many exciting developments ahead. So please do not forget to press like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.